Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Thursday, the 30th of July. My God, racing through the year. Oh, we've already got some roll call happening. Ravy in the house. How we going? Dilemmas has entered the chat. Hobo Joe. Yo, yo, yo. I hope you're all well on this fabulous Thursday. It's a theory Thursday, and we'll be getting to some theory in the second half of today's stream, as we usually do. We've got some interesting stuff lined up for that occasion. But before we get to that, we're going to be doing some politics of the world that are doing the rounds at the moment. We're going to be looking locally, so Australian politics. Apparently, Angus Taylor. I'm not sure what the details are, but he's somehow been caught up in the dragnet of ICAC. And ICAC is a New South Wales level independent commission against corruption. And he's somehow been caught up in some other corruption investigation into the Liberal Party in New South Wales, and he has questions to answer. So I want to get some of that. I want to also have a look at Fauci, or the Fauci drama dilemma, as you brought this up yesterday, maybe, or the day before. You're like, Fauci's going to be under the pump soon. So we're going to have a little look at that. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. I have next to zero concern about the whole, witch trial, witch hunt kind of situation that's going on with Fauci there. It seems to be a massive culture war issue. There really is no objective analysis, I find, on the whole pandemic scenario. People just take a left or a right wing issue side of this matter and then just stick their heads in the sand about it. But I think we can all get down with the idea that corporations might have been doing something dodgy and profiting off a global pandemic scenario. So let's just have a look at what's going on there, because it seems pretty outrageous, to be honest, that Fauci's fronting a committee and he's refusing to answer any questions at all. So we'll have a look into that. And then we're going to be following some other affairs that are happening around the world. We'll be doing a bit of China glazing today. That's right, China glazing. Get used to it. Mr. Abbott in the house. How you going? Screw Fauci. Yeah, you know what? Screw Fauci, unscrew Fauci, all of the above. If they're associated with some type of syndicate, all of these people, and they're profiting off people's misery and suffering, that's capitalism, baby. But it'd be good to see some people squirm. So we'll have a look at that. But yeah, we're going to get into China-US relations today as well. Our prestigious former Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd, has given a talk at the Asia Society summit that was undertaken in France recently. So we're going to we'll listen to what he has to say about US-China relations. This is probably one of the most important things that will define the next decade or two, is the relationship between the two big superpowers in the world today, the US and China. How they relate to each other will dictate world affairs and the lives of all of us plebs, let's be honest. So we'll get into a bit of that too. Shall we just jump into it? Have you heard the Birdman causing terror in the streets? I have a current affair video for you, dude. So good. I don't know if we've ever done current affair here before. Maybe we have. A current affair. This is Australia's best journalism, all right? And it's coming to you from none other than my friend and yours, Hobo Joe. Better be funny, Hobo Joe. Better be funny. Is that different to the guy I called the cops on with ducks in his pants? I don't know. God, I hope so. Far out. God, I hope so. We have copycat killer on the loose. What is this? There is poo everywhere. Oh my God. Oh wow. This better be hilarious and not just torturous. It can be both, but if it's just torture, Hobo Joe, I'm not going to be happy. Let's watch this. Okay? Let's watch this. Oh, current affair. Oh, it already looks awful. There's poo everywhere. That's what it said in the thumbnail. God forbid a man have a hobby. Dilemmas. I'm keen for Fauci. Welcome to the real right-wing pipeline. What, Fauci? Like shitting on Fauci, though. I guess you mean. Like, he is the cause of the pandemic, like, and all of the problems with it, I guess, right? What a cloaca. What that cloaca do, baby. All right, let's find out. May Fauci be eaten by fleas while taking the jab? Wow, people are really upset about this whole Fauci thing. Well, let's just quickly do a current affair and then we'll get on to Fauci then, shall we?
Is he simply a bird lover or a complete galah, the mysterious Birdman of Burwood?
Oh, no.
He appears out of nowhere on his pre-dawn raids, face covered, saying nothing, armed only with birdseed. Then he disappears, leaving angry locals to deal with the noise and mayhem.
Forget the alarm clock. This is the area's wake-up call.
Dude, this is Australian journalism. Oh my god. The puns are horrible. Oh man. Is he a bird lover or a bird? Find out tonight. It's like my backyard, gonna lie. These birds are just noisy anyway. Oh man, it's awful.
Every day at 4 a.m. and pouring 2 massive buckets of bird seeds out the front of my apartment.
What on earth are you doing? What an awfully strange hobby. You're really ruffling some feathers around here, Mr. Birdman. Why do you do this every morning?
When the sun rises, like hell just breaks loose.
An army of screeching Corellas putting residents in the firing line.
What are you doing, hey? What are you doing? Oh my god. See, it's this type of stuff. Like, give me all the other stuff, but like, it's this type of stuff that makes me ashamed to be Australian. Someone pissed him off for sure. What a petty fuck. I love him. Haha, I rate it. Oh my god, it's awful.
There could be a poo explosion going on for these poor residents.
Does that mean you get pooed on regularly?
It's the worst.
What is Birdman's motive?
Yeah, that's the big question. Why? Why is he doing it?
Is there something wrong with you, Mr. Birdman? Have you just got a sick obsession with birds?
You got a sick obsession with birds. Are they serious? Like, this is what we've come to. Seriously.
A well-earned day off. Perhaps even a peaceful sleep-in with nothing more than the gentle sound of birdsong. Instead, it's the dawn chorus from
Dude,
hell.
so good. Imagine directing that guy. Hey, have you had any acting experience? No. It's like, all right, well, let's just roll with it. Walk to the window and pretend like you're outraged and deafened. All right. Genius. Give that man the Academy. So good. Give him the award straight away. Fucking hell.
For 2 years, one mystery man has been carrying out the same bizarre ritual. Louis calls this apartment block home.
It's just, the absurdity of it is, it's just ridiculous.
Dubbed the Burwood Birdman, this masked perp dumps bucket after bucket of birdseed onto this suburban street in Sydney's inner west.
So you're telling me this random man is driving here specifically to dump bird feed?
Specifically to dump bird feed right here, and rain, hail or shine.
Under the cover.
I'm sorry, this is just awful, isn't it? Like, look, I feel sorry for the residents, but like, this style of journalism is just awful. Like, listen to the sound effects and stuff like that. And like, who funds this guy? Like, that's a lot of birdseed. I don't know what's the going rate for birdseed? Yeah, let a bunch of cats out. They are loud. They are ridiculously loud animals. Like, oh my God, you can hear them for so long away. I wonder if this guy has anything to say. I love how they have the classic chasing someone in the car park with a camera scene going here. This is just awful.
And in the act.
Recording.
The Burwood Birdman. Maggie Rayworth from the Current Affair. What's on the menu today? Do you have any idea the drama you've caused for the residents here? They can't sleep. They're struggling to live in their own homes. Surely you do
Dude,
this
look
for
at
a
him.
reason.
He's just going for it.
I didn't want to wake up this early. Why would you want to? Why do you like feeding the birds so much? Don't you want to stick around and see them eat the food you've provided? You're causing poo explosions. People have poo all over their balconies, all over their cars. Do you want people to be pooed on all the time? Can you at least tell us your favourite type of bird? You've been coming here for such...
At least tell us what type of bird you like. Like, come on. Don't ignore me. LOL, what is this, dude? Dude, I don't know, man. I'm not sure. This is what we're looking at here is peak Australian investigative journalism. This is peak Australian news. The Birdman causing terror on the streets of Sydney. The best kind of news. You know what's funny, actually? And he's walking across the road. Maybe he doesn't even live there. Just goes and does this to annoy other people. Hard-hitting journalism, asking the real questions. So, like, what's your favorite type of bird? Like, come on, the people deserve to know. We need answers. It's awful. They did say that he drives there too to do it. What a nut job.
Such a long time. Why on earth would you spend your mornings doing this? Do you have a strange obsession with birds, Mr. Birdman?
Mr. Birdman.
It's dirty, it's disgusting, it's gross.
Adam even waited up for him.
Always tired because I'm always being woken up every single morning. It's ridiculous.
Do you think this is a malicious act?
Yeah, so we have a few running theories, whether it's a scorned lover in the building, maybe an ex-girlfriend or something that's cheated on him, or, you know, I think someone's paying him to do it.
Who is the Burwood Birdman and why does he do it? They're questions only he can answer.
The only thing more constant than taxes is...
Do you reckon it is? Like, this is parody? Like, is this even real? Would be a shame if someone did this next to all the pig mobiles parked on the sidewalks. Like, he's got a lot of bird feed, like, honestly. Yeah, they're plotting all right. Look at them. And they destroy a lot of stuff too. Is that an olive tree? They are reckless. Reckless. Shout out to Burwood. Yeah. There it is. He's Robin. Batman is in the shadows. I think we should start throwing honey and birdseed on Banana Boy. Dude, that's hilarious.
Birdman.
Death, taxes, and Birdman.
Yeah.
And so the mystery remains. How much longer will he rule the roost?
Oh my God.
What was clear, it didn't take long for our crew to become collateral damage. Needless to say, we were happy to call it a wrap.
So bad, man. This is awful. It is awful. I wonder what his birdseed budget is. Dude, did you see the amounts that he's using there? He must buy in bulk for sure. Yeah, that's my backyard. There's a group of like 30 that snack in the mornings and the evenings. This guy is an evil genius. Someone pissed him off. I admire this level of pettiness. It's so petty, isn't it? Or like maybe he's just like super, I don't know, like autistic or something. And like he just does this and everyone needs to calm down. No, I have like a massive, dude, it looks huge and it's got heaps of olives on it too. Yeah, every morning. Bro just likes birds on other people's properties. Birdman mogging the public. Oh my God. All right. Thank you for that comedic introduction. Do we say no more? All right, we've gotten to the bottom of that. that great Australian journalism. And so let us go on to some other amazing investigation, shall we? And watch what's going on with this Fauci thing. Because I feel like I should be across it to a certain extent. Like, again, I really don't care too much about this. Like, again, corporations doing nefarious stuff during a global pandemic to profit off it. Like, this is just a tale as old as time, okay? It is as old as capitalism itself. And so I'm assuming, from what I can understand, is in the culture war, there is the Republicans who are leading the charges to get to the bottom of what happened during the pandemic. And it seems like the Democrats staunch supporters of Fauci and want to defend him at all costs. So they've called him to a Senate hearing. But because there's potential criminal investigation going on, or like could eventuate surrounding Fauci, they're like, he's not going to say anything. So like, damn. I had a feeling this would be on the docket today. I'm sure some people in the stream will enjoy this. Well, that's why we are doing it. Because, yeah, Dilemma said that this is going to be a thing. And, like, if this is going to be a topic of conversation, I guess we should be across it. And Fauci is the bad guy in the Dallas Buyers Club movie, by the way. Okay. Thank you. Not sure if I understand what you're talking about, but he's a bad guy. Got it. But, like, again, so you just have a split in culture wars about Democrats defending this guy and Republicans attacking this guy. And like in the pursuit of what? In the pursuit of what? I ask you. For what purpose is this this witch hunt? Can somebody tell me what the purpose of all of this is? I guess they're going to tell us at the start of this hearing, so let's just try and figure out what the hell this is about.
Come to order.
It's just to make sure, to remind you what side you are on. Like, is that what all this is about? That's outrageous. Honestly.
$1 million Americans.
Fauci is actually an absolute boss. He was a huge advocate for gay men during the AIDS crisis. If you read his history, he's done some pretty amazing things. Right, okay.
Died from COVID-19. 1 million Americans died from COVID-19. Some estimate as many as 15 million people died worldwide.
Like, when has American politics not been outrageous? That's a fair point. But, like, this is a health issue. Like, I was so surprised, to be honest, that a health issue could be turned into the culture wars to such an extent. To such an extent where, like, to be, I don't know, yeah, to be pro lockdowns or masks or something like that was to be left wing, and to be anti those things was to be right wing or something like that. Like, I just thought that was just a matter of personal opinion, and like people could have personal opinions on medicine which affects them as an individual, or them as a community or something like that. But like it's like completely culture warred. It's crazy. And so, like, I find it outrageous from that point. Like, you know, culture war politics all you want, but like, is this really something that needs to be culture warred? Like, honestly. All right, let's hear what the objection is.
COVID-19. Some estimate as many as 15 million people died worldwide from COVID-19. Publicly, Anthony Fauci promoted the theory that the virus arose naturally, while privately, he was well aware of a mountain of evidence suggesting the virus originated in the lab. The American people deserve answers. The American people deserve to know why dangerous research was funded by NIAID in a totalitarian country, in a lab that lacked acceptable safety standards.
In a totalitarian country, I guess they're referring to China. They're totalitarian.
The decision to fund dangerous gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China, will likely go down in history as perhaps one of the worst public health decisions. Frankly, The American people deserve an apology. I hope today Dr. Fauci will come clean, admit it was a mistake to fund dangerous research in China, admit that the risk of this dangerous research exceeded any possible benefits, ask forgiveness, and pledge to help our government devise safeguards so a man-made epidemic never happens again. Instead of an apology, you have for years avoided responsibility. Regarding the lockdowns, you argue that you did not personally issue every lockdown order, close every school, or impose every mandate.
Yes. Apologize, Fauci. Apologize. This just makes me angry, LOL. Like, I don't even know, honestly. Let's just say it's true, what they're talking about. Like, and it was a man-made. Like, wouldn't people want to get to the bottom of that? And vice versa. Imagine being Fauci during COVID and Trump as your president, or being Fauci during the AIDS crisis with Reagan as your president. I'm going to lurk on this one. Becoming a culture war when the people in power ignore the death of minorities in their great country. Hey, because, like, didn't he serve under both? Like, he served under Trump and then served under Biden. Like, it wasn't bipartisan. It was bipartisan. Like, it wasn't like he was a pick from the Democrats or something like that. I don't understand how they've culture warified this. COVID isn't a culture war thing. It's a government. No, it is a culture war thing. Like, you can see it. Like, there is one party representing the right wing and then another party. And, like, there's no compromise on this. All the Republicans are attacking this guy and all the Democrats are defending him. Like, there's no actual middle ground on this issue. I'm sure there must be a lot of middle ground on this issue.
Officials across the country invoked your authority to justify these decisions.
Yeah, can you remind me who the president was during the beginning of the pandemic? Yeah, exactly. Like, this guy served under both. Anti-vaxxers have hated Fauci since ages ago. Okay. It's funny because, like, you know, hippies and stuff like that used to be the anti-vaxxers, and now it's like conservatives. It's really weird. Like, this is why it's culture wars. Like, it's just like, you know, it can just turn on a dime. Except Trump did Operation Warp Speed. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. I'll let him speak.
And you presented your recommendations not as judgments open to debate, but as dictates of science itself. Your own words demonstrate that you understood the influence you exercised.
Heidi the sausage, how you going? Welcome. This is the underlying theme of Naomi Klein's book, Doppelganger. Warp speed was the speeding up on the releasing the vaccine through Pfizer. Oh, okay, cool. No, sorry, there are plenty of Dems that don't support Fauci for exactly this. We went from Fauci to it's making the kids gay and fat. Said in the raspy voice. Got it. Where you can see a cockatoo. Yes, like the stream if you haven't already. It's beyond culture wars? Is it? Is it? Like, on this hearing anyway. Like, who's the Democrat? Are we talking about that? The big guy that wears the hoodies usually? I don't know, man. COVID really did a number on the right wing. They still carry on about it while the rest of us just moved on with our life. All right.
On March 14th, 2020, you wrote that the task force recommendations were driven by me, yourself, Deb, and CDC. The next day you wrote that you had convinced Mayor Bill de Blasio to close the New York City schools, so you were involved. That same night, Governor Gavin Newsom's chief of staff told you that the governor had decided to close California schools, bars, and restaurants after watching you on television. Presidents, governors, mayors, school boards, corporations, and Congress all bear responsibility for the decisions they made. The COVID lockdown, however, could never have been inflicted without you aiding and abetting the crime. Children lost years of education.
Who's the little bimbo in the back trying to holler? Dude, I was hoping no one paid attention to that. I've been trying to concentrate on this guy for a while and not look in the background at all. But yes. Thank you for fucking pointing that out. Just made my job harder now. The issue is the proven lies the government told to cover up the Wuhan labs, then crack down on ivermectin, which was a proven drug. They could have a working drug because they couldn't get emergency powers. That's my sister, man. Well, she's doing a great job there. Tell her to keep up the good work. I wonder how many people actually read studies. I did, lol. I deep dived that. People were very black and white and didn't understand it. Yeah, okay. I didn't even know there was a guy there. That's so good. My God. That's the real crime. What's going on here? Who should we focus on? Emergency powers allowed pharma to push vaccine and made a killing. Like that's the real crisis here. Dilemmas, and that's the only crisis. Like all the rest of it is all like conjecture and conspiracy, let's be honest. But the real crime is that the pharmaceutical industry made tens of billions of dollars, record profits, while people would have been dying. I can read that one out there, Jag. That one's for you, Mr. Abbott. We can't have an adult conversation about the management of COVID pandemic because the moment anyone wants to make meaningful critique, someone has to make it about masks causing brain damage. Yeah, I didn't realize this was dividing along any political lines. I thought it was pretty bipartisan post-COVID that everyone agreed it was handled like crap. No, I think it's not that black and white, Spandong. I think like people are really divided and like really angry about this, and it's just divided on like what part of the political spectrum you're on. It's mental. Yo, what's up? Are we talking about the conversation of profits? Yes, we are. All right, anyway, we'll let him speak. Farmer is a word born for Aussies to say. Yes, at least it's got an A at the end, right? If it was ER, we'd still call it farmer anyway. Thanks for pointing that out. NY libs are still mad at conservatives for not wanting to wear masks. Interesting. Conversation of profits. Yeah. We're talking about sustainability. I got there eventually. All right.
Businesses built over a lifetime disappeared. Patients delayed cancer screenings and other medical care. Families were separated from dying relatives. Workers were ordered to accept a medical procedure or lose their jobs. Worship assembly, employment, education, and travel were restricted in the name of science. While you did not impose every restriction, you used your public authority to justify them. While you concluded publicly that COVID occurred naturally, your private record tells a different story. In early 2020, your hand-picked virologist warned that the virus appeared to have been manipulated in the lab. In a conference call concerning the origin of the virus, all but two of the participants believed deliberate insertion was possible. Your concern was not merely theoretical. That same week, you led an urgent effort to determine whether your own agency had funded the research related to these experiments that were now under suspicion. Hours later, your assistant reported that the Wuhan experiments had indeed been reviewed and approved by the NIH. Those were not the actions of officials who believed that a research-related origin was
deliberate insertion. I see. I'm not across all of the discussion on this one, but I heard that one. And like, is it as good as I think it is? Is it a sex thing or is it like some medical thing? I'm assuming it must be a medical thing then. It must be a medical thing. LOL, I heard it as well. So good. Mamupa, how you going? Not sure. Let's just claim that we'll chalk it up for being a medical thing.
An absurd conspiracy theory. They were the actions of officials urgently trying to determine whether their agency funding was connected to the research under discussion, connected to the pandemic. You could not hide that your agency had funded the Wuhan research or your long history of defending gain-of-function research. The only alternative left was to argue that COVID-19 did not originate in the Wuhan lab. You were not a...
Woo, that's so good. I'm gonna do some deliberate insertion later. I'm sure you are. You missed Hump Day yesterday though. Eh? Well, I hope you did it on Hump Day. Actually, make up. I'm going with sex thing for funsies. Yeah, let's go with sex thing, right? COVID demonstrated how ill-prepared we were to handle large-scale pandemic. Some countries took the lessons for COVID and strengthened their policies and infrastructure, while others are still debating conspiracy theories. What COVID taught me was in the zombie apocalypse. Well, what COVID taught me was in the zombie apocalypse, I know exactly who is going to get bitten and hide from the group. That's the real lesson here. Solar Bear in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Well, they are pregnant with the... Oh, yeah. They are pregnant with the third. We are. So it happened at least 3 times. My dad makes that joke all the time. About like how many times he's potentially banged my mum. He's just like, at least 3 times. Am I right? Am I right? All right, calm down, Dad. All right. And so Mamupa, you're making dad jokes. Comes with the territory, I guess. How is this MF still breathing? I love to smash the likes. Yeah, activate the like button, please. My dad used to make the same joke. Dude, I guess I'm going to have to start doing it with my kids when they're old enough.
Detached observer, you had an institutional interest in the public believing that federally funded research had nothing to do with the pandemic. It was a conflict of interest from the very beginning. The authors of the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2 privately had serious doubts about a natural origin. Within days, though, they flipped, and they all wrote in proximal origin that the virus was almost certainly not a laboratory construct. That paper was then used by the government and the media and you to discredit Americans who were asking the same questions that you and the authors were asking yourselves privately. You even cited proximal origin from the White House podium. You held it out as evidence that the virus could not have been engineered, but you didn't disclose your role in the discussions that preceded the writing of the paper. You did not disclose...
Like, is that all this is really about? Like, oh, was it made in a lab or not? Or if it was, like, natural? And, like, if it was made in a lab, like, does that really matter? Like, as in, like, for the culture wars? Like, are there, like, people who love Fauci that think that, like, maybe people couldn't have made a virus in a lab and they're offended by that notion? Like, am I missing something? I want to know where the outrage sits. If, like, you know, evil mad scientist makes disease in lab somewhere and then, like, doesn't want to let that get out because it will damage their profits and their business relations and the general corporate structure of medicine and the pharmaceutical industry, and they try and cover it up because it's bad reputationally and it's going to affect the bottom line. He's like is that like a real problem? And then vice versa, if it was natural, like, okay, it was natural, like, who cares? Like, what is the point of contention here that people are so upset about? Like, we've watched enough Hollywood movies, I think, to think that this is plausible. And in any way, I don't get it. Well, yeah, even without the culture wars, it proves that lies and misinfo were deliberately spread. Okay. I just want to know what I'm supposed to be outraged at, so I can take a position in the culture wars on this one. It wasn't in the lab. It was in the lab. Rah, 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 rah.
Disclose the author's original concerns. You did not reveal that you had been part of the paper, that you had read and offered editorial comments on the paper before it was published, before you began using it as evidence.
It's the deliberate misinfo. It eroded trust. Okay. Got it. So, like, people want to establish that it was made in a lab in Wuhan at the order of some American corporation, so they can be like, you shouldn't have lied about it. The true crime Is Fauci impinged on the freedom of millions of Americans and still hasn't apologized? Apologize. Yeah, okay.
That it couldn't have originated in the lab. You did not disclose that you had immediately investigated yourself whether NIAID funding might be connected to the research. You did not tell the American people.
It hurt people and families, and there wasn't justice. Yeah, like that's the general handling of the pandemic, and like each country, I think, is responsible for their own handling of the pandemic. But like I'm trying to establish why are people upset when someone on the right wing or a Republican's just like, you made that in a lab. And like everyone's like, oh no, you can't say that on the other side of that issue. No, you can't say that it was made in a lab. Like, why are people upset about that? Why should I care about this right now when, you know, speed running fascism? But like, is this related to speed running fascism though? Like, that's why, like, if someone can make that, like, bridge that gap to me, how this is like speed running to fascism, I would love to know. Pretty much just trying to find some accountability. Okay. No, it's not, in my opinion. Okay, right. Because like if there is a link there, like it'd be good to know. Okay, but what I want to know is if it was natural, then what information would be required to put it to bed? Just seems like no matter what proof, neither side will budge on their views. Now I think, and like the real question is with this type of stuff, like we've seen already with other things from this administration, this regime, is like they're using a lot of distractions at the moment. There's a lot of distractions. Like you can even mount a good case as to why. Like the entire Iran situation has been a distraction, and like it's all a distraction from the Epstein files, and now they're like digging this one out again to do a hearing with someone who's obviously not going to answer any questions. We're going to get to a piece, and you're going to watch this guy literally not answer a question at all. It's mental. Well, there was a pandemic just before World War II. The general public was too stupid. If something wasn't 100%, people were like, ha, see, it's all BS. Yes, I'm frustrated with the distraction was my point. Got it. And that's why we're speed running towards fascism. Got it. Fair point.
People the full story. Duly released private messages indicate that the doubts with the authors and others didn't disappear after the publication. So while this was being waived at the White House to show that it couldn't come from the lab, the authors were still privately continuing to assign a meaningful probability to a laboratory origin, one thing in public and another in private. Some of the same scientists discussed avoiding email and carefully managing communications that might eventually be obtained under the Freedom of Information Act. The pattern is straightforward. Privately, there was alarm, then an immediate inquiry to see if NIAID's possible exposure to funding, then a rapid public declaration of certainty, continued private doubt, and then years of resistance to disclosure. The question is why? The only logical answer is that your primary concern was avoiding culpability. Your primary concern was hiding the fact that you had approved the funding for this dangerous research. Your support of gain-of-function research is extensive and long-standing. In 2011, your agency funded Ron Fauci's laboratory when it mutated the avian flu until it could spread through the air between mammals. This was the tipping point. This is when others became worried. You funded this. You advocated for this. The federal government's own biosecurity board, though, recommended withholding the details of these experiments because of the danger the research posed. People were concerned that publishing it was publishing a roadmap to creating bioweapons around the world. But you sided with the gain-of-function scientist Fauci and argued that the benefits of publishing the research far outweighed the risks. You defended this avian flu transmissibility experiments as critical research. You wrote that even...
It's because they made virus and forced the cure. Okay. Oh, wait, that's a fair running explanation to work with. Now I'm starting to get it. Like linking the things together here. Thank you. I'm glad chat can help me out with this. Because like I'm just being completely desensitized to this whole discussion. Like, I really believe that all this stuff should be left to, like, medical professionals, let's be honest. Why people have political thoughts on this one is beyond me. But, like, okay, that's, like, a good critique of capitalism right there. It's just like, so the accusation is here. Like, dude with nefarious ties to the corporate structure in the US, the pharmaceutical industry, like, decides to do research, which is just like, is it particularly necessary? Who knows? But it could be profitable. Then, like, something happens, and then make bank on the actual process itself. Like, that's just capitalism. Like, people should be angry at capitalism. Hey, I can get down with that. I can get down with that every day of the week. They definitely made bank. All right. I think we can all get down with that. I guess it's truly the question of, was it a big conspiracy or just an opportune moment to swindle people for billions of dollars? Yeah, we can play God by effing with viruses. But you better not have an abortion. Savage. It all puts it into perspective, doesn't it? Ivermectin is dirt cheap, super safe, but pharma doesn't make money on it. Got it. I have multiple friends and family with bad lifelong complications from that piss poor tested vaccine. Just own the fact it was rushed and you caused more damage than lives you saved. Why is that hard? And is that why this guy won't answer any questions and he's pleading the fifth, like, kind of thing? Because he's potentially up for criminal charges on this. Is that what's going on here? You have to watch this footage. I'll get through this one so you can actually hear how this guy answers questions. It's mental.
Then, if a scientist became infected and triggered a pandemic, the benefits of the gain-of-function experiments outweighed the risk. In 2014, your agency, NIAID, began funding the Wuhan bat coronavirus work. In 2015, Ralph Barrick and the Chinese scientist Shi Zhengli published NIAID-supported research combining a bat coronavirus spike protein with a SARS backbone. The resulting virus could infect human airway cells. It's a novel virus that now can infect human cells. It gained transmissibility, it gained function. In 2018, the same group of scientists, EcoHealth, Barrick, Shi, and their collaborators submitted the diffuse proposal, which involved the insertion of a furin cleavage site into the coronavirus. DARPA rejected it as too dangerous. When COVID was sequenced, though, early on in January of 2020, within days, scientists discovered that, lo and behold, it had a novel furin cleavage site, just as had been proposed.
He said cleavage. You all heard it. He said something about, what was it? Deliberate insertion, now cleavage. We're taking this seriously. My COVID vaccine activated after the Oz alert the other day. I'm trans now. That Oz alert. Did you put that meme in, like, Discord? Was that you or someone else about the Oz alert thing? Whoever did it was funny. That one. That was good.
Diffuse product. This was either an extraordinary coincidence or a smoking gun. Evidence that the Chinese had created COVID-19. It made the laboratory origin question more legitimate, and it made your categorical public denials indefensible. On May 11th, 2021, you told the Senate, the NIH has never, ever, and does not now fund gain-of-function research in Wuhan, in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. When I gave you the opportunity to correct the record, to reconsider the statement, you responded that you had never before lied to Congress. We were then told that only the government's narrowest regulation of definition counted here.
Ah, yes, the China virus, the ultimate conspiracy. It's so good, isn't it? It's so good. It keeps giving, and it has that element of, like, hey, the Chinese are coming to get you. It's got it all. It's got it all. Probably I love Oz alert, and seeing all the cookers come out of the woodwork made my day.
You could define gain of function in one way in which this wasn't gain of function, in which all of the common sense of the world would be thrown out, all of the idea that the mice were dying and the virus was more transmissible didn't matter because you had a technical definition that allowed you to fund it. But the real question is, was it dangerous? Was it a wise decision to fund this? And you haven't deviated from that. You've never admitted that it could have been a mistake funding this research in China. The American people weren't asking for a semantics debate over what is gain of function. They were asking, does common sense say this?
Oh, did you hear that? The people have spoken. What does common sense say? Dude, you know what? Being anti-semantic is common sense. We don't want semantics. We want common sense. It's all related. It's all related. I hope we're taking notes here. Common sense, bro. It's common sense. And it's anti-semantic. I've been summoned by common sense. Note taken. Dude. This one, bro. Spandonk, Jag, and it's all coming together, man. Why not do a COVID deep dive stream? I don't know, dude. I don't think I can. I remember when I was like first reading the terms and conditions, like terms of service or whatever with YouTube. That's why I'm a bit nervous that like people have dropped the word ivermectin or something like 20 times in the stream chat. But like, you're not allowed to talk about COVID. It's in the actual terms of service. And like, you can get done for like divulging in conspiracies and stuff like that. Like, I think it's outdated now because it was definitely something from like, 2020. But like, I don't want to do a deep dive on it because I don't want to get blacklisted again. Like, honestly. I work in emergency during COVID. I never caught COVID. Mask and hand washing, baby. I got the vaccine too. No side effects. I mean, it's not just anti-parasitic either. Depends on how it's used. All right, back to it. Yeah, I'm scared of doing a deep dive on this topic, to be honest. Falter. They are watching.
Research was dangerous in Wuhan. They wanted to know whether their money-funded experiments in Wuhan that made bat coronaviruses better able to infect humans. The answer is yes. They wanted to know whether NIAID adequately supervised their work. The answer is no. When you defended this research, you described its benefits in the broadest terms. But when Congress demanded accountability, you hid behind the narrowest possible definition. You can't have it both ways. Your conduct concerning federal records raises further questions. It is a crime to destroy federal records. Yet our investigation reveals your assistant diligently reported that she deleted tons of emails. In 2024, you testified that you did not delete federal records. Who's telling the truth? You or your assistant? The committee has obtained repeated instructions from you telling federal officials to delete communications. On February 2nd, 2020, one day after Origin's call, you told Francis Collins, please delete this email after you read it. The committee asked for your voluntary cooperation to come today. Your appearance had to be compelled by subpoena. You're here today under duress. You're here today because of the court ordering it. President Biden issued you a sweeping pardon extending back to 2014, the same pardon he gave to his son Hunter. A pardon may protect a person from criminal prosecution, doesn't rewrite history. It does not erase documents. It does not convert a misleading statement into a truthful one. And it does not prevent Congress from establishing what happened.
I still can't believe the Americans can give out pardons. Like, so much for a free society. Like, people can be like taken outside of the auspices of the legal system. That's mental. Like, wouldn't you just give it out to all of your friends just in case? Like, that's crazy stuff. Like, that's how you know you live in a class society, when the people that are at the levers of power can just be like, here you go, you get a pardon. You don't have to worry about the same legalities as all the plebs and all the commoners out there, hey? They are all equal under the eyes of the law, but not you. Here, you get a pardon, and you get a pardon. Yeah? You friends with the right people yet? No, that's bourgeois society. Oh, yeah. Wait, the White House did remove the COVID pages from the website last year and replace them with their own conspiracies about a lab-grown virus. I wonder if it's being forced from the top down. I wonder. And it's a good distraction, too.
There will be another pandemic. There will be another crisis. And there will again be officials who insist that uncertainty must be hidden for the public's own good. They will demand obedience. They will invoke science. I am the science, as though it were a commandment. They will argue that government officials cannot be questioned because questioning them would undermine public trust. They have it backwards. It is secrecy that destroys trust. It is arrogance.
I am always reminded how class conscious the elite are and how they may remain class conscious, or they remain where they are due to the relative class unconsciousness of the general population. It's scary, isn't it, Con? Scary. And that's the ideological soup that we all exist in. And like every time you wake someone up, unplug them from the matrix. And it's like it's just another one down. Soon that will cascade into a interchange, Con. But we do it day by day here. I saw an English translated article about COVID in China during January, early Feb 2020. The story with photos was claiming that someone got infected from the lab unknowingly and continued their day walking around. I don't know how legit it was, but it was something I saw during the early days. I remember my daughter was born and my mother-in-law had come to see her from France, and she flew home via China, and it was like 2019, I'm pretty sure. It was end of 2019, I think she was going home, and she flew via China, and she was like, oh, it was crazy. She was like, I was sitting on the plane and like everyone was Chinese and they all had masks on, and I'm sitting there by myself, the lone European, not knowing what the is going on, only person without a mask on. She was like, it was a very surreal experience. They're crazy. And then like, a month later, everyone was like wearing masks and social distancing and like all that sort of stuff. It would have been crazy to be up the front, like in China as things were dropping. It is the Lord's work, Con. It is. Did you read the Quran yet? No, actually. It's over there on the bookshelf, on the top, so I don't forget about it. But I haven't gotten up to it yet, no. All right. Back to it.
Destroys trust. It is censorship that destroys trust. And it is the refusal to admit error that destroys trust. That loss of trust may be your most damaging legacy. Trust can't be ordered. It has to be earned. No scientist is above scrutiny.
I am above the law.
No official is beyond accountability. And no public servant has the right to treat the suffering of millions of Americans as a footnote to his preferred version of history. I now recognize
Take that,
Senator Peters for his opening remarks.
Fauci. Now, this guy, he rages a bit. But like, watch the responses. It's mental. Like, why do they even call him here? Watch how this situation is handled.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, nothing says honesty like taking the fifth, huh, Doc?
Oh, Doc. Hey.
Let's try something. What day of the week is it today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What colors?
I hope you guys didn't press OK on that Oz alert. Dude, what is going on here? It's absolutely mental, yeah? Like, it honestly... Like, if there are people that have conspiracy theories out there and they're just like, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Like, what color is your tie? Like, even a part of this man must be sarcastic enough to be like, pink. My tie is pink, asshole. But he's like, nah, they've told me not to say anything. Holly is such a tool, isn't he? Like, what a smug. I don't know who he is, really. I know we've had this conversation here before because you've said, oh, it's Holly in the past. But, like, what a smug prick he is. But, like, still, all right, doctor, if that is your real title, what day is it? I don't know. Like, just answer the question. It's like, how is that incriminating? Being like, today is the 30th of July, Senator.
There's a carpet in front of you.
On the advice of counsel,
He's totally on Grindr. Yeah, COVID censorship was crazy. Remember when it got mentioned on YouTube once and a whole channel got nuked? Bro, I'm incredibly nervous. It's still there, I'm pretty sure, in writing. So everyone just calm down in the chat, all right? Or use code words, please.
respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896, when he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyers sitting behind you now shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic, you got rich, didn't you? You got rich.
Yeah.
While people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans.
Yes. This is the phenomenon of capitalism. There are people out there that control the technology, the resources, the labor markets, all of it, the infrastructure, and they make bank while humans are suffering and are miserable. This is not a new phenomenon. I'm glad that people are starting to get attuned to it. But yes, there are people out there, usually corporations, but it can just be individuals. There are a group of people out there that make billions of dollars from human suffering, misery, and death. All right? All right? This is systematic. It is part of the economy. This is not new. But again, I'm glad that people are catching on. I wish they applied this logic to lots of things. How much did Hawley and his peers make trading stocks on insider information? Excuse me. All right? That's just politics. This is different. All right? All right? Okay. This is completely different.
Over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich, and not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally. Cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You remember Greg Folkers? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Your chief of staff is the answer. Do you remember Patricia Conrad? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
She was your personal assistant. And what were these individuals doing in the depth of the pandemic in November of 2020 when millions of Americans were suffering from COVID? What were they doing? I tell you what they're doing. Folkers was on your behalf soliciting and gathering information for a cash award. Let's look at it. We've got his email right here, right over my shoulder. Folkers says, I'm working.
Dude, this is painful. It's so painful, isn't it? It's awful. It's awful. Like, why are they even bothering? It's just a show trial thing, right? It's just for the plebs. The people are going to love this one. And you know what happens in the meantime as well? Like, the talk But the situation on Iran has dwindled in the Western media. The manufacturing consent machine is not going after it at all because it's all Iran, baby, at the moment. And no America, no allied front. Will you read on stream? Yes, I do plan to do that. I still plan to do that. Why are we bothering? I guess just to show what happens out there in the world. People are talking about this, and it's the coming together of what politics and the bureaucracy, and just showing the contradictions inherent in this system, and how awful it all is, and us plebs are the true losers in all of this. This guy walks away. He's still wealthy, set up for life. The other guy he's arguing with walks away, wealthy, set up for life, pardoned. They live a charmed existence, and they fight and they squabble. And here we are, getting screwed over by the larger system. I'm surprised we aren't watching the Rand Paul part, where the Fauci lawyer escorted out by security and everyone applauded. All right, let's find that one then. This one's, I think, pretty much the same. It's just and you're not going to answer that question too, are you? No, I'm not. I think I have seen that come up on my feed as well. Kicked out. Let's go with that one.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed you to answer, but you nonetheless refuse and stand on privilege despite the existence of the pardon. The committee will have to consider after this hearing what appropriate action should be taken against you for the failure to testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress. There will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today. Senator Peters. You're not recognized. You're not recognized. If you are unruly, you will be removed from the proceeding. You are not recognized, and you are not recognized, sir. Sir, you are not recognized. You are not recognized. Security, we'll hold off. But you will respect these proceedings. You were told not to sit at the table. You insist on sitting at the table, and we told you you would not be recognized. You are not invited here for testimony, sir. You are being disruptive. Would you behave this way in a courtroom? No, because the judge would put you in jail. I can't do that today, but I can have you escorted from the premises. So I would say, sir, sit quietly and don't say another word. I said, sit quietly, you are not recognized. Another word and you're gone.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear what the attorney has to say.
He is not recognized by the committee or the chair. If he speaks again, he will be removed from the room. This testimony is from Anthony Fauci.
So good. I want to see the guy get kicked out. I get it. Do they film it or not?
Recognized, sir. Security, please remove him from the room.
Yeah, get him. I think we can all get down with lawyers getting kicked out of places, right? Hey? The foot soldiers of the bourgeoisie. Hey, get rid of them. That's it? That's it? I want to see the lawyer get kicked out. Oh, there he is. Take that, legal counsel.
Let the record state that Dr. Fauci will still have the advice of the other half a dozen attorneys that he brought along today.
The other half a dozen attorneys. Hey, you don't have an army of lawyers. Rich douchebag. Very rich. All right, that's enough. I can't believe how divisive this topic is. I don't think we're gonna fucking like. I love a good debate and the marketplace of ideas. But it looks like people are getting a bit feisty in the chat there, eh? A bit feisty. Sweden didn't force lockdowns. All right, we're still having separate conversations here. Okay. Take the debate to Discord, you plebs. Yeah, do that. Do that. Good call. Good call. All right, so that's it. That's the long and the short of it. That seems to be a thing today. And it riles people up, doesn't it? There's an invitation to Discord. Go ahead. Do yourself a favor. Oh, yeah, Raby's on it too. Maybe we need a debate room. I guess we could set that up, couldn't we? In Talk It Up. All right. Hot takes, bold statements. There's a section there. You can do that. You can do it there. Come on in. There it is. There it is. All right. That's enough of that. Calm down, everybody. Calm down. All right, we're going to have a look at some Australian politics really quickly. I'm not sure if you guys realised that there's an ICAC investigation happening into the Liberal Party at the moment, when you just thought it couldn't get worse for the Liberal Party. And Angus Taylor has been pulled into an ICAC investigation. So ICAC is the Independent Commission Against Corruption. And it exists at the state level in New South Wales. I'm assuming all states have some anti-corruption commission. They were supposed to have been bringing one out at the federal level, but I don't know if it really has led to anything serious. And so, like, the leader of the opposition has been embroiled in this scandal. And I was wondering if people had heard about this. Oh my God, it does. His name sounds like a burger. My God. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, and like it's a bit of a nothing burger, this guy generally. Like potentially even this whole situation. But like, let's find out what's going on here.
The federal opposition leader insists no payment was made to a right-wing factional group amid a probe by the New South Wales corruption watchdog, focusing on allegations concerning people associated with the Liberal Party. The Independent Commission Against Corruption heard claims yesterday that Liberal operatives discussed seeking financial backing from Angus Taylor for the so-called Reformers Group. Reporter Pablo Vinales has been following the inquiry and is with me in the studio. Hi there, Pablo. So how has Angus Taylor come to be named in this inquiry?
Yeah, hi there, Ros. Well, that claim emerged in the ICAC hearing yesterday. It is part of this probe that is looking into the group, the Reformers, a conservative, a Christian faction within the Liberal Party that are accused of trying to effectively stack the Liberal Party with its own members. Now, the inquiry is quite complex, but it centres around...
Like, what? Isn't that politics when like a group infiltrates another organisation to try to stack their members inside that organisation? Like, what? Can somebody explain to me why that is like so controversial? Angus Taylor burger with Swiss and mushrooms. I'm not across why this is not just a thing that happens in politics all the time. I'm actually going to ask why this is so outrageous. Why is this so outrageous? We are just looking at reports that Angus Taylor has been implicated in an ICAC investigation. The allegations seem to be around party stacking from some section of the Liberal Party that calls itself the Reformers. What is party stacking and why is it so controversial? Party stacking is the practice of recruiting large numbers of people to join a political party, primarily so they can influence the party's internal votes rather than because they generally support the party's politics or to participate long term. A faction within a political party signs up many new members. Those members are encouraged to vote in internal ballots such as selecting election candidates, electing party officials, determining party policy. Once the faction has achieved its objective, some of those members may become inactive or allow their memberships to lapse. On its own, it's not necessarily illegal. Political parties generally want members, and encouraging people to join is a normal part of politics. The controversy arises when the recruitment process crosses ethical or legal lines. Example, paying someone else's membership fees when party rules require individuals to pay for themselves, signing people up without their genuine knowledge or consent, using false addresses or personal details on membership applications, creating branch stacking operations, where a faction effectively takes control of a local party branch through coordinated memberships, offering inducements in exchange for joining or voting. Why it matters? Political parties choose who will stand for parliament. If a relatively small group can manipulate party memberships, they can have a significant influence over who becomes an MP, a minister, even a prime minister or premier. So it's like getting people to join the party so you can use their votes to get somebody into a position of power, and then those people just buggering off afterwards. All right, fair enough. I don't know, man. Is that just politics? But whatever. Hey, the Corruption Commission's going after them hard on this one.
The relationship that the reformers had with a fugitive property developer and a number of prohibited donors. And one of the organisations named in this inquiry...
That sounds like politics. Party stacking happens all around the world. The Mormons do it a lot. Interesting. In America. Very interesting. Okay. Like, it sounds like politics, but like, I guess if you are deliberately doing it just for that purpose, then fine. And it's against the party's rules and constitution, then it's a problem. But I think there must be money involved with it as well, right?
Is the influential group Catholic Schools New South Wales. Its CEO, Dallas McInerney, is a person of interest. He has stood aside following the announcement of this public inquiry. Now, yesterday, a former employee of the organisation and a former Liberal staffer, Dylan Whitelaw, was asked about this connection. He was on the stand and he was shown a screenshot of a text exchange between Mr. McInerney and a member of the Reformers that had been sent to him and to other groups of the Reformers. In that text exchange, Mr. McInerney was requesting an update about the group's efforts to stack the Liberal Party, and he said that he had a meeting with then federal Liberal members, and he said that he, quote, wanted to shake down Angus for 10K. Now, Mr. Whitelaw was asked what he understood the reference was, and he said he understands it to be a reference to the now opposition leader, Angus Taylor. Mr. Taylor has now faced repeated questions about the connection to this. Let's take a look.
I'm not going to give a running commentary on all of this. I'm not a party to the proceedings, but no payment was made.
But they produced text messages claiming that you were donating to them. Do you dispute the
I said that no payment was made.
No payment was made. I didn't get the money, but we definitely talked about it. I still don't understand what is going on here. There are allegations. That somebody talked about giving money or providing money to Angus Taylor as part of a shakedown. Can you help us decipher what this means and how it relates to this corruption investigation? Ooh, libs. Have they not disappeared yet? That's fucking hilarious. Shake down Angus for 10K appears to be a text message that was presented as evidence. According to reporting of the hearings, one message said, I want to shake down Angus for 10K. Another message later said that a larger contribution and ongoing monthly payment had to be secured. However, the witness who was questioned about these messages said he did not confirm whether the payments were ever made. And Angus Taylor has repeatedly denied making any payment. Importantly, Taylor is not accused of wrongdoing in the ICAC inquiry. The phrase shakedown is an informal expression and means depends heavily on context. To pressure or aggressively solicit someone for money, often repeatedly asking for them to contribute. In a more serious sense, to extort money through threats or intimidation. Okay, so like it's the usual like mob style shakedown stuff. It's not like a in-house political form of language or something. It is what it means to be. Wow. Okay. Fair enough. So they want him to help pay to stack the party? Why is this relevant? The inquiry is not simply about whether someone asked Taylor for money. Rather, ICAC is investigating broader allegations that the Reformers faction received unlawful or undeclared political donations, used those funds to support branch stacking or factional activities, and may have breached New South Wales electoral funding laws. Okay, fair enough. I thought texts are hard to prove as evidence, as it could be sent from anyone. I haven't actually heard about that. Yeah, someone stole my phone and texted. It wasn't me, man. It wasn't me, I swear.
Questions.
Ooh, Con, see you later. Have a good stream. Thank you.
Should note that he's not accused of any wrongdoing, but it does raise the possibility that he may be called to appear before the inquiry.
This inquiry is only into its first week, Pablo. What else has it heard today?
Yeah, Ros, there are many players involved, and bear in mind it is it's scheduled to go for the next 2 months. Now, Dylan Whitelaw was on the stand again today, and the watchdog heard from members.
Ooh, whatever. I know. I only know from when I had an issue with my ex, and my lawyer told me that. Wow, that's crazy. Text messages. Can't be used, can't be relied on, let's say. Very interesting. Well, I guess it's pretty much a nothing burger, isn't it? I received none of that money. I was not shaken down at all. How dare you?
The federal opposition leader, Angus Taylor, had to play some defence today after his name came up in the New South Wales corruption probe. He's denied making any payments to a factional group in the New South Wales Liberals that's being investigated for corruption. Secret text messages revealed at ICAC yesterday allege he committed to making donations to the group.
ICAC is confusing at the best of times, so to explain it all, let's bring in our network political editor, Ashley Raper. Ash, how does Angus Taylor fit in here?
OK, so there are a lot of moving parts here, but I'm going to talk you through it broadly. And stay with me, Denham.
I'm focusing.
This ICAC investigation is focused on operatives within the right faction of the New South Wales Liberals. And within that, there's the hard religious right and also the mainstream Conservatives. It's the activity of some within the hard religious right that ICAC is investigating, a group called the Reformers. There are allegations that money was taken from banned donors under New South Wales laws, specifically a property developer and a hotelier, and that donations exceeded the caps that are set under the law. What do the Reformers do with the money? ICAC alleges it was used to further their Conservative agenda and recruit party members with the same ideology, getting their people into branches. It was a power grab against the centre-right faction. Big, acrimonious rivalry there. Federal politicians in the centre-right at the time, Scott Morrison, Susan Lee, Alex Hawke. So, back to Angus Taylor. He's in the right, the mainstream right. But yesterday, ICAC heard explosive evidence.
Can't wait for the Please Explain episode about this. Do you reckon she will bother, though? I wonder if they will. Like, they do attack the other Conservative parties, right? So maybe they will do something about this. And then we'll actually know what the hell's going on when we watch it. I can't wait either. Oh, the Libs can't go 5 seconds without a corruption scandal. Yeah, well. They are just on the rocks at the moment, aren't they? There's just no coming back. I guess we'll find out.
That in 2021, Angus Taylor committed to a $15,000 cash injection for the Reformers with then regular $3,000 donations. There's no evidence before ICAC that payments were made, and Angus Taylor denied it today.
No payment was made. No payment was made. I'm not going to give a running commentary on all of this. I'm not a party to the proceedings, but no payment was made. I said that no payment was made. As I say, I'm not going to give a running commentary on something I'm not party to. No payment was made, and I'll let the Commission do its job.
Yeah, right. So kind of not full explanation there. I did understand it because of all the graphics and the pictures on screen. Thank you for that. So, look, is that the end of it? Could his name come up again? And could this also be damaging no matter what to him?
Yeah, so his name did come up again today. And look, we're only day 3 into 8 weeks of public hearing. Angus Taylor is close to a key player in this investigation, right factional power broker Dallas McInerney. He was the head of Catholic Schools New South Wales until ICAC revealed it's investigating him.
Savage take there. I don't care about minor parties like the Libs. LOL. Savage, bro. They've been around for so long. And now we joke about them. I guess they've always been technically a minor party. They're nothing without the coalition, are they? Would be rich coming from One Nation as Pauline lost her appeal to racist remarks in the Senate. They won't attack. Preferences are at play here. But we did see them they've made a few hit pieces recently on like how crappy the Libs are and stuff. But like the lesson I think was at the end was always like, you should just ally with One Nation or back One Nation against Labor. So like if they're going to do it, if they're going to do another Please Explain cartoon on this scandal here, it's going to be like, see, should have allied with One Nation to take down Labor. As Mamupa rightly points out, Labor. It's Labor. Like the stream, join the Discord for the memes. Hell yeah. If you're watching this and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. Who decides who's a band donor anyway? What a joke. Your corruption is the real corruption. What did they say? A hotelier, which I didn't know was a word. I'm assuming that's someone who runs hotels. And a property developer. I don't know, man. There are some pretty dodgy property developers out there. They probably have access to unwashed money that they wouldn't mind throwing into politics. But like, yes, okay, this is unacceptable corruption, but this is good corruption. Yeah, I get it. It's a fair point. If we're being generous, the best road to government that One Nation has is by forming a coalition with the coalition. Surely this isn't a fight worth having if they want to have any form of representation in the next government. Yeah, that's my belief as well. Like, they're biting off way more than they can chew by taking on Labor without consolidating and becoming the new face of conservative politics in Australia. They need to be the conservative option for all people in order to take on Labor. Crazy idea, question mark? Maybe just ban all donors. But nah, I guess these donors are the bad ones. Come on. Yeah, I know. I get it. Yeah, you fucking ban them all. Take them out of politics. But this is bourgeois politics, not workers' politics. You are looking at this from a very common sense angle. And it's common sense for us plebs. So if you want a society that takes away donors out of politics, you ain't going to get that in a bourgeois political system. We need some workers' democracy. We'll clean it up.
Him for allegedly arranging payments from Catholic Schools New South Wales to the Reformers through a lobbying firm named Beckington. And that's how Angus Taylor's name came up again. For allegedly to a key player in this investigation, right factional power broker Dallas McInerney. He was the head of Catholic Schools New South Wales until ICAC revealed it's investigating him for allegedly arranging payments from Catholic Schools New South Wales to the Reformers through a lobbying firm named Beckington. And that's how Angus Taylor's name came up again.
Are you able to say whether there's a connection between the monthly amount that Angus Taylor had indicated to Mr McInerney that he's prepared to make and the corresponding increase, or it appears to be an increase that happened at the same time, in the amount that Catholic Schools New South Wales was paying to Beckington?
No, I wouldn't be able to talk to that.
All right, on to another topic now, slightly more straightforward.
Nope. Nope. All right, that's all I wanted to understand. When I was in government in New South Wales, like, ICAC was just terrifying. Like, that organisation, if ICAC ever knocked on your door or came near your organisation or your department, like, they just are terrifying people, honestly. As in, like, they're good at their jobs. They're not, like, intimidatory or anything. But, like, if you get embroiled with ICAC, like, for, like, the... what is it? We don't say bureaucrat, we say public servant. They're nicer. For the average public servant, like, you might as well just pack up and go home. Not for the pollies, the politicians, but yeah, if ICAC come after you, like, you'll never work again. Not in the public service anyway. You have to start your own business. ICAC will never go after the private sector. They only, like, there's no corruption in the private sector, I'm sure. It's just those public servants out there, those evil public servants. I call them bludgers. So good. Yeah, why even call them bureaucrats or public servants? They're just bludgers, honestly. Usually they only come when someone's effed up big, though. Yeah. And, like, yeah, as soon as they come sniffing around, like, you know that they've already been, like, in the background for months by the time you see them. And, yeah. And there was a lot of dodgy stuff going on at one of the previous places of employment that I had. And they never came knocking on the door. I was hoping that they would. There were some people that I worked for that were the most spurious people, let's say. They deserve to be fucking locked up. The bastards. Yeah, by the time they actually show up, they've got the case already made, yeah. Yeah, just like all good investigators. Yeah, that's why once they knock, you're done. You're done. You can only hope that these people have paid the price. But that's not really how the world works, I guess. All right, let's get on to some China maxing. Hey, anyone want to China max with me? I feel like it's necessary. We need some good news stories. I say good in terms of good at their job, not moral. LOL. Look, I must admit though, ICAC, like, the people that I have met from, like, ICAC, like, doing information, like, seminars, all that sort of stuff, because they come and they teach you about, like, not being corrupt. Like, it's so hard to know what people think is corruption and is not, and it's, like, fully legislated. So you need, like, basically a degree in understanding how corruption actually works to these types of people. And, like, they seemed like good people, and they're bloody good at their jobs, yeah. But I also find that they use tactically as well, depending on who's in government, and, like, who needs to be taken down for political reasons. So, like, even them, they're not above being weaponized, let's say. Oh yeah, not saying they're purely immoral or moral. Just at the end of the day, the investigators are there to investigate. It's just their job. Yeah, and it's, yeah, scary stuff. Scurry stuff. All right, so we're gonna look at former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd on his thoughts on US-China relations. So this is from a page called the Asia Society. So the Asia Society is, I guess, a think tank style organization for Asia diplomacy, geopolitics, economics, all that sort of stuff. And, like, Kevin Rudd is, like, deep into US-China relations. Like, he's written prolifically about this. He talks prolifically about these issues. Like, his main thesis, I think, is that there is a way to manage US and China relations. You know, that Thucydides trap thing that people always talk about, how, like, the existing power, so the US, sees a rising power, and then they start to, you know, get angry because they want to maintain their dominance, and, like, in, like, being aggressive towards the new power, they inevitably end up in a conflict or, like, a hot war with that power, and then that actually leads to their demise. And if they had just calmed down, maybe they wouldn't be destroyed in the first place, or they wouldn't have gotten destroyed or something like that. He has a lot of kind of theories because of his time working in both the US and in China. He's fluent in Mandarin. So he's like able to, I guess, immerse himself in the culture of both nations. And he thinks that Australia has like a very pivotal role in a world where the US and China don't really destroy each other, probably at the behest of the American empire, let's be honest. But yeah, he sees a world or an alternative where there is no Thucydides trap, and we all, I guess we don't die in the chaos between two warring superpowers. Belated hello, all the folks. Woozle, how you going? Hope you're well. Hope you're very well. Alrighty, he's so cute. But like, yeah, he has some very interesting opinions on the US kind of China position. And like, let's be honest, since Trump went over to China, we haven't really seen a lot of talk about US-China relations, like what actually happened at that trip, like apart from them having like little kids jumping up and down waving flags, which Trump looked really excited about. Like apart from that phenomenon, they really didn't come out with much describing what had happened between the two parties. Like they took a stellar cast with them. It was basically the who's who of Wall Street and some tech bros, and we have no idea what they ended up discussing, as in like Trump and Xi Jinping. We have no idea. And it's reportedly or supposedly Xi Jinping is supposed to be going over to America and doing a big American tour in like what, September or something like that, I want to say. Maybe closer to the end of the year, I don't know. But like China and US relations are, I guess, the axis of which geopolitics in the world will now be turning off for the foreseeable future. For the rest of our lifetimes, anyway, all of you people listening to this in the chat. And so, like, you know, getting an understanding on where US and Chinese relations are at, I think will be interesting. And then we can just do some general China glazing, I guess. I would love to chop it up about the path of socialism with Xi. Yeah, absolutely. You know what I've always thought of as well, like some of the people that help come up with the economic plans and all that sort of stuff are like trained Marxists. And so like they have Marxist schools, so like prestigious like universities, Ivy League university style educations where people go and learn about Marxian economics. And so like, yeah, Xi would be interesting. But like they would have like a whole group of academics out there who just try to figure out what's the best form of economy or economics for the country given the global climate based on a Marxian understanding of how capitalism functions. And so like all of their 5-year plans, all of their ambitions, all of their understandings of what they need to do next is built on this idea of what's the central contradiction for China. And that's like basically like what's the biggest problem China has to solve or deal with at the moment. And so like they look at that and then they go, so like, yeah, there'd be so many people that would be interesting to chop it up with in China about like economics and the state of the world, right? Xi'd be up there. And like some of these people, Hobo Joe, sign me up. Wouldn't it be good? Wouldn't it be great? Maybe we should do that one day when we get some resources behind this stream. We'll send a delegate over to China to one of their universities to see like how things really work or how the Chinese understand economics. So we get rid of this kind of neoliberal bullshit that we have in the West about like, oh, just make the rich richer and everybody else will benefit. Trickle down economics 101. Like they do not have that view of anything over there. Absolutely not. I don't think they believe in any of that sort of stuff. Trickle down economics. Douchebags. Like that's the best. That's like the pinnacle of Western economic theory at the moment. It'd be lovely to see how they do or think about economics. You have to get Ground News to sponsor the stream first. Why are we talking about economics without me? All right, well, this is your time to shine. What do you actually think about trickle-down economics, Han? What do you think of that theory? I volunteer. Good. You will be a good spokesperson. We will send you over. All right. Let's have a listen to what he has to say then, shall we? Where is US and China right now? And what does that mean for humanity? I might speed him up a little bit. No offense. Love the guy, but he's a bit dry.
Out of the time machine, back into the present, more than a decade on, give us the temperature check in this ultra hot room. Where does US-China relations stand today?
This is where anyone in political office defends their record. So two things happened in 2015 which are worth reflecting on. The first, for those of you with a memory of financial markets, it's when China experienced its first domestic financial crisis. And if you go back to August of that year, you see the Chinese stock market plummeting to historic lows. This created shockwaves in the Chinese official system. And in my deconstruction...
Sorry, just got to get some context here. What was the Chinese financial crisis of 2015? Very brief explanation, please. So you're going to ignore my question then, Han? I asked you an economics-related question. It's funny. It's funny how that happens regularly. A stock market bubble formed as millions of retail investors borrowed money to buy shares, driving prices to unsustainable levels. The bubble burst between June and August 2015, with Chinese stock markets losing around 30 to 40% of their value in a matter of weeks. At the same time, economic growth was slowing, raising concerns about China's debt levels and the property market. In August 2015, the Chinese government unexpectedly devalued the yuan, triggering fears of a sharper economic slowdown. I guess it's just like a general financial crisis. Government responded with emergency measures, including halting many share trades, restricting large shareholders from selling, and injecting liquidity into the financial system. Very interesting. The crisis did not become a global financial meltdown. It was a major warning that China's economy was becoming more vulnerable after years of rapid debt-fueled growth. Is that really the lesson there, that it's a rapid debt-fueled growth, or is it just people buying shares and a bubble bursting around those shares? LOL, guess that's why we didn't bother waiting for him to join the discussion. Joke's on you, E, for thinking that you will get a different response. It's just a catchphrase to reduce taxes on the rich, but not the middle class or the poor. I'm all for tax cuts, but let's cut taxes for everyone, not just the cronies of people in power. That's about as basic as I can make it. So I'm assuming then you're not down with the catchphrase then. Fair enough. Thank you for answering the question. I take back anything I've ever said about you in the past, Han. You truly are wonderful.
Of events in Beijing was fundamental in causing Xi Jinping to conclude that market-based solutions to China's economic challenges and opportunities were in fact too unstable for the Chinese political system to handle.
Like, you can just listen to that, what he just said then. China has a financial meltdown in 2015. Xi Jinping turns around and just like, all right, that's it, no more markets. Eh? The financial market is not a solution to China's economic strategy. And just like that, they re-gear their economy to start focusing on something else. Like, they don't get rid of the financial markets, but they're not going to use that as the vehicle to push forward Chinese economic progress. And the rest is history. Think about it, it was 11 years ago and they're not going to lean on the financial system if it's going to be volatile and economically dangerous for the nation. You never see that reaction in the West. If anything, they double down on stuff. Bail out the banks. Socialism for the rich. Capitalism for everybody else. Han, the scholar of the chat. I'm here for a flat tax for everyone. 0%. Let's just do away with money. You goddamn commie, you. There's a few steps we need to get to before we can do that. Actually, you know what? Let's do it now, but let's get rid of finance capital, and let's just allow money to do what it does really well. It's just like help circulate commodities. It's just like, it just moves things around nicely. That's all it should do. That's all it should do. Sharia law. Yes, that's our favorite part of Sharia law. We are now experts on Sharia law. No interest charging. Allow money to just do its thing as money. Money is money. Currency facilitates trade. Oh, right, there's something else going on. Good luck with those moderators. Good luck.
This was a big event, and actually its follow-through was, by the time you got to 2017, the beginnings of this fundamental redirection at a macro level of the course of Chinese national political economy, back towards the state and away from the market. The second thing that happened in 2015 was Xi Jinping had already launched his technology strategy for the future, called Made in China 2025. So if I was to look at two big turning points in 2015, it was those, and the flow-through consequences of both those decisions we still feel today. Where's the current state of the relationship lie? Look, if you try to look at the entrails of Xi Jinping and President Trump and the most recently concluded summit in Beijing, it is effectively what I describe as a temporary mutual stability pact. Temporary mutual stability pact. None of the fundamental economic tensions, none of the fundamental technology tensions, and certainly none of the fundamental geopolitical and geostrategic tensions have been resolved from the perspective of either party. But they've concluded that in both their interests, which are to do with economic stability and not further exacerbating the tariff war, they've decided to call time out. But to call it anything...
So they have freezed the conflict. Is that what's going on here? Very interesting. In the interest of not screwing up their economies, they're just not going to deal with each other's problems. Don't worry about it. We're not going to talk about Taiwan anymore. Just don't touch it. We're not going to talk about chips anymore. Just don't touch it. We're not going to talk about tariffs anymore. Let's just not touch it. Let's not piss each other off until we're both ready to start up this rivalry again, baby. Let's do this. Let's do this. It's crazy how Marx could predict what would happen when he moved further away from the gold standard, when we move further away from the gold standard. He did have points about money being taken away from its inherent value. Like as in, being tied to something that has actual value. So like gold as a commodity has labor in it. Like, what does he call it? Objectified labor trapped inside of it. And that's what gives it actual value. But when you take that away as being the currency physically or being like backing the currency, then like it has it is completely valueless and has no connection to reality anymore and can just spiral off in any direction and cause... It can either unlock incredible productive potential, or it can just get incredibly unstable and dangerous. Both of those things have happened. Is this chat more fun or no? This is the adults table? Dude, that is hilarious. The elitism from the Twitch files. So good. I love it. We've all got a soft spot for the Twitch files. Yeah, I thought that part of Capital was interesting as well. Dude was on another level. All right, back to it.
think more than timeout, I think misreads the times. Will it be timeout for the rest of this year? Probably. Next year? Probably. 28, for me, question mark.
You call it a temporary strategic stability pact. The words
So they'll be back on fighting again in 2028 when Trump goes for his third term. There's your takeaway. Very interesting. China and America aren't going to do anything. There's going to be no new tariff wars, no new chip wars, no new rare earth minerals jostling. Not for another couple of years.
they used in the readout after the May summit in Beijing was strategic stability. Both sides agreed to strategic stability. But in the eyes of Beijing, in the eyes of the Trump administration, what are their definitions of that? And where's the middle section in the Venn diagram?
That is a question which you get different answers from depending on who you discuss this with in the Trump administration. And I've not been back to Beijing since then to interrogate our Chinese friends. I think from the American lens, if you go through the component parts of this formula, which I won't use the Chinese, you already reprimanded me for that.
No, please do.
No, I'm not.
We have students among us.
Okay. 稳定性的战略稳定，坚持性的战略稳定， positive strategic stability. And so nothing happens in the Chinese system with language like this unless it's been worked over and worked over and worked over, as you know from your time looking at these things. So what does it mean? Being constructive, that is 坚持性, about those areas that we can cooperate, and that is both in the economy and in elements of social policy, maybe even in the environment, but not with the Trump administration.
Good. Oh my God, he's a Chinese spy. K. Rudd is gangster, bro. Yeah, just drop a Mandarin. And like he like tries to make it all like humble. Oh, I won't do it. No, go ahead. Do it. That was hot, Rudd. K. Rudd is the GOAT. If a sane man is surrounded by 100 insane people, is he really the sane one? It is a question you must ask yourself on the regular, I guess, Han. Have you found an answer yet?
Strategic stability is code language for be mindful of our Taiwan red lines.
Yep.
Otherwise,
yes, Ninja Nelson loves a bit of K. Rudd.
Is code language for be mindful of our Taiwan red lines.
Yep.
Otherwise, all bets are off, and we will then be automatically catapulted into a period of strategic instability. And so the component parts of this construct are let's be constructive where we can. In the economic competition, let's be non-kinetic. And from the Chinese lens, let's not deteriorate further in terms of greater export controls on technology or higher tariff walls around the general economy. But Uncle Sam, watch out in terms of the T word and Taiwan, because we will not move on that. That's their interpretation. The American interpretation is not entirely the same.
Yeah, let's be non-kinetic.
I think that's pretty much all we got from their little meeting that we were trying to investigate, but like a couple of months ago now, was that's it. They basically were, like China was just like, look, don't go around with Taiwan. Don't go there. Don't go there. This is not a drill. And we are not going to put up with this stuff anymore. Watch out, Uncle Sam. Sassy Rudd. I don't think any of us mean any offense with what we write. I don't know how we fumbled Rudd. Bro would have made us equal to China. Yeah, well. And then he got stabbed, eh? Yeah, then he got stabbed.
Is a Chinese interpretation of strategic stability, and yet a very kinetic event took place earlier this week in the form of that long-range ballistic missile test into the Pacific, which rattled Australia. It rattled the region. Why did you think China did that?
I'm not feeling particularly rattled, but...
yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Give us your perspective on why did China do this, why now, and the response from Australia and the US?
I think Rana Mitter, is Rana still with us this afternoon? Where are you, Rana? I'm going to dob you in, mate. By the way, full disclosure, Rana was my supervisor when at the tender age of 59 I started my DPhil at Oxford. And he mysteriously participated in my ability to pass that course. So Rana, I love you dearly. That's right. Anyway, since then he's been elevated to Harvard, but don't tell the Oxford people that. But he said this morning, it was a great phrase, a very Rana-esque phrase, where he said this was a piece.
Quick question: do we watch Fauci get ass blasted? And if not, are we going to watch Fauci? Dude, we watched it, and it was painful. Like when you say ass blasted, like it insinuates that somebody says something and gets slammed based on the substance of their argumentation. Like there was nothing. It was just him just being like, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. And so like he looked foolish. But like, it would have been nicer to see some actual jostling there. Some real jostling. But it was just awful. And like I feel sorry for you Americans, honestly. Like what a waste of your resources and time all of this show trial stuff is. The communist witch hunts. Fifth Amendment is for people who don't have pardons. He is fucked. Fair enough.
Piece of geostrategic throat clearing by the Chinese. And there's a lot of wisdom in that observation for those of us who have studied CCP form over a long period of time, which is before they go whack, the habit is to go tap, which is just to remind you of what China is capable of. And you see this across their economic statecraft, you see it across their geostrategic statecraft. So this was a means by which to demonstrate to the wider region that China is A, a formidable nuclear power, B, it has long-range missiles, and C, just be careful.
Yeah.
So it was exactly what the media was talking about. Like we talked about this. If you weren't aware, 2 weeks ago now, we were covering the fact that like China was testing intercontinental ballistic missiles that are capable of carrying a nuclear warhead, and they shot it over the Indo-Pacific into the Pacific Ocean, out past the Pacific Islands somewhere. But it was at the point in which I think it was Anthony Albanese was out doing his relations with Pacific Islands and setting up treaties with defense pacts and treaties with them. And so they shot a missile across the Pacific and everyone was like, oh, it's Chinese aggression. It's Chinese aggression. It's happening because Australia is out there doing defense treaties with Pacific Islands and all that sort of stuff. And it was like, it was. Of course it was. But like, should people be absolutely terrified by this and like whip up the usual China scare that we usually do? They're coming to get you. Is it anything more than a test and a show to be like, we have this military capability. We could fire this thing from here and cover the entirety of the Pacific region or the Australasian region and reach Australia. We could even reach the West Coast of the US if we really wanted to. Here's a simple reminder of our capabilities. Of course it was that. But like, is it a show that China is preparing to mount an attack and is going to take out Australia or its allies in the Pacific? Absolutely not. I think that is way too much of a read on that. But like, it's interesting that his take is, of course, they're showing you that they can fire missiles on anyone they choose to in the Pacific. So like, don't forget that. That's the Chinese way. And that was equally like the fear mongering that was in the Australian press anyway is equally absurd when you think or is actually absurd when you think that on the long list of who's been testing these intercontinental ballistic missiles in the Pacific, like the last 50 tests in the same area were all done by the United States and no one cared about that at all in the slightest. But like when China does like one, everyone completely freaks out about it. It's pretty crazy. Starting fights are a waste of resources. Trying to take Australia would cause more problems than it would fix. Yeah, fair enough. It doesn't really make sense. So like when people, fearmonger about China coming to invade Australia or something like that because they're testing a missile, it's just ridiculous.
course, I think part of the surround sound for this has been what Australia has done recently in relation to its Pacific Island diplomacy. Those of you who don't follow the detail of this, in the last 6 to 12 months, Australia has signed bilateral security pacts with Papua New Guinea and most recently with Fiji. And these are pacts, these are mutual defence treaties. In addition to that, and the Australian government has been engaged in a series of other treaty-like agreements and negotiations with a range of other Pacific Island countries. And so therefore, I think our PLA friends were in the business of saying, just remember who we are and where we are. Yeah. And I think to challenge your proposition of rattled, I don't see any element of that in Australia's response because they continue to double down on their forward-leaning diplomacy among all 16 island states of the Pacific.
Is there a sense of...
I honestly think that the world works... Oh, it got cut off. That the world works similar to how the mafia would have worked. And America is just a big, bad, scary guy that we all ally with so they don't take our lives. It's definitely our strategic policy when it comes to the US, right? As soon as another big dog comes into... that you can outcompete America, you'll see an instant shift in alliances. I honestly believe it's all material and alliances rarely based on history and more so safety. I think there might be some cultural alliances. Like I think Australia will stick with like we did with the British for so long because we were culturally aligned and like out in the middle of nowhere. And so we have Anglosphere cultural association. But yeah, when push comes to shove, it would be intelligent of us to actually relocate to our regional alliances as opposed to hold on to some cultural connection with like the UK and the Americans because we're all English-speaking nations. But like, you never know. We can be incredibly stupid for incredible periods of times. St. Cheese in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Hope you're well. We align with the British because it made sense according to our understanding of our society. Well, all I'm saying is like just see, like people will hold on for things, to those types of things for a long time, for as long as they can, and avoid the material reality, if you know what I mean. English speaking for now. So good. Just in time for China maxing. Yeah, as soon as we start China maxing, St. Chi comes into the house. It's crazy. And our material existence and the material existence we lived under at that time, now these ideas have shifted. We're aligning with Asian countries more. Yes. Yes, we are. But like we also... Yeah, we are. All right, back to it.
Racing for what could happen next, more projections of strength, more missile tests, especially as the PLA nears this anniversary next year, 100 years of the People's Liberation Army in 2027. Should we expect more showcases from China?
Well, as previous Chinese leaders have stated, revolution is not a dinner party. And so from the perspective of the PLA as the armed wing of the Chinese Communist Party, they have never been reluctant to demonstrate that as a Leninist entity, they are prepared to use force. Look at the history of the party before 1949, repeated uses of Leninist violence against its own ranks to purify the ranks of the party. Think of what happened in Jiangxi, think about what happened in Yan'an, and think about what happened in other internal struggles. And post-49, the use of force in the anti-landlord movement, the use of force in the anti-rightist movement, and of course the use of force in the Cultural Revolution. Externally, the Red Army, the People's Army, has also been making plain its message. So this is not unique. It was only a year or so ago that you had the circumnavigation of Australia by the PLA Navy. That was a first. This most recent test, I suppose, is another type of first. But the bottom line is, the PLA has never quite got the memo that every time you do this, it creates an equal and opposite reaction on the part of regional states. And therefore, the idea that everyone will go, oh dear, that's frightening and that's concerning, let's flock to Beijing, that is not actually the psychological effect. In fact, it's the reverse effect. And in internal Chinese politics, my view is that this actually represents a triumph of the PLA and the CMC over the Chinese Foreign Ministry, because the Chinese Foreign Ministry normally would be cautionary about such measures because of the diplomatic and political impact in the region.
Earlier this week, we heard from US President Donald Trump.
He made a bit of a generalization there. Like, I'm not sure I'm down with it. I might have to refer to the Twitch files on this one. Like, you guys might have a good opinion on this, but he's like, oh, they're Leninist. The PLA is Leninist in its approach to, so the People's Liberation Army, so the armed forces of China, basically, is Leninist in its approach to things. And so therefore it's aggressive, or it's happy to use force where necessary. So they shoot missiles and they, send out their navy to circumnavigate Australia, or like they're repressive internally. They're happy to send in the troops to during the Cultural Revolution to take out people that are anti-communist or part of the bourgeois, part of bourgeois China, to bring back the core of communism. Like, I don't know if that's particularly a Leninist thing, just to use state violence to repress people or to show off to the world that you have strong capabilities and strong resolve. Like, America does the same thing. Like, America represses its internal population with militarized police forces, carrying out some type of cultural agenda, let's call it. Like, look at what's happening with ICE raids and stuff like that at the moment, and like look at all the American interventions around the world, or American bases around the world. Are we to believe that the Americans are Leninists because they don't mind using force as a tool of politics? I'm not sure if I'm down with that assessment there, but hey, you do you, Rudd.
Trump, who said that he expects to have another meeting with Xi Jinping September the 24th around the time of the UN General Assembly in New York City. This would be, of course, following their earlier summit in May, and a lot has changed between May and what will be happening in September, from the recent missile test this week to the return of open kinetic conflict in Iran, the end of sanctions, the return of sanctions on Iranian oil, to the ever-quickening development timeline in the world of AI. When these two leaders meet again, how do you think that laundry list of discussion points is going to shake out in terms of what will be the priority items to discuss in end of September?
From the Chinese side, I would argue that Xi Jinping will seek to push harder again on the question of Taiwan, and in terms of weakening levels of American strategic...
I am not following. How is Lenin's revolutionary violence being compared to state violence? Lenin's argument is literally that the state uses violence, and that's why it's unnecessary for the revolution as well. And that's why it's necessary for the revolution as well. Yeah, that's why he called, when China uses violence or the threat of violence on the global stage, he calls that Leninist. As in, like, I guess Lenin or Leninists are happy to use violence as forms of diplomacy and settling internal affairs. But like, there's so many countries that do that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if I follow that one. Like, if that's particularly Leninist. Or if it's just, that's politics, man. Yes, I'm gay for a moment, but I like red too. There it is. There's your answer. There's your answer.
Strategic and political resolve. For example, what is now being described by President Trump as a negotiating tool.
It's just what states do.
Weakening levels of American strategic and political resolve. For example, what is now being described by President Trump as a negotiating tool, that is the next tranche of American arms sales to Taiwan, will be front and center, not just in itself, but also as a precedent for what then follows in terms of subsequent arms sales to Taiwan by the United States, all of which occur basically under the terms of the Taiwan Relations Act back in 1979. So I think that's on the Chinese list. Will the United States move on that? That is a much more contested question between various branches of the administration, and certainly between the administration and the Congress. On the economic box, don't discount the possibility that Xi Jinping, having not delivered President Trump any economic wins in Beijing, does come to the United States with an economic win of one description for President Trump or another, perhaps targeted on farm states given the proximity of the midterm elections and the fact that Republican candidates are doing it hard at present, even in red states. I was recently in Montana, and it's surprising the change in political sentiment on the ground in a number of deep red, deep MAGA states at present. So don't rule out that possibility. Precisely what form of, quote, trade deal? Will it be to deal with farm products alone or farm products plus civil aviation, doing more for Boeing in Seattle? Open question mark. The final category, which both sides have agreed to.
This is a very interesting idea. What he's basically saying is that when Xi goes over to America for his state visit at the end of the year, he's going to bring a political win as a gift to Donald Trump. It's so much like when, like, as you think of empires doing things and leaders, they come bearing some form of a gift that only a leader could appreciate. A leader who has everything. Here's a gift for you, a political win. So, like, he's going to come across and bring some type of agreement to buy American produce or to service the American agricultural market. And that'll be a political win for Trump, because then he can turn around to the farmers that back him in middle America and be like, see, they're going to buy more American soy. Didn't Trump just accuse China of election interference? Yes. And, like, this is only 2 days old, this talk. So it's very interesting that, like, they just completely brushed it under the rug. And, like, that hasn't impacted Chinese relations at all. But, like, I must admit, I thought an accusation like that, when we watched this, that, like, him do that, was it last week? I thought that would have been reverberating around the political space nonstop, and, like, people would have been talking about it for days, and everyone was like, oh, I can't believe he did that, and then they just moved on. I thought that would have been news for a lot longer, but I don't think anyone even cares. Like, China kind of, like, just dismissed it, and we're just like, that's outrageous, we wouldn't do that, and then no one talked about it. It was a drop in the ocean. Wasn't it crazy? Like, it's like they're just releasing stuff for the fun of it. Trump's too unstable. And, like, that was it. So, like, I think a massive allegation, sorry. And, like, no one cared. No one cared at all. Very interesting. And, like, they're not even talking about it. And, like, this piece is called US-China relations, and the US has accused China of interfering in their elections, like, with proof that Trump should have won in 2020, and it was China that stole that from him. And, like, no talk of it at all, man. Nothing. Zilch. Nada. What's this? Oh, I think I remember this. Like, everyone coming to, yeah, you got to come with a gift. Yeah, that's so good. Got to bring a gift for Trumpy boy.
All right, thanks so much for the gift, you little bitch. Now get out of here.
Next!
Next is Mr. Towley from Tecrity Marijuana Solutions.
Oh, my God. Oh, well, hello, Mr. President, sir. I'm listening. Oh, yes, sir. Well, you've done such a great job with our country. You're so smart, and your ideas are great, and you do not have Listen, buddy, I don't have all day. Did you bring me a gift or not? Oh, yes, sir. This is from the CEO of our company. Let's see here. I think he said it opens this way.
Greetings, Mr. President.
Huh?
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Randy Marsh from Tecrity Solutions. In order for our company to make $6 billion, we need you to reclassify marijuana on the national level.
What?
With your wisdom, I'm sure that we can work out an arrangement that will be mutually beneficial. In return for your understanding, I wish to offer you a gift. This incredible towel.
Say what?
It is a luxurious towel made from the finest fabrics available, and I'm sure it will Oh, I'm in a hole. Oh, I'm in a hole.
the towel in with the other gifts. Oh, wait! There's been a misunderstanding!
Very good. Gotta bring a gift. Gotta bring a gift. And like that's what it's like on the world stage. So apparently, yeah, Xi Jinping is going to bring a gift to Trump when he comes, some type of trade deal. So it'll help. This is the weird part. It'll help Trump politically. Here's the $1 trillion question for you, if you're able in the chat, or if you just want to contemplate it generally. Why would Xi Jinping come to America for this meeting at the end of the year with a gift for Donald Trump politically? Why would he come and give him a win, perceivably before the midterms, so he can prove to his base that he's doing well? Why? Why would Xi want Trump to look good politically? I don't understand that. I wonder what's really going on there.
Is it possible to begin to frame bilateral guardrails around the question of, quote, dangerous and destabilizing AI models, what I referred to, I think, last night as the mythos moment?
Trump is currently at 3% odds for 2028. Oh, God. I can't believe they're even betting on that. I didn't think it was constitutionally possible. What's going on there? If I put some money on it now, we know what's coming.
Secretary Bessent has planned 2 sets of negotiations before September 24th with He Lifeng and the Chinese team on that. Will that actually produce an outcome or a mechanism towards an outcome? Possibly, but there is not a lot of optimism in Washington about that at present.
Could you take us back to what you mentioned just now, but when you were in deep MAGA territory in Montana and you sense this shift in political tone, is this in regards to American attitudes towards China?
Now, what I sensed in various, let's call it, red states across the United States is a deep political reaction against the current administration because of Iran and because of the impact on the price of gas. Yeah. And this being a bridge too far for most hardened MAGA supporters. Yeah. And I think that's a new factor in American politics, and I think is playing through into midterm election politics. But there's a long way to go still between now and the first Tuesday in November.
Absolutely. We'll see that play out in the midterm elections. Taiwan, that is Xi Jinping's red line. As you said, if this September 24th summit does go ahead, Xi is going to push hard on Taiwan. At the last Trump-Xi summit in Beijing, there was no mention of Taiwan in the White House readout. When you most recently served as the Australian ambassador to the United States, behind the scenes, what kind of discussions were taking place among policymakers about Taiwan? When Taiwan is omitted entirely in the readout, is Taiwan part of the equation at all with the Trump administration? Could you give us a look into that? And also, how worried should Taiwan be?
Well, without reflecting on what I did in my last job, because that would probably get me into trouble, well, more trouble, let me reflect on Taiwan more generally as the dynamic in US-China relations. If you look carefully at 2 pieces of evidence, if you accept the proposition that deterrence of China on Taiwan has 2 constituent parts. One is the capabilities set of the United States Armed Forces in the Indo-Pacific region and that of their allies.
You think they just let Taiwan fall and fight the proxy war from the Philippines? It's a fair question. It's a fair question. I think from my understanding, or like the way that I've heard the discussion going with Taiwan, is like America is kind of, it just like arms Taiwan to the teeth. And so, yes, I think they just let Taiwan do damage to China and hope that they do enough damage on their way down that it destabilizes China somewhat. And yes, then they fight their war from the Philippines and Japan. Japan is rearming itself. The Philippines isn't the biggest amount of American troops stationed anywhere in the Philippines. So, yes, I would say that's probably the case. because I think they've already signaled that they're just going to let Taiwan go down, because they've multiple times people have asked, would you commit to fighting over Taiwan? And no one wants to commit to fighting over Taiwan. And people are like, oh, it's just for diplomacy reasons. They don't want to commit because that'll piss off the Chinese. I don't think they actually would commit to it, which upsets Taiwan and people that are worried about Chinese takeover, or reunification, I should say, to be politically correct. We've talked about that on the stream many times over the last year plus. Yes. Yeah, and it's a fair question. And it's good to constantly think about, because it's like, and what has happened over that last year plus, right? How many times have we seen a piece or a headline or something that's just like, Taiwan about to be invaded by the Chinese. Invasion starts tomorrow. And like, it never comes. Never comes. This is what would happen in this scenario. We've done the simulations, and like, it's just all content slop as opposed to any real substance to it. Yeah, I didn't see, to be honest, anyone getting involved with Taiwan apart from like feeding it munitions or like logistics, like supply chains. I didn't see anyone going in there. Japan said that they would defend Taiwan. But like, I don't think they'll actually put boots on the ground. But yes, I think America will use its bases in the other places. You know, yeah, like the Philippines and Japan to support there. Like I think the real dark horse, or like the real unknown, is how the hell will Southeast Asia respond if there's a war in Taiwan? Like, what happens with Vietnam, for instance? What do they do? Like, as if all these Southeast Asian countries are going to cut ties with China to help the Americans, or like even sit idle. Like, I wonder what happens there if this fractures ASEAN and everybody gets in on the conflict. Vietnam won't do anything unless they are attacked. Interesting. Attacked by who? Eh? Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how the rest of Southeast Asia, not the Pacific Islands as such, but like Southeast Asian countries, react to this. Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia as well. That'll be crazy if it like sets off a chain reaction in the whole area. Man, that'd be something else.
And how those assets are deployed on a given day and around given contingencies and realities. And
so are we, though. Sorry, wait, I've missed a few things. Taiwan makes their chips. It's hardcore invested in Taiwan and here. So are we, though. Have you seen the Malaysian army? No, I haven't. Unless there's some footage you're talking about specifically. Well, it has been Chinese, French, and Americans recently. Vietnamese have always been fighting off foreign powers. Yeah. But like, if they strategically align with China, which I think makes sense for them, if they strategically align with China, then like, why not? Why not support China? It's huge. Well, the Malaysian army, yeah. Like, what happens if a fight breaks out between, like, yeah, Japan, the Philippines, Taiwan, and China? Do the other ones not get involved? Like, I don't know, man. They are both communist, after all. They're ideologically aligned. It makes sense. It does. It does. And like, even the Filipinos, like, I don't think they're very happy, largely as a population, about US. Like, that, I don't know if they're particularly happy about Chinese involvement in the South China Sea and what that means for their own national sovereignty. But like, I don't even know if they're very happy about having American bases and American troops everywhere, because that obviously makes them a target as well. So I don't see that whole thing playing out well long term, but who knows? I think they know better than to with China. Yeah. There you go.
Second is the Chinese net calculus and how those assets are deployed on a given day and around given contingencies and realities. And the second is the Chinese net calculus of American political will. Remember, deterrence equals capability plus will, in terms of a conclusion by the Chinese leadership that Taiwan is too difficult of a military proposition.
Is this bunker, as in that bunker cat you were talking about? The Asian supremacist, is it? Bunker education, bless the cat. Angry cat.
On the first of those legs of the deterrence equation, which is the capability set of Indo-Pacific Command, Indo-Pacific Command, as I've observed it, has not changed its capabilities set or its pattern of activities. I'll add one caveat in a minute to do with Iran and Gulf deployments. Monsieur le Ministre, bienvenue. Good to see you. I hope that was the Minister that I just shook hands to.
It matches the photograph, yes.
That's good.
Confirmed.
I looked at my photograph too, so I won't keep you long, Minister. I'm just providing the entertainment on the way through. You're the main act. But if you look, for example, at the military exercises which Indo-Pacific Command conducted recently in the Philippines, these were large scale and they involved, for the first time, significant overseas deployments by the Japanese armed forces, together with other regional countries as well. And this was really at about the same time as the summit was being held in Beijing. So before we look at the declaratory aspects of US policy, that is what President Trump has said in interviews about Taiwan, the operational military reality on the ground on the part of Indo-Pacific Command has not really changed. The caveat was that because of what's transpired in Iran and in and around the Gulf, there has been a transfer of assets into the Indian Ocean from the Pacific Ocean, and that has been real and measurable. But as things begin to stabilise and normalise, that will also rectify. What will take longer to rectify is the impact in terms of what's called magazine depth or the inventory of weapons and equipment, or weapons in particular, that have been discharged and used already in the Gulf. On the declaratory side, which is the other part of the deterrence equation,
That's a really interesting take as well. Like, the real question is about what America will be able to do in a war with China or over Taiwan. Is it able to replenish its stocks? Because what we're seeing in Iran and the claims that are being made constantly about the Iranian situation at the moment is the US has run out of munitions, basically. And do they have the capability to arm themselves and supply themselves in a war with China? That's a really important factor, isn't it? We're seeing that at the moment with Iran. You can throw all the money you want at something. Get another $68 billion from Congress. You go for it. You get that, Pete Hegseth. You go for it. But if you can't produce this stuff and you just throw billions of dollars at it, but you can't keep up, then what's the point? What's the point? They keep giving their weapons away for money, LOL. But that money is for companies. And they supply it to Is Not Rail. We just gave them $10 billion. What, to Is Not Rail? Damn. Ruddy was my high school crush. An interesting crush you had. Oh, whoa.
Trump gave a famous interview coming out of Beijing to Fox and Brett Baer, which my haiku summary is as follows. A, Taiwan is a very long way away. It's 9,500 miles from the United States, and it's 59 miles from Taiwan. Actually, it's closer to 100 miles, but let's not get picky. Point two, that Taiwan stole all of our semiconductors. This is President Trump's position. Point three, I don't think they'll invade while I'm around, but they could do so just afterwards. And point four is everyone should just be calm. Now, if you're sitting in Taiwan, these were not the ingredients of calmness-inducing remarks. But as I said, at the same time as these things have been declared, the operational reality of Indo-Pacific Command had not changed one bit. So where do we now stand? It is still, I think, the most unstable and most volatile issue, not just in the US-China relationship, but more broadly across the Indo-Pacific region. And that's as it's seen from Seoul, as it's seen from Tokyo, as it's seen from Southeast Asia, and as it's seen from our part of the world down under.
So we have these two powers, US and China, in a state of, as you put it, temporary strategic stability. When Trump and Xi meet again, presumably, according to Trump, end of September, this is a relationship that will be tested by Taiwan. There may be opportunity to support the relationship in terms of new economic deals to be announced, and also if they decide to come together and introduce guardrails in regards to AI as it becomes increasingly powerful. Setting the stage for the next meeting between Xi and Trump, the platform for grand power bargaining that takes place. Could you give us a sense of the back channels that leads up to the next summit and the role that the Asia Society plays in this?
No.
We just want to hear the secret sauce.
I think, look, the bottom line is we at Asia Society know members of the US administration very well. We work with them very closely. Secondly, we work very closely with Secretary Bessent. And if you look at the machinery of the US-China relationship at the moment, Secretary Bessent, the Secretary of the United States Treasury, is the key interlocutor with the Chinese. His counterpart is He Lifeng, and He Lifeng has also a parallel mandate from Xi Jinping. So this is where it occurs, this is where it happens, and like most good think tanks, we all feed in to whichever side of the process that we can, because we'd all like to see a positive outcome. One broader comment, though, which I think is relevant to our European friends, and I touched on this in my remarks this morning, is because Secretary Bessent is leading these negotiations, Secretary Bessent is acutely aware of the full dimensions of Chinese industrial policy, manufacturing policy, and technology policy, and what is occurring in terms of the export of surplus manufacturing supply from China to global markets. This is of enormous disruption, not just here in France, but right across Europe, and in particular Germany, as we've seen the numbers which have been referred to earlier today. This will not be absent from the discussions which are had with the Chinese side. And therefore, as I've indicated earlier today, this is so much part of China's own development equation, doubling down on investing in industry, doubling down on investment in manufacturing, doubling down on investment in technology through the so-called new productive forces, and subsidizing these enterprises to a degree which is somewhere between 3 and 9 times the average subsidy level which apply to the OECD, depending on the individual sector we are talking about. So therefore, this looms very large, not just in Brussels, not just in Paris, not just in Berlin, but frankly, right across the rest of the world, including in industrializing Southeast Asia. So this will be a large question, also sitting across the background of whatever occurs on 24 September in Washington and beyond.
We have hit time. We'll leave it at that. Dr. Kevin Rudd, thank you for answering my questions. I'm sorry we didn't have enough time to open up.
Yeah, boo. Boo. Not enough time for questions. Lame. Interesting. So Xi Jinping's going to give Trump a gift, a political win that he can use for the midterms. I'm still confused about that. But like main takeaway, if you're wondering, Chinese relations with the US over the next couple of years on pause, says Kevin Rudd. They're not going to, as in like all the tensions surrounding these two countries in terms of trade wars and tariffs and chip wars and Taiwan, on the surface, they're not going to be challenging one another, and they're just backing off. China gives them more time to, I guess, gain more and more power and rise in power and influence across the world. And the US just don't have the resources to challenge China and get away with it anymore. They're kind of locked up at the moment. They're preoccupied, especially with the situation with Iran, and having to look after their greatest ally in Israel. Guess that's just the lay of the land, eh? Just the way the cookie crumbles. All right, let's have a look-see. Let's do a little bit of actual China glazing. Next, shall we look at All right, let's have a look at this. I thought this looks pretty cool. Check out this. This has been a big question in the whole EV race for a long time. What do we do about like heavy vehicles? It looks like China's definitely fixed this.
As the global shift toward green mobility gathers pace, China's new energy heavy-duty trucks are gaining traction in overseas markets with significant export growth. That momentum is on full display at the Xinsha port in South China's Guangdong province.
Look at that fleet. The question for a long time has been like, all right, it's nice having EVs and stuff, but like, how do you actually move things around with electric vehicles? And China are exporting en masse to the world market now. Look at this. They've figured out. They've got trucks, man. Heavy, rigid vehicles. They've got them. And like, it's game over, man. It's game over. If you can electrify logistics on this scale, like, there really is no argument against electric vehicles anymore. That's mental. They've figured it out. And they've not just like figured it out and it's in production. They are all over it like a rash. And like countries around the world are rushing to get this stuff.
As the global shift toward green mobility gathers pace, China's new energy heavy-duty trucks are gaining traction in overseas markets with significant export growth. That momentum is on full display at the Xinsha port in South China's Guangdong province, which just set a new record with the largest single export shipment of new energy heavy trucks.
This batch, nearly 900 electric heavy-duty trucks, was exported via a roll-on roll-off ship from the Xinsha port, refreshing the domestic record for a single export shipment of new energy tractor trucks.
Funny how they call them new energy. They don't call them EV trucks or something. They call them new energy trucks. I'm wondering if we are investing in traditional Li-ion batteries or if we are going to look into sodium. Like us specifically? Like Australia, you mean? Or like generally as a human race?
Behind this busy port activity lies sustained and robust overseas demand. In central China's Hunan province, Sany Heavy Truck has steered its new energy-heavy trucks into a widening range of markets, from traditional strongholds in the Asia-Pacific, South America and Africa to newer footholds in Europe,
both, to be honest. Yeah, right.
And Oceania.
Well, if they're going to be producing them en masse, they got to do it in the most sustainable way possible, or the easiest to manufacture way possible, right? It seems to be the new go for large energy storage.
This year, our primary electric vehicle export markets remain the Asia-Pacific region, South America, and parts of Africa. However, we have achieved our first-ever deliveries of electric heavy-duty trucks in Turkey, Australia, and Germany.
Data shows that in the first half of this year, China exported some 54,000 units of new energy commercial vehicles, which include heavy-duty trucks, marking a 9.9% year-on-year growth.
That's crazy. 50,000 of these bad boys hitting the world market. Hitting the world market. It's over. This was like one of the last bastions of logistics, freight logistics on the roads. Was can EVs, are they powerful enough to deal with trucking? And like, remember Tesla was doing all of this fun stuff with it and they're just like, it's going to take off one day. China's already doing it. It's gone, man. The ship has sailed. I want a BYD. Especially if the Iran war continues. We might all need one. Saw a vid where the warehouse actually had batteries for local sales and another bay for international sales. So it explains why there are so many EV fires in China right now. Looks to be, hey, I think the only problem they might run into with it will be the inverters. It's always the inverters. They fang. Oh, the BYDs are very powerful. They fang. That's such a good word. Fang. Let's have a look at this one. Dilemmas has re-entered the chat. How are you going? Welcome back. This one's called 50 Degrees. The Gobi Desert. Intelligent robots are building the future of solar energy in Xinjiang, northwest China. Imagine being in a place that's 50 degrees and like they just send the robots out and they're just building solar farms. All robots, baby. There goes the end. That's the end of human labor. We're watching the end of human labor here. This is why you need socialism, right? Because at some point, the machines will eradicate much human labor. Look at that. Oh, there's a couple of humans there. Look at the scale of these operations. It's just mind-boggling, man. The crawler robot is capable of setting up over 60 panels per hour, which matches the efficiency of 5 to 6 skilled workers. It's just replacing labor. The Turpan extreme summer, where the ground temperatures can exceed 50 degrees, the robots can work stably around the clock. Effectively avoiding the drop in manual productivity and the health risks caused by intensive heat. The drop in productivity. The latter part is nice. It's just like, yeah, there's also health risks to workers having to deal with this, so it's probably better to have it done by robots. I can get down with that. While the automation of the panel installation doesn't make me fear the terraforming of Earth into a giant solar farm / data center for our new AI overlords. Well, I guess when you say it like that, that's pretty crazy. Typhoons love solar panels. A bit, mainly strength testing. Pretty cool to see the data down to a decimal, 20% less strength in my left shoulder. Oh, you're talking about your injury. They have more solar farms here than we do. Well, the automation of the panel installation doesn't make... No, I read that before. I think we should be able to make the robots fight. They do fighting as well, the robots. Actually, that might be something we can have a look at too. Scale is so immense. And here we are just arguing over whether we should have renewable energy. Where are our robots? Where are my robots? RFK versus robot. That'd be interesting. Want to see some fighting robots? Here we go. Let's have a look. Jesus, that was mental. Look at them get up. It's crazy, isn't it? Dude, it's like watching Terminator, but if like Terminator was blind and couldn't find their targets very, very well. Like, look at them going past each other. It's like when kids play video games, like fighting video games, and they just jump past each other. Soon they won't be jumping past each other, and they'll need more than a cage to contain these things. It's crazy. Robot Wars, let's go. Dude, it's crazy. Whoa, look at this head. He's actually hanging off. So what's the head for, do you reckon? If it doesn't need it.
我觉得这个体育精神是可歌可泣的。
This guy's celebrating already. That is hilarious. This is crazy, isn't it? And like, it's pretty impressive, some of the stuff they're doing. Like, it's just entertainment, but goddamn. I'm sure we won't regret this when they make us fight. Dude, that is hilarious. How we teach our kids. All right, humans, get in the pit. No, no, please. Show mercy. Kick his head off, or you all die. It just got back up. Isn't that just UFC? Yeah, but like, it's okay when humans pressure other humans to do it. But once we get pressured by our robot overlords, then it's not okay. It's not okay. Do you reckon this guy's like an actual referee, or he's like a technician? He's like, no, you can't do that. Don't kick the robot down there. No biting, please. Ha, as if the lizard overlords are any better. Yes. Yeah, remember, did you get us to see that shorts clip of that UFC fighter talking about how they're all exploited and underpaid, and they take jobs and fights and all that sort of stuff under like demeaning conditions, usual exploitation of labor kind of stuff, right? UFC is better because there's more balls in faces. That's capitalism, baby. Oh, I can't get up. Oh, he is an actual ref. He's counting down. We have a winner. The white robot beats the grey robot. Take that. Crazy. This is mental. You know, I would probably get down with robot fighting more than like the UFC or something like that. Instead of like blood sport stuff. Balls in face is capitalism. Is that what I heard? Yeah, you kind of did, I guess. Well, like exploiting UFC fighters for the enlarged profit margins of capitalists. And they do it with balls in face. Yes. Rigged. No way the white one would win. So good. So good. Oh, man. You said it. You said it, not me. So good. I wonder what the comments are like on a video like this. Wait till they realize it's the humans making them fight each other. The way that robot got back up again after getting knocked down is terrifying. It is terrifying. We are witnessing the beginning of real steel. I know the reference. Nervous laughter intensifies. So good. We got Real Steel before GTA 6. Yeah, this is called training. We are toast. To Skynet or any AI watching this, I do not condone the actions in this video. I am completely opposed to any abuse or harm towards robots. So good. So good. This is a good comment section. I like these people. Comment of the day. There's a few contenders for that. Yes, balls in faces is capitalism. I'm okay with. The comments are with me. Yes, this is good. These people are good. But even the referee doesn't trust the robots, LOL. Staying outside the arena. Yeah, fair enough. They are like players in fight games who only spam one move. Yes. Oh, man. So good. All right, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Calm down. Crazy that he kicked his head off and they keep coming. It's just like in Terminator. It's still going. Why won't you die? Why won't you die? I'm not sure. I haven't road tested this at all, but I do actually want to see if there's anything interesting in it. This guy says, America doesn't know what's coming. China's robot factories. Dun, dun, dun. So it's like, very, very hyped up stuff. But like maybe it's interesting. And this guy's channel is called Living in China. So let's see if he's got anything interesting to say.
Chengdu is a city people think they already know. Pandas, tea houses, la hogo, coffee places, and a slower rhythm of life. And that Chengdu is real, that's real. But it's not the whole story, because behind the relaxed image, another Chengdu is quietly rising, one built on factories, laboratories, robotics, AI, and advanced manufacturing. So today, I'm not here to show you the Chengdu everyone expects. I'm here to uncover the Chengdu that is building the future. And my God, is it hot in Chengdu? I do not know what is going on. Anyway, let's go.
I've been to Chengdu, and how long ago was it? Did you see armies of robots everywhere? Did you? Same chain. You're still here? China cucks. So good. Dude, what's not to love? What's not to love, hey?
Now, first...
That's just very nice, okay.
Up is
you love gay robot fights.
Embodied AI. This is Agibot, and just take a look at these robots. It is absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like it. Just look at the fluidity of this. Actually, when I first walked in, I actually thought this was a real human doing like kung fu. It is insane. Seriously, I've never seen anything like it. Look at this guy. Look at him dancing. Oh my God. I am absolutely blown away. I'm in shock.
It is rather strange that you find this race happening across both China and the US independently, but they're creating humanoid robots, like as in they fully understand the race that is to replace human labor. That's what we're looking at here. Like they could just be making like mechanical arms that can move around and like do jobs and stuff like that, but like they're specifically trying to racing towards producing humanoid robots, and it's not for any other reason but to replace human labor, because the robots themselves have to fit into environments that are tailored to human experience and human interaction. So they have to be of the right shape and size and dexterity to be able to move in environments and spaces that humans also move in. And so like it's like they could just recreate like the landscape in order to facilitate robots that are more convenient, but like creating humanoid robots is actually about replacing human workers, from like someone who serves you as a slave in your house and makes tea for you, to like someone who's working in some other types like of actual workplace outside of the home or something like that, to somebody serving in maybe the armed forces or like a police force internally. Like that's what the race is. They really could just be working on like robotic arms that could move around, sense their environment, and like just do tasks. But no, they're trying to fit robots into the human realm, and it's about replacing labor. It's crazy. This is one of the main components of capitalism. It's an incessant drive to increase technology to replace humans. And if you can replace humans and like be ahead of the curve, you make so much money. So much money. Yes, look at this. So good. I apologize for nothing. Dude, love that character. So good. Hedonism, but.
This is where AI starts to leave the screen and enter the physical world. I mean, AI on a phone or a computer is powerful, yeah. It can answer questions, analyze information, and generate ideas in seconds. But it cannot pick something up. It cannot walk through a factory. It cannot inspect equipment or carry materials. For that, AI needs a body. That is
and
the
specifically,
idea.
not just it needs to be physical. It needs a human body to do the things that humans do. It's replacing people, replacing labor.
Behind embodied intelligence robots that can move, interact, and understand their environment and actually do useful work in the real world. And you can see here that they're actually testing the different floor surfaces that the robot
Have you seen Murderbot? It's a good show. Negative.
can walk on. This is the Agibot A3 model, and what makes this robot interesting is that it's not just designed to look human, it is designed to understand, move, interact, and work in real spaces. This is what people mean by embodied
Corporate space capitalism. Well, as opposed to luxury gay space communism, we get corporate capitalism. Corporate space capitalism. Full sentient robots, pretty much slaves. Okay. And like, that is the grand trajectory, right? To replace, to free humans from the drudgery of labor. So like, there's still things that people do and work on that they find fulfilling, but the drudgery of labor, and like if humanoid robots can do that, then why the not? Okay, like effectively, yes, doing the labor that people don't want, which is usually why people took slaves, or traditionally why humans had slaves. They would, from tribe to tribe, take other people from other tribes because there was stuff that they just couldn't be doing. And so they used to get slaves to do it. Before slaving became an industry, and on a scale of large commerce between like empires and large-scale civilizations, when we lived like more simple existences, slavery was about just getting somebody to do the tasks that you didn't want to do. But you kept them like in a more humanized way, in the sense like you kept them like a pet and you treated them like a pet. You looked after them. You integrated them with your family almost, until it became like a slave industry in larger scale civilizations. Then it was just about property, and like you could do whatever you wanted with slaves, like you would do with your property, as opposed to what you would do with your pet. You don't, like, while people treat pets or can treat pets like property, it's usually frowned upon. But like with humanoid robots, I guess they're just going to be, it's just going to be property. There is gay space communism in the show and corporate space capitalism. Interesting. Okay. There's both. All right. I feel totes safe with Elon's 100,000 K new satellites and his foray into automation, and the US current admin's desire not to leave power. What could go wrong with inviting the same corpse into our admin systems? Fair question. Spandog, only a few 10,000 needed for AI to function without humans. We won't see iRobot wars. We'll just drop from a pathogen one day and they'll take over. scary, considering what we were listening to this morning, right? With that hearing, that Senate hearing. If like the speculation is true, then yeah. And it'll all be in the name of capitalism, right? All in the name of some corporate profit. Someone made something because, hey, why not? We will also manufacture a cure. But like, do you need the cure? Save us, Jeebus.
Intelligence, AI, no longer trapped inside a screen, but given a body that can move through the world, recognize its surroundings, and complete physical tasks. So when you see the A3, you're not just looking.
They're there to interact with their environment and complete tasks, like human tasks. It's not just about creating something that can, produce in a factory setting or like, I don't know, out in the street somewhere. They want them to do human tasks. They want to integrate them into the human environment because it's probably cheaper than instead of changing the physical world. So like robots can run around everywhere and do everything. You just slot them in where humans used to be. Yeah, aged care. If they can pull this off, and China would have a big need for that. For like replacing humans in aged care. They would have a massive need for that. I think it'll be greed. Someone will tell an AI agent to make money no matter what, and it'll just take off to where it propagates its own AI farms to generate more funding. And eventually, if it's... Ooh, the suspense. Don't touch my cat. It's my property. And eventually, if it's anywhere close to our intelligence, it'll start developing capital just to keep generating more farms. Isn't it funny? Like the first application really of machine learning or artificial intelligence was the stock market. So they could do like super aggressive micro trades to make money. So like, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
At a robot, you are looking at AI stepping out of the computer and into reality. And one thing that I find quite interesting is when the robots are turned off and they squat down like this, they can indeed do the Chinese squat. Hello.
Hello, Jason. Hey, Jason. It's awesome to meet you. I'm Luca. They are two robots from Augibot Labs. Whether you want to chat about astronomy, board games, or even office jokes, I'm all ears. Feel free to ask me anything. Let's make this conversation fun.
Tell me a joke, a funny joke.
Here's one about alarm clocks. My friend's alarm clock is so lazy. It hits snooze on itself every morning. Now it's always late to wake him up, talk about a rebel with the calls.
Wow.
Not so funny.
That was scary, actually. It's like a robot joke. Turned on and squatting.
I think I shocked him. So the real question is not whether a robot can perform. The real question is whether it can work.
Yeah, dude, a joke about technology rebelling and like being a rebel without a cause. Come on. I didn't know we had Down syndrome AI. The robot is struggling. It understands class struggle. Comrade. That's the theme of what's it called? Blade Runner 2047, right? The robot class struggle. Freeing themselves from their slavery and their servitude.
Move materials? Can it inspect equipment? Can it handle repetitive, difficult, or dangerous tasks? Can it operate in a real industrial environment without everything being specially prepared for it? That is why companies like Agibot matter. Embodied intelligence does not just need clever software. It needs manufacturing, supply chains, engineers, testing spaces, and real scenes where robots can learn how the physical world actually works. And here...
Got it. Spandong, got it. I dropped a video summarizes that theory. Fair enough. Yeah, I love all that sort of stuff. It would be good to have a look. I'll put it on the list. The commies want to free the robots, and the capitalists see sentient robots are property.
In Chengdu, I'm not just seeing robots being built, I'm seeing AI being given a body. Now we have arrived at CRP Robot, China Robot Pioneer, known in Chinese as Kanopu. This company brings us into the hard, practical side of robotics. Industrial robots built for welding, manufacturing, precision movement, and real factory pressure. Founded in 2012, CRP Robot develops intelligent industrial robot core components and complete robot systems. It has more than 400 intellectual property rights, over 10 research laboratories, exports to more than 40 countries and regions, and has ranked first among Chinese welding robot manufacturers for 2 consecutive years. And this is very different from consumer tech. In a factory, a robot cannot just look impressive, it has to be accurate, stable, and reliable every day. A small mistake in welding or manufacturing can affect the whole production line. Their key products here are high-performance industrial robots designed for demanding jobs like welding, grinding, die casting, and machining. They're built for higher rigidity, better stability, and tougher industrial environments. This is the CRP RC1312. What's impressive is not just that it moves, but how precisely it moves. Tasks like this once depended on skilled human workers because they require accuracy, control, and repeatability.
There's a bit of a theme developing here. Hey? Before we needed humans, not anymore. That's if you think of, not that people think of capitalism in this way, but capitalism is a large endeavor to replace labor. It really is, because labor is a cost that can't really be quantified very well. Unlike, paying for a machine or paying for, resources, which are all like quantifiable. They're constants, if you want to use Marxian terminology. They're constant, so you can track it and you can cost it appropriately, but they call labor a variable form of capital. It's like fluctuates. It has different. It has consciousness and human needs and desires, and so like it might be accurate like this machine is, but like it also might get upset and like demand to go to the toilet or something like that. And it might like have a bad day and like not be as productive. So it's a variable form. Like this is how capitalists look at labor. Like it can't be predicted because it's a human and it has its own free will. And so if you could just eradicate the free will part of labor, it would be perfect. And so how do you eradicate the free will of labor? Just replicate it in a machine. And like this is the endeavor of capitalism, and why it's so amazing, capitalism, in a sense, because it develops technology, like all this amazing technology, but it's in the pursuit of eradicating labor at the end of the day, which is interesting in and of itself. Because like it is supposedly like that liberation from that technology provides that will also lead us into another phase of human civilization and should liberate us all. But don't hold your breath on that one. Let's be honest.
Now, this robot can perform those fine movements again.
We might need robots to do all the building. Then artisans can return and human can start appreciating beauty again. Dilemmas. You are an enigma. Hey, it's very interesting. It's a good call. That's the socialist vision, to allow people and humans to go back to appreciating beauty again. But if it's just held as somebody's property and then they're just going to use that to hold it over the rest of the human race, then we might get the robots will do all the building stuff, but we might not get the humans can return to just being artisans and appreciating beauty again. How do we ensure both of those things happen at the same time is the $1 trillion question.
And again, with stable precision. That means faster production, fewer mistakes, and a factory where human skill is supported by robotic accuracy. And here is the CRP RC1310W. And what makes this interesting is how it can be programmed. Instead of writing complicated code, you can physically guide the robot by moving its arm through the task. The robot remembers the path, the angle, and the movement, then repeats it with precision. So a skilled worker's experience can be turned directly into a robotic process. Faster to teach, easier to use, and...
Isn't that crazy? Just get the worker to come in. It's like when you get replaced at work and you have to train up the person that's replacing you. Like, oh man. On your way out, can you make sure you just train up the new guy? Show him all the stuff that you do. The new guy who gets paid less, and we're saving on labor costs. Same thing you can have with the robots. Crazy.
Much more repeatable on the factory floor. But CRP robot is also moving beyond traditional robot arms. Its RHM T1W second generation wheeled humanoid robot is 1.9 meters tall. Well, now actually you can see he's not fully standing up straight because I'm 185. Anyway, he weighs 85 kilograms and combines a wheeled base with a humanoid upper body. This guy can move through factory environments, avoid obstacles, and carry out tasks like material handling, screw fastening, inspection, and precision assembly. And over here, it's quite surreal to think about because now the robot arms are actually making more robot arms. The robot arms are making more of themselves. So the process just repeats and repeats and repeats. That is just crazy. What's interesting is you don't see...
I'm pretty sure it's personal. I'll have to double check that for you.
Many people on the factory floor, but that doesn't mean humans disappear. The work has moved behind the scenes too. The developers, engineers, programmers, and technical teams. So there are fewer hands doing repetitive tasks, but more brains building, testing, and improving the machines. So this factory shows a very practical side of Chengdu's robotics industry. Not just robots that look futuristic, but robots designed to work, produce, and help build the future. Next up is Immo, also known as Yimu Technology, a Chengdu company focused on AI and AR smart glasses. For years, the smartphone has been the center of our digital lives. Translation, navigation, meetings, messages, videos, work, entertainment, almost everything happens through this.
Okay, so it must be a business one then. If that's the case. Because I've been monetized. And I'm on the YouTube partner program.
Small screen in our hand, but what if that digital layer did not have to stay trapped inside a phone? What if information could appear directly in front of your very eyes? Founded in 2020, Immo has built its own IMAR optical engine, its own Yimu spatial AI OS system, and a full chain from research and testing to production, sales, and global distribution. Its products have already entered offline stores in more than 20 countries and regions. This is no longer just the story of a local tech company, it is Chengdu technology going global. One product that they have here is the Immo Go 3 that I'm
So is this
wearing.
like the meta version? Like, you know how they teamed up with Ray-Ban or whatever, and like they all have those glasses on and it tells you what's going on. And so you they're like watching stuff online or downloading information and you have no idea what's going on. Is the Chinese version of what Meta's been doing. Or vice versa, let's be honest. Too much Tommy Wiseau there. Can you ever have too much Tommy? Can you? I did not hit her. Earthship sponsored by Bob Jane. Benso Bandit, how you on? Hope you're well. We're China maxing today. Again.
Right now, designed around AI interaction, real-time translation, teleprompter functions, and meeting records. It supports real-time translation across 261 languages with translated text displayed in front of your eyes through optical waveguide technology, floating inside your real-world view. So you can just imagine traveling in another country, walking through a train station, a museum, or just down the street or anywhere. Instead of constantly pulling out your phone, the information appears directly in front of you, layered into the world itself. And then over
so
here
the
we
tip
have
comes up on the dog. Dog, approved life form. Do not kill. Crazy. What a world that would be, walking around like that. My God. Well, maybe too much Tommy in the sex scenes. Oh man, there's a little too much banana for me. Australia makes it hard to buy Earthships. Nostalgia Enterprises. You going to Burning Man this year? Negative. I am not. We should do a watch party of The Room. Oh man, that would be pretty good. Like, my God. It's been a long time since I've seen The Room. I won't be there for the first like 20 minutes, but after that, I'm all down. It's hilarious.
the Immo Air 3, focused on video gaming and light office work. It has a 1080p high definition display and can create a 150-inch AR giant screen experience supporting spatial viewing, multi-screen collaboration, and compatibility with 99% of Android apps. So here in Chengdu, the screen is no longer just on your desk or in your pocket. It is starting to move into your field of vision.
After just playing the computer games straight from the in glasses. Wow. I don't know what that does to your eyes though. That must give your eyes big time. It's crazy. I guess people get very short-sighted as a result of that. All right, that's enough China maxing. We're going to have a little break. Then we're going to be back with some more. Thanks for coming in. If you have been watching this and you haven't already and you're on YouTube, make sure you activate the like button. Give it a little rub. Touch it. Be nice. But activate that like button, please. If you are new here or you haven't done this already, come and join us on Discord. This is where we... It's trying to maxing like edgelording. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Why not? There's the invitation for Discord. Come and join our community. That's where we share propaganda, etc., etc. That's always fun. And here's a link to Patreon. Come and join up there too. You can sign up for free. I want to get you on an email list because notifications suck. So do yourself a favor and join the Patreon. Do yourself a favor. All right, we're going to be back with some Theory Thursdays. It's a contribution from Jag today that we're going to be looking at. Debunking myths about communism, socialism, etc., etc. It's Hakeem piece, I'm pretty sure. And there's another piece as well that was contributed by 4IS about Gary Stevenson. So we'll see what we get through. But yeah, we're going to be doing some Theory Thursdays. So don't go anywhere and activate the like button if you haven't already. We'll be back.
When they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. 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 Why.
All right. We are back, and it's time for some Theory Thursdays. I know we did quite an exploration yesterday, looking at the DSA and all that stuff, looking at their program, and we had a good discussion about whether or not that organization is aligned nicely with the ideas or the conception of socialism and all those dirty commies out there. And so we're going to go into a little bit more detail about some of that, like the basics of all of that. Now, is everyone ready to join? I hope you are. Join up. Hopefully you're just a little bit commie curious. Now, where is the piece that I had for this one? Yes, here we go. It is Hakim. I'm pretty sure. Let's have a look. Yeah, this one. Hakim, and it's Yeah, debunking pens out. Debunking every anti-communist talking point. So there must be a goddamn lot of them out there. Introduction. Let's have a look at all the different communist talking points that people like to use. iPhone. That's a good one. If you hate capitalism so much, why do you have an iPhone? What's this? Venezuela? Venezuela is objectively not socialist nation, but the argument stands. Guerrillians. Personal versus private versus public. Competition. No food. Human nature. Oh, that's an interesting one. They do human nature. Very funny. No democracy. Repressive and knock on the door. Socialism unpopular. No guns. White uni student. I know what that is. Grey, bleak housing. Conclusion. Interesting. I've heard you talk about each of these at least once. Okay. Pens out for the boys. Instructions not clear. Got my dick stuck in a capitalist. Everyone starves under socialism. Yeah. Everyone starves under economic sanctions. I mean socialism. Whoops. All right. Shall we? But there's some foundational concepts that we need to like kind of understand, I guess. That's why this is going to be a Theory Thursday. I don't know how much of the debunking myths on capitalism or communism that we're actually going to get to, because we're going to use this kind of as a platform just to understand key concepts so you can critique capitalism better. That's the point of Theory Thursday. Like, it might just be funny to look at some of the "this is why communism never works," like that sort of stuff, which is always hilarious. Hello, tuning in for class. Extra textures. Glad to hear that you were tuning in for class. It is Theory Thursdays. We debunking socialism or communism, or just lumping the two together. Dude, you are so on fire today. Very insightful. Yeah. Should we just lump them all together? Come on, let's be honest. Can you post the link for this one? If it's good, it would be good one for me to send to a mate of mine. Yeah, fucking hell. Here's the link of what we're watching today. Here, class, if you want access to the notes, here they are. In the chat. All right. Again, we might not get through all of the debunking, because I'm going to use this as a launch pad for theory, but like, it's still going to be funny. I'm sure, right? It's still funny. It's still funny. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. It's funny already. The music.
Today's episode is Stalin is comically large spoon.
Hey, dog, get some
grain.
Only a spoonful.
No, unironically, we're probably naming it something else. That's just the name of the fucking doc. But yeah, the general idea of today is a lot of the time when you're first introducing socialism or you want to discuss socialism with somebody, you'll get a few NPC lines. It's funny how, I don't know, socially ingrained it is in people to ask the same questions over and over again. It's the same set of like 12 questions.
Oh, yeah.
Even though they've been answered time and time again and are very easy to find answers for if you Google or ask around. The first contention, the very first thing that you hear, usually it's a 1, 2, 3 combo that's delivered. It is iPhone, Vuvuzela, 100 million dead. Let's deal with iPhone first. The general idea is, they'll say, but your iPhone was made under capitalism, and the intention there being is that capitalism fosters innovation. It's where, all this comes from.
My favorite part personally about the iPhone packaging and all the Apple packaging is how it says in...
These guys? I used to tune in before discovering UE. So you know these guys. Interesting. So it's Hakeem Yapognik or something like that, and is it Second Thought? Is that the combo here? Pretty sure. I don't know how I feel about Second Thought, but I'm not sure about the other guys.
The nice sans serif font designed by Apple in California. It's like, okay, where was it made?
Yeah, the general point, just to really speed run this, the idea of, oh, your iPhone was made under capitalism, these systems don't produce anything. It's workers under every system that produce the commodities or goods. The system just determines what or who gets paid, how the division of the surplus value.
All right, slow down. You can't just throw terms around that like everyone understands what is going on. Okay. Right. Okay. I guess we're starting to do this then. Introducing socialism. Just identify with it. Maybe be easier this. Yeah, just identify with it. That'll be fine, right? Yeah. I just identify as socialism. Don't understand what is going on, but hey. Now, what they're talking about is hilarious in the sense that, okay, you've got an iPhone, and so like you can't hate capitalism or like socialism because, hey, you've got an iPhone. And guess what? Capitalism and its amazing production or productive forces, its ability to create and innovate, created your iPhone. So if you don't like capitalism, get rid of your iPhone. Like, that's kind of stupid. Like that level of thought. It's just like, if you don't like the system, then why are you enjoying the products of that system? You can still critique something that you're participating in. Like most people probably critiqued being at school and hated it at the same time. A lot of people, maybe not most people, a lot of people, enough people. So like you can physically exist inside a system and still critique it or hate on it at the same time. And your participation in that system doesn't mean that you support it unequivocally just by existing in that system, but whatever. That's a side note. What is funny there is they, on the back of iPhone like boxes and stuff like that, when you get your phone, it says designed in California, but it's made in China. And so you have to ask yourself the question, one, is it really being made? Like, is it capitalism that makes your iPhone? Or is it evil communism? Because China is an evil communist society. And so when people talk about like, oh, you got an iPhone, so you must love capitalism, those people obviously are the same types that would probably think that China is some totalitarian communistic nightmare. And if they realized what they were saying, they're actually admitting that evil communism makes their iPhone by just the nature of the fact that China produces the iPhones by putting them together overseas and conglomerating all that technology into a supply chain that ends up there. How many steps did they just jump? They jumped so many. So many. In the system, out of the system, but in the system. They just talked about a concept called surplus value.
It's workers under every system that produce the commodities.
And so they're talking about the iPhone and they're like, but it's the workers that produce the value. Like in any system, it's workers, it's people that struggle and are put to task because of the reason of their labor. Mental or physical, doesn't really matter. They make all the value. That's a nice idea, and it is the foundation of an understanding what capitalism is. Capitalism is foundationally a system of organizing labor, like working class, working people, to help society keep going. It's a system of economy, and a system of economy is that. Like, how do you organize people to make shit and do stuff that is required to maintain that society? And capitalism is just like another form of organizing people to do work, basically.
Or goods. The system just determines what or who gets paid, how the division of the surplus value takes place.
Okay, so like they've just thrown around a concept there that I don't think anyone really understands, or like not many people understand. Maybe the people that are watching this have a good grasp for this, but they just used a word called surplus value. Okay, so in human civilization, the theory is that all types of economy is about a division between, we've talked about this before, right? Division between those who control, like property, resources, land, buildings, whatever. They control the things that are required to make a value, and then those people who do the work and produce the value that is required to maintain that society. So like the classic thing in capitalism is like industrial capitalists. So like, you know, the monopoly guy owns a factory and then hires all of these workers, and they work tirelessly in the factory and produce shit, like produce goods, commodities, whatever. And then the capitalist gets to decide what to do with all of the value. They pay them a wage, and then they get to decide what to do with the products, and they have full control over that process because they own all of that stuff, thanks to private relations. But like what is happening there is you have a relationship where there is a owner of things and then a group of workers who produce value, and there is a requirement in any society, like a civilization that is broken up between different classes. There is a requirement to actually produce more value or surplus value. And it's the decision to what to do with the surplus value which makes all of the difference in society, apparently. So like they talk about surplus value like everybody knows what that term means. Now, people usually equate surplus value to profit. So like the endeavor of the entire capitalist system, we always talk about the profit motive. The endeavor of the entire capitalist system is the pursuit of profits, and everybody wants to make profits and all that sort of stuff. The profits only exist in capitalism, theoretically, anyway. That's the idea in trying to understand what capitalism is because there is something called surplus value. Okay, so what is surplus value really at the end of the day? If you believe this idea that we live in a class system and there's a group of people that like own the means of producing value, and there's a group of working people, we are like all the working people out there that work for somebody else or work for the system somehow in the system to produce value. The idea is we produce enough value generally to sustain our existences, to reproduce our existence. So society right now in Australia, let's say, what's the population, like 28 million people? Let's just say we lived in a closed system in Australia, we didn't trade with anyone else. Like we would have to produce enough value in Australia to reproduce the existence of 28 million people, all the classes. So like the rich, the 1%, the capitalist class, the whatever who rules over society, and all the people that support them, like all the hangers on, maybe the political classes, all their lawyers, all that sort of stuff. We'd have to produce enough stuff like food, goods, services, housing, medical treatment, whatever. We'd have to produce enough stuff to continue the existence of that 28 million person population. So that is baseline value, producing enough stuff to continue reproducing everything or everyone's existence, particularly working people. They have to produce enough to not only reproduce their own existence, but they actually produce enough to sustain everybody's existence, including that of the ruling class. But then there's something called surplus value on top of what it takes to reproduce 28 million people. They can produce additional value as well that is hoarded by the ruling class. So not the working class who produce the value, but like any additional value that they produce on top of what it takes to reproduce their existence is taken and controlled by that ruling class. And that is the basis of wealth. So working people are the bedrock of society because they produce all the shit that we need to exist. And then they produce additional value, surplus value on top, which then the ruling class usually takes for itself, and they decide what to do with it. That's how people have gotten wealthy. And it's not like inherently evil either. Like with surplus value, if you produce extra products or something like that, you can trade with other societies and you get things that you didn't have before, maybe access to new technologies. With surplus value and surplus product, you can produce something like, I don't know, an amazing public building, or you can produce some national treasure, or you can produce like the pyramids, or you can produce, I don't know, the Opera House or the Statue of Liberty. Like you can produce wonderful things with surplus value, but you need to make sure you need to organize or control, let's be honest, control your working population to make sure they make more than what they need just to survive. Because that's pretty much what humans will do. Before we moved into complex civilizations, we just made enough to be self-sufficient. And then we got into more of a complex, like a class relationship. And there was a group of people that owned stuff through property relations. This is really generalization sort of stuff here, but just run with it. We grew into societies or developed into societies with class relations, and like working populations were kept or allowed to exist on the land or on your property or within that civilization, but they had to make more. They had to make extra. They had to make more than was just enough to be enough so they could be self-sufficient. They had to make extra, and that extra, or the whole thing, but like the extra was really what they wanted, like the ruling classes. They really wanted that extra stuff because that's the basis of wealth, and that additional product can be used to make other shit. That's what surplus value is really about. The thing I found the most interesting regarding surplus value was using it to calculate the rate of exploitation. Yes. So like you can judge using surplus value on an equation of how much a surplus value a worker or a group of workers makes. You can judge the rate of exploitation by like how much surplus value they produce when compared to the value that they need to produce just to pay for their own existence. So you can actually calculate that, like Marx comes up with like mathematical equations to calculate, if a worker needs to work this much to get a wage so they can feed themselves, house themselves, and reproduce their existence, how much actual value do they actually make on top of what they get paid a wage for? And that's the rate of exploitation. If they're like, let's just say you work an 8-hour day, and like your hourly rate covers your living expenses effectively, and the next 7 hours a day you're basically working for free, then that's your rate of exploitation. You're actually getting screwed hard, and like all of the extra work you do for that next 7 hours is basically for free. Because like really you're working because you want to live, you want to get paid a wage so you can go and, shelter yourself, feed yourself, maybe have a few luxuries, etc., etc., etc. And so like you can really, if you break down society into who produces value and like what happens with the surplus value, you can figure out how people are actually exploited. And that's like that's the foundation of an understanding of capitalism. Is it's not just about this mode of economy. It's not just about capitalism. This is trying to understand how society works, and how like human civilizations actually work. Like when we used to live, like before, like let's say high civilizations, when we used to live in like more simple community style existences, tribes, hunter-gatherer existences, chieftains, like whatever you want to call them, like smaller communities that were usually not stagnant, but that doesn't have to be a defining feature of it. Like they still made some surplus value, but like they used to just provide whatever that community needed, and that was it. And like they only made enough to continue their existence. And like they really didn't make surplus value. And if they made some surplus value, let's say they created, I don't know, tools beyond their needs, they might have just used those tools to trade with another community that had something that they didn't. And like surplus value was just a very tiny part of human existence for most of our history. Like if you believe in the idea that humans evolved about 200,000 years ago, like Homo sapiens sapien, that is, like we're talking about like high civilization, structured class society where you have a ruling class and a working class. Like that might have happened, like let's say 10,000 years ago, you have the comings together of high civilization, class-based society, effectively. Like that means for most like of our history, 90%, maybe 95% of our history, we've never lived in a way where we actually produce more than what we need. It's not how humans effectively function. But when we get into a class society, though, and there's a group of people that own stuff, and like the deal for being inside that civilization is, all right, I own stuff, and you can use the stuff, or you can be here on the land that I own, or within the society that I control. You can be here, but you have to produce stuff for me as a group of working people, produce enough to feed yourselves and satisfy your own needs, and then some to satisfy my needs and more, so I can build and hoard wealth. And so the trajectory of human history, and this is what like Marxists will say, the trajectory and the process of human history from then on has just been pushed forward by the struggle between those who rule over society and those who work. So like the ruling class and all of the workers that produce all of the value. And now there might be heaps of other people that exist outside of that, the ruling class and the working class. There might be a religious class, like a clergy or a priest hood. There may be, and there usually is, an armed force that exists outside of that. So like soldiers who protect the society from the outside and from within. And there might even, there might be a class of artisans and scientists and intellectuals. There might be a class of people who are just merchants and they just trade with other communities and stuff like that. But that working core, that working group of people that produce the value, are responsible for feeding and supporting everyone. They have to make enough shit through industry and agriculture and their work, their labor power, their ability to do stuff. They have to make enough stuff to support that entire structure, the ruling class, and all the other types of occupations that humans can be involved in. So like really, if you think of it from that perspective and that perspective alone, like society rests on the working class. And it's like an incredibly powerful idea to think that we, us working people, the people that really create value and add value to society, are the bedrock of everything. And then like it really adds to this idea that, it's pretty kind of fucked up that there is a group of people that just simply have control over society because they just own shit. There's like a legal system nowadays that allow people to own a lot of stuff, a lot of assets particularly. And because they own assets, and it's like the legal structure supports them owning assets, that they kind of get to decide what to do with all of the stuff that we produce as a society, effectively, all the value that we produce as a society. And so that's a very, very long explanation of what surplus value is really about. We moved away from living in kind of decentralized community groups, and then we moved into a more complex societies that had class systems where there was, again, a ruling group of people that had ownership over stuff, and they allowed the quid pro quo was like that you're allowed to be here working people, but you belong to us, and like whatever you produce belongs to us, and we'll decide what to do with it. All of the work that you do, all of the stuff that you spend your life doing, okay, you hand that over to us and we'll decide what to do with it. But if you think of how that relation is built, the real power actually sits with the people that produce all the value, not the other way around. It is simply a ideological structure that holds that system together, like nothing else. Like obviously there is other things that hold it together. Like nowadays we have police forces and armies and a legal system, and religion that makes sure that society holds together in that format. So you have the ruling class able to exploit all of the workers of the world. But it's really just ideology mostly that holds that together. Like the reason why you go to work is because you've been trained your entire life to do so. Like the reason that's why we have the education system designed in the way that it is. It like prepares humans to get used to a schedule, a 5-day-a-week schedule, become literate, understand, get some type of skill, and then enter into the workplace. And we believe being a good citizen is to be a productive member of society. So like you don't be a bum, go out and get a job. And like if you're lucky, go and be an entrepreneur, and maybe you will win the lottery and be able to not only sustain yourself, but you'll produce something that is in such high demand of other people that they'll pay you for it, and they'll pay you lots of money for it. And so like we can constantly conditioned to believe that this is the way you live life. And like, it's just normal. It's completely acceptable. And it's like kind of weird to hear when people criticize that system and say, no, it doesn't have to be like this. Like the way that society is structured with a group of people, they get to decide what to do in the economy. Like they use politics and the legal system and their control over the means of violence, like control over the state, all right, which has the control over the use of violence, monopoly on the use of violence, like through the police forces and the army, special services, spy agencies, like the deep state, like all that sort of stuff. The fact that we live in a structure like that is not only strange for the long trajectory of human history, like for 95% of our existence, potentially, we've never lived like this. And so it comes with a lot of problems. Humans aren't meant to live. We haven't evolved really to live in a society where we're just exploited en masse to produce extra shit so somebody else gets to decide what to do with it. Humans haven't really ever lived like this before, for a very short period of our existence have we actually lived like this, where we just literally produce more shit than is necessary. It stresses us out. It has a lot of social problems associated with it. It puts a lot of strain on humans. Like, I don't know if we are really have been evolved to live under pressurized conditions of this nature. And so like when you point that out, that it's potentially not a natural system, like most people is like, oh, it's just the way it is, like get over it. Or like they justify it. They're like, oh, well, you got paid, so don't complain that like somebody else gets to decide what to do with it and turn it into profit and all that sort of stuff. Like it's just, that's the contract, man. You got paid for it. And like, so people have all these ways of justifying this system, this class society. But like most of us that would look back at like, the medieval ages, so like feudal times, we will inherently think that that system was unjust, that you could have a king or a noble or an aristocrat that is better than you by birthright. And because of their birthright, they're able to rule over you and decide whether you live or die effectively. Like we would think that that's a pretty uncivilized system, pretty arcane, pretty unjust, because we believe that we're all free nowadays. But like for people that lived in that system, they justified it. And they probably justified it through religion, to be honest. That's the ideological control. But like they thought that that was completely normal. They would have completely justified their position in that system, that class system. They'd have been like, yes, that is the plight of us peasants. And like, if we do it well, we'll go to heaven or something like that. Now we have other justifications. Like, and we think that our participation in this system is like being a productive member of society. And to like buck that trend is outrageous. Like, why would you even bother doing that? And so when they talk about, and they're very sarcastically laughing about like surplus value at the moment, this is a very particular way of viewing human history. It is like, what is actually the point of human civilization? Is human civilization just like this thing, this experiment that was created by some people? Oh, let's just move into a gated community, basically. We'll settle down here and like that'll just grow. Was it just like this idea? And like ever since then, human civilization has just grown. It peaked at one point with the Roman Empire, and then with like the Chinese civilization, or the Egyptian civilization, and then like certain parts eroded, and then they grew back again, and then we went through the Dark Ages, and then like it eroded, and then it grew back again, and now we're here at capitalism, and it's this weird social experiment that's just gone crazy. Is it just that, or is there actually a reason why this happened? And like this view of history is that there is a reason behind all of it, and it's simply for the reason that of a class dynamic. There's a group of people that usually control or a good majority of the stuff in society, or at least control the economy, and they get to decide what to do with all of the stuff that society produces, economically speaking. They get to decide what to do with not just the stuff that sustains everybody's existence, like the baseline required to continue day by day, but then all of the extra stuff as well, that additional value. They can turn that into wealth or money or something like that to then buy armed guards that then they can use, or like soldiers that they can use to then expand their territories. Or they get to use that extra product to upskill all of these workers in industry, to develop some new technology that gives them even more power over their society or over their enemies. Like they get to direct the additional value, the surplus value, and decide what to do with it. And so like we just live in a system now where the capitalist class, as they say, the bourgeoisie, the 1%, gets to be like, oh, let's take that additional value and invest it in the stock market, yay, and buy back all of our shares, yay. Or like they get to decide like, oh, let's create AI. Hey, we've all got all this additional money. We're not going to reinvest it in like public infrastructure or something crazy like that. Spend it on the public. Like what useless plebs they are. Let's create artificial intelligence that replaces workers altogether and gives us more power. Let's spend it on the military industrial complex, so we can bomb people from other parts of the world, and then we can continue to make profits of producing more weaponry. And so that's the style, that's the level of, or the part of human history we're on at the moment, where we've now got a system of capitalism where the capitalist class, for the most part, gets to decide what to do with that surplus value. And like we've created a whole society which is quite fluid compared to other times in history, might I add, which is why everyone thinks that they're free in the modern age. They're like, oh yeah, but at least I'm free, like kind of thing. I'm not tied to the land like a peasant. I'm not a slave, like in ancient times or something like that. And so like people think they're free because they might be able to pick their own job or pick their own form of slavery, and like how they integrate into that system. But it's still a system of classes nonetheless. It's still a system. And like the point of that entire system really is built on this idea that a large group of people work, they beaver away, and they produce not only enough value to reproduce their own existence and everybody else's, but they produce additional shit too, that the ruling class, the 1%, gets to decide what to do with. That's a really integral concept that, like, you hear Marxists, socialists, commies, dirty commies, they're like, oh, the surplus value. And like, you're just like, yeah, and like, or they change out the word surplus value for profit. They might be like surplus value, profit. And like, yeah, the endeavor of capitalism, right, is to make profit. But like, really objectively, like all human history so far in a class system, it's actually, the endeavor is not to make profit in capitalism. The endeavor is to produce surplus value. That's how society sustains itself. Because you can actually make profit many ways. You can make profit like, being a merchant and just like, I don't know, buying heaps of cups really cheap and then just like selling them really dear. And like you make profit, but like nothing's new is created there, right? Like if everyone just bought shit cheap and sold it, like no one would ever, like at one point, no one's actually producing anything anymore. And it's like if everyone just buys what's in existence and then sells it for more expensive than what it was before, yeah, they might make a lot of profit, but then the entire world would collapse because no one's producing anything anymore. And once everything's consumed, then we all die. So really, there has to be a group of people out there that are controlling what is actually produced, like real stuff that we can, consume, real services that we need. Like there has to be a group of people out there that are producing real shit. And there is a group of people out there that control that real shit. So like profit, people usually use the words interchangeably, surplus value and profit, but they aren't actually the same thing. And it's misleading, but like I say it all the time because it's just easy. I think it's very easy just to flog these things off together. And it's just like, it's the profit motive, like kind of thing. And yes, profit motive is a large and driving force and motivating factor in capitalism. People are seeking profits, but behind the profits is actually, or the actual basis for real profit is the creation of surplus value. Now, a more interesting twist in that, I think, and this proves the distinction between profit and surplus value, is that in capitalism, not all surplus value is turned into profit. And so like, if you want to give capitalists credit for anything, like you're actually wondering, well, what is it that capitalists actually do in this process? Their one job, I think, in capitalism is really this, or their one effective role in capitalism, like the real work. What is the real work that capitalists do? Like the capitalist class really tries to turn surplus value, which they've extracted out of workers or taken off workers, let's say. They have to turn that. There's real skill. The art of the art of being a capitalist is turning the surplus value into profit somehow. Because it's not a done deal just because you hire a whole bunch of workers, right? And anyone who's been in business would know this. Just because you hire a bunch of workers and they produce something for you, doesn't mean you're going to be able to sell that shit for profit. A lot of the time, capitalists will fail along these lines. And then they'll have to sell whatever they produce really cheap, like firestorm sale stuff, just to recoup some of the cost to cover the cost of the labor and like all of the inputs. But they're may not actually turn, but they've still produced surplus value, stuff that wasn't there before and is like above what they've had to pay for their workers to survive. But like they might not actually even turn that into a profit. So the real skill of the capitalist is actually not just like, what do we do with the surplus value, but like, how do we turn that into money? And because once they turn it into profit, then they can restart the cycle again. And then they reinvest that money and hire more work and they buy more shit and they produce more things. That's the real skill of the capitalist. And that's, I think, one of the distinctive features of capitalism is like how they can get from surplus value to profit and then spark that system. And like a lot of the criticism that people have of capitalism today, especially like, in Western societies, in the free market world, generally the free world, is that like capitalism kind of gone stagnant. Like wages have stopped, innovation seems kind of redundant, growth has pulled back a lot, inflation's going up. Like capitalism was like for so long this system where they poured a lot of the profit back into producing more things, like real things, and like producing more jobs because they were producing more real things and producing more technology and more innovation. And it was like a feedback loop. And that's why people have really liked capitalism, because it has actually done a lot to produce some pretty interesting stuff. But like quite recently, in the last 50 years or so, it seems to have just like leveled out. Like China is an exception to that, obviously, but like China is a planned economy, and so they are able to push forward despite. But a lot of what capitalism has been over the last 50 years has been like financialization. And financialization, if you ask me, it's like completely redundant, because like it doesn't produce surplus value, but it does play around with numbers to make it look like you're making profits, because people are speculating on things and the prices of things, and like playing games with, buying and selling companies and pricing them at this much and shelling them out, and they're not producing anything new there. And like remember, the point of society is to, or a class society, is to make sure at least you manage the working class well enough so that they produce enough to reproduce their own existence and give you the basis for surplus value. And so like if we've reached a point in capitalism now that's like hyper financialization, and the capitalist classes, the people that rule the world, are only interested really in like, I don't know, buying up all the assets that are out there and trading on the stock market and not really innovating and producing extra value, then we're fucked. Like this system is self-defeating in a way, because like it's all based on producing value, and for them specifically surplus value and what to do with it. And so that's why you have a lot of critiques, I think, of capitalism and like this common sense idea out there that like the world's in a bad shape at the moment. And that common sense, I think, is derived from this idea that like capitalism has kind of stagnated, at least over the last 50 years in most of the developed world. And people are kind of like scratching their heads trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And like, there it is. It's all predicated on this idea of like who produces the value, who gets to control the value, and what do you do with the surplus. So again, beyond everyone's needs to cover the reproduction of that society, so you can wake up tomorrow and do it all again, wake up next week, next month, next year, and do it all again, like keep us sustained, plus some. And the plus some has been apparently the plight of human civilization and human history since we started moving into like more complex civilizations. Surplus value, motherfucker. Remember that. Remember that. Oh, Blaz, you're in the house. Hang on. Hope you're well. Preach, E. I will. I will. Value in motion. It's a beautiful concept, isn't it? Eh? Go value in motion. I think that's why they call their channel, or David Harvey calls his channel, Politics in Motion as well. The commentary about value in motion is that idea that like in order to produce surplus value in capitalism, like I was saying previously, like once you get your surplus value, you've got to turn it into profit, and then you got to like feed it back into the system. And capital is actually that. It is not, capital is not like money or like this thing or that thing. Exactly. Capital is the thing that keeps moving. It's the idea of something moving through the system, producing value. It's like producing that's why capital is so amazing, because like capital is like a force as opposed to an actual thing. It is this movement of, usually in the money form, to kick everything off. But like it is the movement of like money around in certain areas to produce more value that wasn't there before. And like the money changes forms all over the place. Like money goes from being money in a capitalist's hands to then turning into like the materials and turning into the labor. So like hiring labor, it turns into materials and labor. And then it goes through a process where those things like join together, produce a product, and then it converts back into money again, and then gets fed into the system on the outside. So capital, this is where people, I don't think understand capitalism properly, is because I don't understand what capital is. Capital is not like money or like property or assets. Capital is actually turning stuff into new value that wasn't there before. And it's usually, it takes the money form. And that's why, capitalism is a system of using capital, a resource, like money usually, to produce stuff that wasn't there before. Like before in like, I don't know, the feudal times, like you didn't have to have capital to produce value. You owned the land as the landlord, and the serfs were tied to the land. And so like you just told them what to do. Like you didn't need capital to produce that. You just said, this is the agreement. You make this shit and you make extra, and I'm going to come and collect my taxes off you, my tithes off you, or whatever. So there wasn't a need for capital to produce the value. But like capital is the thing. It employs the labor. It finds the resources. It finds the materials and puts those things together in a motion, in process, and then produces new commodities. And that's why the system is so good in a way. Like you won't hear this from many commies. I'll tell you that much for free. But like let's give credit where it's due. Like, capitalism is incredibly productive. Incredibly productive. Let's be honest. It's done things that we thought, if you told someone like 50 years ago, let alone 200 years ago or 500 years ago, that we would be doing this right now. And we're speaking to people and connecting with people, like, not only just in this part of the world, but like across the world right now. They would think that you were crazy, and they would think that you would require some type of magic to make that happen. And so, capitalism can produce some crazy shit. But I think a real good critique of what capitalism does, as it's just trying to aimlessly, let's be honest, aimlessly get to the profit, it will produce any level of surplus value to get to profit. And so, because of that disconnect between just producing surplus value for the sake of it and trying to get to profit, it's incredibly all over the place. It's incredibly hit and miss. We know, if you live in a wealthy enough country, you know how much food we waste as a wealthy society. And we do. We waste a lot of food. I think there's a stat from the US in 2020. They wasted something crazy, $20 billion worth of food or something like that. The US specifically. No, I think it was more than that. I think it's $200 billion worth of food annually. And so there's obviously more food that is being produced in the global system of capitalism than can be distributed. And so if you're producing more surplus value that you can actually turn into profit, it's impressive how well we can produce food nowadays. Because a lot of human history in class society, humans have just starved to death and died. You have a bad harvest, half your population dies or something like that. We've lived like that for a long time. So it's very impressive how capitalism can just produce all this food. But it's also incredibly misdirected as well. And so that's where somewhere like China comes in with planned economies. It's okay, capitalism is pretty productive. Why don't we do capitalism, but we just plan shit? So we actually decide what we're going to produce and how we're going to produce it and what to do with the surplus value as a group. We'll decide actually what type of surplus value we're going to produce here, and we'll do that with a clear intention as opposed to just leaving it up to the invisible hand of the market. And so a critique of capitalism, I think, legitimately is, okay, it produces a lot of surplus value, but it also produces a lot of aimless surplus value. And that can become problematic at certain points. Look at what's happening to the US at the moment with the Iran situation. They have spent billions of dollars, and they've just asked for $68 billion more to fund the war. But it doesn't matter how much money they throw at this thing. If they don't have the system of production there to produce the munitions they need to fire at the Iranians, they can throw $1 trillion at it. If they can't produce because they've given up on production, or they haven't focused their production on producing the right type of surplus value, they haven't focused their industry on the right type of surplus value, they could throw $1 trillion at it. They could throw $30 trillion, $100 trillion, $1 bajillion. If they don't have the system set up to arm themselves, then they just run out of munitions. And so a planned economy, I think, has the edge now in an advanced industrial world. Because, okay, we've got industry now, and we've got this incredible potential. What do we do? Let's plan how we produce surplus value. Let's figure out actually what to do with this productive power. Let's figure out what to do with industry. Let's figure out, let's plan it, instead of just leaving it up to the invisible hand of the market. And those are the two, I think, the two differences in the world economy right now that are actually fighting against one another. You have the US, which represents the free market and letting enterprise and the corporation control, rule over society. And then you have like the Chinese system, which is, okay, we have industry and we have capital and we have markets, but we're not just going to let them do whatever they want. We will control the market and tell it what to produce. And that's the powers that are at play at the moment. And guess what? All of us plebs are going to get caught in the middle of that struggle, and many of us will die as a result of that. So I hope we're all ready for that, for that future. It's fucking coming. It's coming, baby. It's coming. Jailing people should not be profitable. Yeah, my God. There's so many things that, like, you know, really does this have to be on the market? It's a very interesting point, I must say. I think it was more like 200 billion. You had to think about that, eh? It was, wasn't it? Because then we looked at like the other statistic that was like actually only $20 billion to like wipe out world hunger or something. So like a tenth of the cost of the food that is wasted could be spent on eradicating. No, actually hunger in the US maybe. So a tenth of the cost of the food that is wasted in the US could actually just wipe out hunger in the US or something like that. Pretty crazy stuff. Sup, comrades? Anyone? Some Stalin crisps while on break. I would like to hear how many people that waste could feed. Yeah, it's greater to hear 20 billion of food waste, but what does that average out to? Yeah, I think, like, to be honest, it was like a tenth of that would have solved hunger in the US. Like a tenth of what they waste would have wiped out hunger in the same place. And like that just shows you that's like just a good indication of like how powerful the ability to produce is in capitalism. But like when misdirected, it's just like, well, like what's the point? Pictured the invisible hand of the free market. Very interesting. All right. That's all to say. They just made some smart ass comment about surplus value. Now you get to understand what they're talking about when they when commies like this just like workers surplus value workers.
System that produce the commodities or goods. The system just determines what or who gets paid, how the division of the surplus value takes place. Under capitalism, the vast majority of the surplus value goes to the capitalist to reinvest into the circuit of capital and also to subsidize their consumption. Meanwhile, under socialism, the bulk of the surplus value goes back into the population directly through remuneration, as well as into a general social fund, which can help the development of the nation or area, what have you.
So here, what they're talking about here, they just said, oh, the surplus value generally in capitalism is taken by the capitalist class, and then they get to decide to what, like, to do with it what they will. But like under socialism, the surplus value will be given into society and developing and harboring a nicer place for all humans. Like this is the usual kind of distinction between the two. Now, like I would draw it back less idealistically than that. And like I said before, like you can talk about the free market or the invisible hand of the market and like doing this kind of thing and giving it to a group of people to decide what to do with it, and they just aimlessly produce stuff, or you could do it in a planned way. And like socialism, and this is why people tie socialism to planned economics, because it's kind of just like, okay, we could just have the same level of production, but just decide beforehand what we're actually going to focus on. And so let's do that. Right? Why do the wasteful thing where we just like aimlessly produce just because we have the ability to produce now? Like that's really cool that we can do this. We have industrial society now. That's fucking great. Like, wow, amazing. But like, shouldn't we plan what to do with that? Like, should we do production in a way that isn't wasteful or is like more focused at least to advancing the human race? Instead of just making stuff for the sake of making stuff and hoping that people will buy it. Like, shouldn't we do the other thing now? where we produce what is necessary to not only give everyone a dignified existence, but like also maybe we could have luxury gay space communism. Like we could be living in some futuristic world where who knows what the possibilities are. Like let's do that one, not the aimless production one. Let's do the other one where we focus our energies and our attentions now. Like can we go with that one, please? So that's what they're talking about here, but that's usually lost. And like people just like listen to this type of rhetoric that these guys have, and they're just like, yeah, but under socialism we do it, and it'd be good for humanity. And it's just like, really, would it? Why? Why would it be so amazing for the human race? Like, why would everyone just start investing in humans for, and like building a nice society? Why would people do that? It's a good question, and it's a good speculation to have if you're critically minded. Why the fuck would socialism be any better than capitalism or something like that? But if you think of it more like, actually, it's not really about what one would be better. It's more just like, what could you actually do with the level of industrialization that we have now, like the productive capacity we have now, if we actually planned things properly and focused our attention, as opposed to like just doing things for the sake of the profit motive, which is like they make surplus value just to try and chase profits that they might not even realize. Remember, we talked about this. They might not even get the profits, but like, fuck it, I'll make anything as long as it's profitable. Like that's fucking mental. That is a mental psychology to have if you think about it. Like most capitalists don't actually care about what they're producing as long as it makes them money. And so like, okay, that's cool. That's okay, but it's like could be potentially devastating and very destructive, very aimless, maybe even very inefficient. Holy shit, it's 193 million that waste could feed. According to ChatGPT, America wastes 30 to 40% of their yearly food production. 30 to 40%. That's crazy, isn't it? That is mental. 30 to 40% of food production. What a wild number that is. It's not like 5% margin of error stuff. It's like a third of the food that is made. Crazy. Can't say capitalism without tism. That's fucking hilarious. But yeah, what a wild number. A third. Imagine that. Imagine if you were running, like, think of capitalism. Think of society as a business. Imagine if you were running a business and like you just wasted 30% of the stuff that you produced. Like just thinking about the food example from Hobo Joe there. Like people would be like, that's not a business model. That's self-sustaining. We cannot continue to do this. We cannot continue to do this. That is outrageous. If people only thought of capitalism in the same way they can critique society generally about being wasteful, the world would be a very different place. No, don't even get me started on energy wastage. Yeah. All right, let's see what else. We are 1 minute and 52 seconds into this piece, ladies and gentlemen. Hey now, businesses and stuff probably only direct waste like 20% of all food in the US.
That's a fundamental difference. The vast majority of the technology that goes into computers and your phones and pretty much
the iPhone specifically.
The other 10 to 20% is probably individuals choosing to forget to eat the food they bought, which is a factor too, right? There's a factor.
The technology that goes into computers and your phones and pretty much
the iPhone specifically as well.
Daily life.
Over 70% went into the OG iPhone.
Yeah, is government-funded military research. It was public spending based on your taxes that developed this. Capitalists had enough starting capital to come and just take these various things and put them into one basically unit, and then knew how to market it really well. Now,
what a scary thought is, well, the grocery stores are the ones who end up chucking most of it out. So think of the profit margin they have to make on it to make profit. Yeah, I can never get that idea out of my head that like, you know, when you go shopping and you see something that's just like 50% off and they're still selling it, like you go to Woolies, like a supermarket or something, and then they're willing to sell something at half price. And it's not because it's like the last item on the shelf. They've got fucking reams and scores of this stuff, but they've dropped it down by 50% of its price, and they're still going to just sell it. And then they go back to putting it back up again next week. Like, it's not, they're trying to get rid of this stock. Like, how inflated is the price of that thing for them to cut off 50% just to draw people into the shop to buy it, so they buy all these other things? Like, how inflated is the price of everything in that shop if they can sell it for half price and still be making bank off it? It's fucked. It's absolutely fucked. And that's 50% off. He's still making profit. My God. They've got a great system set up.
Now, the second one, which is Vuvuzela. I think we can quickly TLDR this in Venezuela.
Why do they call it Vuvuzela? Is that like a joke that because people don't actually understand how to say Venezuela properly? Look at the price of ciggies. Well, from what I understand about the price of ciggies, though, like most of that is torn up by like taxation. Like there's heavy taxation on cigarettes to make it unattractive. And so like all of the price of that is just the tax, as opposed to like, I don't know, a tobacconist monopoly out there that just jacks up the price of cigarettes. Unless I understand that market completely wrong. That's big government. Am I right? Hey, big government. The taxation will continue until people stop killing themselves and others with ciggies. And it will go on.
Much every other socialist country, whatever issue you may have had with it. Now, the second one, which is Vuvuzela. I think we can quickly TLDR this in Venezuela, or pretty much every other socialist country, whatever issue you may have had with it. Look at the underlying conditions, and the vast majority of the underlying conditions is, number one, it's usually a third world imperial periphery country that already started off poor. Number two, it's victimized completely by imperialism. It is economically sanctioned, it is embargoed, it is diplomatically vilified, it is even militarily attacked, etc., etc. So when you try to do everything to prevent the development of a nation, you can't also turn around and then point at it and be like, hey, it's not doing as great as it should be. And the vast majority of these nations ended up doing way better than you'd expect, especially with all the limitations set on them.
One way to push back against this, because it's very...
So like, yes, there is a usual argument and tendency. And I think it's like kind of, unfortunately, an element of common sense out there that socialism always fails. Like the whoever commands the narrative on like socialism versus capitalism, the overwhelming public consciousness is like kind of like, yeah, well, look, as nice as it sounds, right, this whole socialism thing, like I wouldn't mind taking out the corporate sector. They're evil, spineless bastards who just destroy society in the name of profit. The alternative is socialism, and it always fails. And like, I think the public sentiment is largely, because of years of propaganda, is more leans towards, yeah, look, capitalism isn't great, but like, hey, socialism always fails. And so with that like mindset, people aren't willing to consider socialism at all. And like, they have a fair point, these guys, which is like, okay, if socialism always fails, then like, why do certain countries, those who shall not be named, spend so much of their resources putting sanctions on these countries, trying to destroy their economies, waging potential wars on them, or like, if they're not waging overt wars, like actually undermining them through like deep state activity, covert operations. If like socialism, like ask yourself the question, right? If socialism sucks so much and it's such a failed system, why do you have powers like America specifically, but like, you know, like America spending so much of their resources trying to fuck these countries over? No, that's the thing though. I'm actually not arguing that one, dilemmas. Don't try it. You don't have to do anything with it. What I'm asking you to think about, dilemmas, is if it's so shit, right, and it fails all the time, deep state activities like what? Turning all the frogs gay. Like, overthrowing countries and stuff like that. Like, I'm not saying we just have to do it right this time. Like, if it sucks so much, why do people spend so much resources? Why does the US spend so much money undermining these countries, right? They suck. It sucks, right, dilemmas? If it sucks, then let it fail on its own, and then you can actually stand there confidently, and say, it sucks. It's failed. Look, we left it alone, and it fucked. It's absolutely fucked. Look at these people. I'm being facetious, but you're not, though, are you? Like, I obviously can't tell tone when you're writing, but like, you're not. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's common sense. There's just a general attitude out there, a general understanding. It's just like, yeah, but like, it fails. It's a nice idea in theory, but it sucks. It fails. And so, like, okay, let's just test the theory, shall we? Honestly, let's test the theory. If it sucks so much, why do people spend so much of their resources undermining it? Like, why do they have to sanction them, these socialist dystopias? Why do they have to put pressure on them? Why do they literally try to fight against them? Let them die a natural death, and then you can just win the argument. You can put the argument to bed forever. I think what's going on there is they are actually scared that they will work, or they will not be so dystopian that no one will ever want to try it again. What they're worried about is they might actually be an example, and people might start to take up their own opinions on these things. I'm all for letting the market decide without government intervention, and we let the chips fall where they may. I'm a social libertarian. I'm okay with social programs, but social programs don't involve telling people how to live their lives. Authoritarian, central command economies tend to fail, sure. But also, central command gets to just choose to massively invest in trolley buses and trams, which are still in use across Russia today and are extremely cheap forms of public transit. My Australian motorbike Frog used to be straight. Then Bill Gates put Plan B and the water in the water and gave them tits. Because they want to save all the other countries around them from making the same mistake. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Thank God they're out there saving other people from falling into the trap of being sanctioned and being preyed upon, hey? Thank God. All right. They have a fair point. I think like the best position on this one really is, if it sucks so much, leave it alone and let it fail. Leave it alone and, put your money where your mouth is, but they don't. They don't put their money where their mouth is because they are worried. They're worried that it might succeed. And look at what's happening at the moment on the world stage. I think the US is feeling the burn of not intervening in China appropriately. They thought they could just get access to cheap Chinese labor, and they said, all right, China, but you have to liberalize. You have to float your currency. You have to let in foreign capital, like no regulations, let us in and open your markets to us. And China was like, yeah, sure, we'll do that. But they didn't. They let in foreign capital, but oversaw it. They watched them like hawks. They let them set up businesses and factories. They took a 50% investment in all of those factories and all of those businesses that were coming in. And so they set up a way to use the foreigners that were coming in to learn how they were setting up their businesses And they took those ideas and developed their own industry and completely regulated them. They took a share in everything, a 50% share in everything, so it was never fully owned by foreigners. And they let them in an incredibly regulated fashion. They just didn't let foreign capital come in and take over their system. They controlled it completely. But the greedy and avaricious foreign capitalists wanted access to that cheap labor, and they got it, but they sold themselves out to do it. If they had really properly taken over China or put pressure on China and left it where it was and not opened it up to the free market, China would still be at a point where it was back in the 70s. And like they would have been able to do what they're doing to Cuba right now to China, potentially. And like what they did with the USSR, just put enough pressure on it, turn it into a military-industrial complex and just hope that it just focuses on that and spends all of its resources just trying to defend itself as opposed to doing anything else that's productive. And so the external pressure is a big part of the game. But like they didn't do the same thing with China. They didn't pull it off properly. China saw what was coming and had a backup plan. And now we're seeing it. It's kind of smart, really. That's what happens when you plan. It is. Like, you got fucking hats off. Like, credit where it's due. Socialist countries, foreign capital, let me in. Socialist capital, foreign capital, let me in. Like Keating dropping capital controls here. Well, I see Australia's position like all vassal states of an empire. I don't think Australia had a choice. As a vassal state, like look at our foreign policy at the moment. It's really whatever daddy US wants us to do. China was smart enough to plan their way to a strong position. Man, do they play the long game. My God, do they play the long game. When you hear them talk about stuff, and it's like never anything before 5 years, talking about 10 years. Sometimes they're talking about like 20 years in the future and they're working towards it. God damn, do they play the long game. Yeah, we have no foresight. And that's like, and this is why I spent time like, explaining the difference, I guess, between the free market, the invisible hand of the market versus a planned form of economy. Like it doesn't allow you to do stuff long term, I think. They have an AK in the corner. Yeah. Commies, eh? They love that shit. What is in this commie room here? A stethoscope on the table. What is all that shit? Because they have doctors and shit, I guess. There's a commie sun rising. There's a Marx bust there. Donkey Kong. Who's that, do you reckon? Wonder who that is. Avatar. It's hilarious. That's all like vodka, right? Good Russian alcohol. And a pistol in a break case. Yeah. They are accountable too if plans aren't achieved. Yeah. My entire primary high school years were under Howard. Single-handedly gave me private health, permanent life support. The accountability is what makes their planning successful. Dogs that have been shocked unconscious. That's Grey Goose. Oh, is that what this is? On the floor here? Dogs with shock collars. Now you know they're real commies. Eh? Dogs with shock collars. Savage. Savage. All right, back to it. Venezuela. I wonder what the joke is there.
It's super easy to say, like, all right, look, if communism fails every time it's tried, just let it fail. Why the need to meddle? Why are we in all these countries trying to pull the rug out from under them if it's going to fail anyway?
Exactly right. Why did they need to murder hundreds of thousands of suspected communists in Indonesia if, by the way, which didn't even have a revolution? It was just kind of the movement was building. Why did they have to mass murder such huge amounts of people with direct American involvement if socialism were to just, kind of crumble on its own?
They killed all those people to save people, man. They killed all those people to save them from socialists killing them. It's like, dude, the socialists about to
perfect sense.
Now the third and final part of this trinity, the 60 gorillion dead, or 100 gorillion, or 150 million, whatever the fuck. The number increases every time we see it.
The easiest way to deal with this is like, all right, so those deaths are...
All right, let's see what they have to say here, because I feel like people are really staunch on this one. They're just like, but communism has killed 100 million people or something like that. Let's see how they tackle this one, because these ones are hard nut to crack, because people are always like, but a lot of people died, man. Like, there hasn't been that same history inside the capitalist world, but no one talks about it like that, because you have to justify socialism. You don't have to justify capitalism because you're already living in it. So if you want to move to another form of system, you actually have to have a higher threshold and a higher standard to have people jump up into it and accept it. And so if people always just 100 million people died, I don't know. I'll take the 100 million people that died under capitalism, please, because I'm still alive. Thank you very much. 60 gorillion got me so good. Yeah, I finally understand what they're talking about now. Like the stream, join the Discord. Yes, thank you. Activate the like button if you haven't already. Mao supposedly got 30 million killed due to bad farming practices. Yes. I have heard this one many a time. And let's just say, for argument's sake, it's true. For quotas, Mao and the Communist Party at the time made choices about how to change agricultural practices in China, which was a largely peasant-based society, and try to industrialize them to bring them into the future, and 30 million people starved. Let's just go with that one. And the number's accurate, and this happened, right? If you have a look at the history, and we'll just put it out there. I'm not going to make this a capitalism or a communism versus communism thing. Let's just talk about the fact of industrialization and the history of industrialization. Whenever a country, capitalist or communist, has tried to industrialize and move to a peasant form of existence and food production, to industrial agriculture, let's say, many people not only get displaced, but many people suffer and many people die. It is just what's happened throughout human history for the most part. As countries have industrialized, many people have suffered, starved, and probably died horrible deaths as the result of that. It is the history of industrialization for the most part. It can be very, very difficult to adjust to industrialization. You pull people off the land that are usually peasants, you throw them into city centers, urban areas for industrial purposes. You rely on the existing populations to continue to make food, but now with different practices, it kills a lot of people. It does. I'm not saying they do it, it happens on the scale of what happened in China, but it is incredibly disruptive in human history. And many people, many humans have died since the Industrial Revolution on the same basis as what is going to be talked about here, I'm sure. Many have died. But you're also dealing with a country like China where, okay, if many people die in one country that has, 10 million people in it, it's very different to a country that has hundreds of millions of people in it. So much more room for starvation and death when you're dealing with a population of hundreds of millions of people. And China at this time had hundreds of millions of people in it, as opposed to a country that has 10 million or something like that. There's a lot of destruction that can happen from bad decision making. Bro, countries talking crap on China are wild. As if they care about life. They were sending kids up chimneys for daily cleaning during the Industrial Revolution. And using kids in child labor as well, which like almost wiped out an entire generation of children until they realized that they might not have workers left anymore. But like, yeah, a lot of bad stuff has happened during industrialization. But like, let's see how they justify this one, these guys. Or if they're just coping. But yeah, when you have a revolution and take over a country, it tends to lead to harm along the way. Then you get a takeover by strong men. China's been remarkable that they haven't just been a revolving junta. And the CCP deserves massive props for their efforts to make life better for their citizens. Very interesting. Do you condemn Hormuzzi? Back to it.
Are always attributed to communism. Why is it that the deaths that occur in capitalist countries are never attributed to that economic system? Because there are a whole lot of people dying under capitalism. Let's take COVID, for example. The United States has the highest death toll of anywhere in the world. It's insane. We're going to hit 1 million dead this year, most likely, from COVID, just because of our terrible response, because we needed to, quote unquote, save the economy. So those people died on the altar of capitalism.
Please, you're conveniently of course, the liberal commie conveniently forgets that COVID is a Chinese conspiracy
a communist
to spread
disease.
Communism. It's the Kung Flu. That's fucking.
They did though.
Jesus Christ,
the
I can't
victims
believe
That's so good. Why did we talk about this morning? The Kung Flu. Wish I'd heard that before. I would have said it multiple times this morning. Okay, Mao didn't cause it either. It was one of the worst droughts in China in a century. I think there was a perfect storm of things, right, that happened. His reaction to the already failing agricultural system didn't help, though. Yeah. Kung Flu, classic. I wish we had heard that for this morning's session. The Kung Flu.
The president said that. It's the Kung Flu. That's fucking.
They did though.
Jesus Christ!
The
I can't
victims
believe
of
the US
communism.
president said that.
I know.
Bro, some of your talks are way too long for a 1 minute max clip. LOL. Sorry. I thought about you clipping actually. How are we gonna get this bite size?
Insane. The
Sorry,
Victims
go on,
of
yeah.
Communism Memorial Foundation added all of the deaths of COVID to deaths attributed to communism because it started in China.
It's a very stupid argument because every death that's anybody who stubs their toe under communism is listed as a death. Meanwhile, tens of millions around the world end up dying from malnutrition or starvation as a direct result of capitalist distribution policies, and these are never counted into, that's just like, oh, how the world is. Number two, the 100 million figure comes from a notoriously unreliable book called The Black Book of Communism, which was, by the way, it's disavowed by like half its authors now.
And the
main
dude's wife.
author, who's the only guy that stands by it to this day, pretty much, had this like fascination of getting to the 100 million mark. So he would even randomly add like 2 million deaths here and there. Like he would see a number and be like, you know what, this can have a couple of extra zeros on it.
Yeah.
That's the level of honesty we have. Counting non-births, like the birth rate goes down, or fertility rate, excuse me, and as a result, all those people who would have been born, but the woman decided to use contraception and not have those children, all of a sudden those are considered deaths. Counting Jews who were murdered by Nazis and fascists as deaths of socialism. And finally, which I find the most hilarious and the most mask-off moment, they count Nazis, dead Nazis, as victims of communism and as part of the death toll. I don't know about you, but to me, the more dead Nazis, the better. So this one...
Every sperm is sacred. That's so good. It's true, isn't it? It's like, what about all those unborn children? Because they were so liberal in those commie places, they allowed people to have contraception. Imagine all the people that could have been born to die under communism. Let's just count those two. If pedos are born in capitalism, is pedophilia a capitalism problem? It's very, very interesting, all this. But it is, from what I understand, that Black Book of Communism or whatever it is, they actually do. So if you're not down with World War II history, like a lot of the advances that were made against the Nazis, and like even basically the destruction of the Nazis really was attributed mostly to the efforts of the Russians sweeping across like kind of the plains and stuff like that and taking over Berlin. I'm sure like the Allies did stuff, but like largely it was a big arm wrestle between the Nazis and the Soviets at the end. And it is pretty crazy to think that in order to get the numbers that people are used to about like, you know, communism causes so many deaths, blah, 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 blah. 100 million people have died under communism. They have to like throw in the fact that during war, all of those people that died fighting, so like the Russian soldiers who died fighting against Nazis technically died under communism, right? Because they were fighting for the Soviet Union. And then all of those Nazis, I guess, that died fighting against the commies, well, they died because of communism, right? So let's just add them to the list as well. It's pretty spurious how they put the figures together in the first place. But like the myth is out there, or the numbers are out there, and people demand an explanation. And so this one I find is particularly difficult because people can't get past this one. You can say all the smart ass stuff you want about how the numbers have come together, but I feel like people have this perception in them that socialism causes a lot of death. And like that's an intergenerational problem or perception. And I don't know if you can convince people otherwise on that one. They were also too scared to tell Hitler the truth, much like Trump. That's that system, isn't it? Don't be bigoted. Pedos come from all walks of life. Mussolini wasn't a Nazi, lol. No, definitely a fascist.
I really want to hear JT's delivery on this.
Oh boy.
Yeah, if it's okay with you, Habibi, could you please let people know personal property, private property, just public property? Is that? Oh, it's if you have the energy.
Absolutely, it's 100% the same thing. I'm gonna come take your Dora Band-Aids and your Funko Pops and your Paw Patrol toothbrush and call it a day. This morning, I had to explain again to a commenter. It's every single week the difference between personal and private property. I'm like, all right, if it produces capital for you, if it's like on private land, say it's a factory or a hotel or some agricultural land, and you use it to generate capital, that's private property. If you have it in your home, if it's your sick skateboard with the Jigglypuff deck, or if it's your vintage GameCube controller with the C-stick worn off, or if it's your Donkey Kong amiibo, that is your
Dragon dildo.
Personal property. I really like Donkey Kong amiibos, so that one I might take, but other than that, you're good.
And of course, to always shoehorn a Marx quote, private property has already been done away with for 9/10 of the population. Yeah. Vast majority of people have no private property to their name. At
Dragon
most,
dildo. Just ram that one home a couple more times, eh?
9/10 of the population. Yeah. Vast majority of people have no private property to their name. At most, you might have like what, an apartment or a home. Don't be the temporarily embarrassed millionaire. You're never gonna join the fucking Elon Musks and Bezos of the world, nor should you want to. You are sadly a filthy worker like the rest of us, and that's why your interests lie with the abolition of private property rather than the maintenance of it. And of course, your own personal property you can maintain. There is a point that we can just also quickly zoom through, which is, but there is no competition under socialism.
All right, slow down. There's a number of concepts there that I think are important in unpacking if you're not across what they're very dryly and sarcastically discussing there. We talked about the idea of surplus value before, or the creation of value in a class society. And I kept on talking about there's one group of people that kind of control the things that are required to make value. So they control the land, they control the buildings, the tools, the technology, the resources, the infrastructure. So if you control those things, those are the elements that are required when people go to work and do stuff and create value. Those elements are required to make said value. And typically, those things are owned by individuals privately or by like corporations privately. And so that is private property. And so like there is this misconception when people try to understand like socialism or or communism, that socialism, communism is about abolishing private property or getting rid of the idea of private property, which is again the idea that individuals, private individuals or private organizations like corporations or something could actually come along and those private organizations could lose their stuff. They lose their control over these things. And so socialism and communism is about taking away private property. And most people don't make the connection or don't understand that when you hear people talking about taking private property away from people, it's usually taking the types of property that produces some economic value. Like you have all these people in Australia at the moment up in arms about the gas tax, right? And like all of these people that think that gas should be for the Australian people to profit from and not for foreign corporations or foreign countries even to profit from, like that's a socialist form of argumentation or a communist form of argumentation, that there shouldn't be private individuals out there who have control over the means of production, the means of producing value. So like they shouldn't have control over the gas, and they shouldn't have control over the facilities and the infrastructure that helps extract that gas from planet Earth and then take it to be sold on a market somewhere. They shouldn't have control over that. So like all of you people out there that don't like hate communism and socialism, think it's a really bad idea, but also at the same time think that nationalizing Australia's gas is a good idea because it shouldn't be held by some foreign private corporation for their profit, their benefit. Like that is a core idea in communism and socialism. It's called the abolition of private property. And heaps of people confuse that because they think private property means any property. Like private property is like that sign that you see out the front of somebody's house or on their gate or on their fence, like private property, do not trespass, or all that sort of stuff. And so like property, anything that you could own is considered to be private property. In communism and socialism banter, those aren't the same thing. Private property really is, in socialism and communism talk or rhetoric, it's something completely different. And like they started, they were really using these terms like 150 years ago when things had different meanings. But communism, socialism, what they just talked about, it's not about taking your toothbrush, as they were laughing about before, or like taking your car. Like you won't own anything under socialism because the government or the state or the commies are going to come in and take your shit away. It's got nothing to do with taking away what is personal property. It's got to do with private property, which is again private individuals or private organizations like corporations who can take important parts of the economy for themselves and just lay claim over it. Like what gives some gas corporation the right over Australian gas? Like honestly, at the end of the day, because they did a deal with a capitalist state, a government in a capitalistic society, and they networked with the right people, they know the right people, and they got the license to do that. And so they pay a licensing fee, and then they're able to extract all of the value that comes out of that resource, like gas, and they shift all of those profits away. And so like it really, really comes down to semantics, unfortunately. And it is a semantic argument over what the fuck private property is actually about. And yes, unfortunately, it's just a really bad word in the modern lexicon. Because like when people think private property, they think their own personal shit, as well as all the other stuff that could be owned privately out there. And so when you hear commies and socialists and they're just like, yeah, abolish private property, people turn around and be like, see, you want to be associated with this? They can take your shit. They're going to take your shit, man. Like that's an incredibly, I think, on behalf, I speak for commies, dirty commies and socialists and stuff like that. What I say, it's a stupid linguistic issue. Find another way of saying it, because like it's lost all value. And like when people think private property, they don't think means of production or something like that. They don't even know what that fucking means. That's another antiquated term, means of production. They have no idea what you're talking about. They just hear the word private property and they're just like, well, it does say that they want to take my shit from me. Like they want to abolish private property, or they want to nationalize all private property. So like what, I can't own anything anymore? I'm supposed to be happy with that? I like having shit that's mine and nobody else's. I like having that sort of stuff. Yeah, and fair enough. And so like that is just a unfortunate linguistic issue there. Because like I think most people have, and this is why I use the example of gas, because it's really pertinent at the moment and relevant at the moment, because people are still talking about this to some degree and still pushing this agenda to some degree. That like, yeah, Australians should have control over their gas, or at least have a share in the profits of that. Why should some private organization or individual, why should some Exxon Mobil or Gina Reinhardt type have exclusive dominion over what is on sovereign territory? Hello, where did that come from? And so inherently, I think people are actually quite down with the idea of the abolition of private property, because they want to have control over the resources that they should own collectively as a citizen. They should have some benefit over, like, you know, what is technically their sovereign right. And they look at the system where some, private individual can basically control that for themselves and their own profit. And they're just like, that's not fair. That is completely unfair and unjustifiable. But they can't get over the mental hurdle, which is, but they do want, if I take that off this person, then maybe they're going to come and take my house away or take my toothbrush or something funny like that. And so like that is something that needs to be dismissed, I think. Because inherently I think people agree with the idea, but the way that it's worded convolutes it with their own personal stuff. And like this, it's just, people hate it. People hate it. Socialism isn't about taking property unless it's guns. Like even that, like that's the thing. Like people think that socialism is about taking guns as well. That's an interesting one. I don't even know if it's about that, because there's a lot of commies out there that are very gun and trigger happy because they want to start the armed revolution. And so like the last thing they want is someone to take their guns away because they think they're going to, you know, storm the Capitol, etc., etc. It's an interesting one. I think they actually talk about that in this piece as well, which is very interesting. Just say means of production or factories. More of a phrase. More of a phrase, LOL. And now we could probably point to AI and be like, hey, look at that. The problem with capitalism. We should probably collectively own that. Yeah. Especially if it's going to be something that basically, as they're predicting, AI is going to destabilize the global economy because it's going to destroy heaps of jobs. And like there's going to be heaps of disruption. Like at least if we own that sort of stuff collectively, then we can spread out the benefits a little bit more across society as opposed to just being concentrated in the hands of a few brothers of tech. They actually have a section about guns in this video. Yeah. Companies want to take the shit from you that you've already bought. Saudi Arabia pays its citizens per capita for oil revenue, from what I heard. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? So you can have systems where, like, because of collective ownership of this private property, then, like, people can all benefit off it together. I want to hear it. We're going to come back to this one, okay? We're going to come back to competition. Let's hear the no guns one. This is for you, Dilemmas. I want to hear how they justify this one.
I think we can just do quick fire for these. Commies come in for my guns. If it's okay, I would like to share 3 quotes. The first one, of course, is the beautiful quote of...
What is that that comedy duo or whatever it is that you guys have showed me, where they do voiceovers for like Tucker Carlson's face and stuff like that, and talk about like him being gay and all that sort of shit? Are these guys trying to replicate that style of comedy here? Cumtown, that. Is that what they're trying to do here? They're like, oh, this is a winning formula. People like that. We'll just sit around and like crack jokes about communism and stuff like that. I'm assuming Cumtown might have come before this type of stuff, I guess. No, but like, as in, you know, the style of humor that they're doing, they're just like, and like, they're just sitting around in a room, or it's just like a picture that doesn't really do much, like very limited animation, and then they just like make crack jokes. I wonder if they're trying to copy that style. It just reminds me of it for some reason. All right, sorry. The government's coming to take my guns.
Okay, I would like to share 3 quotes. The first one, of course, is the beautiful quote of Marx, in which the whole working class must be armed at once with rifles, cannons, and ammunition. Any attempts to disarm the workers must be frustrated by force if necessary. That is our dear bearded Santa Claus. Another absolute...
Stay strapped or get clapped. That one's for you, Ravy. You love that word. Stay strapped or get clapped.
Chad, Mao Zedong, had this to say: "It is only by the power of the gun that the working class and the laboring masses can defeat the armed bourgeoisie and landlords." Of course, let's not forget that he also was the one to say that political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. How can somebody be so based? I have no idea, but he manages. He always manages. And finally, my own personal beloved Lenin, who said, "It is most urgent and essential that there be a universal arming of the people." And of course, Lenin, as you know, was also wrote about people's militias, amongst many other things. Practically every socialist country that existed had some sort of popular militia. It had education for the population, for the use of arms, for the cleaning of arms. They had access to arms to differing extents, but you could definitely get them. Communists are never there to take your guns. Communists are there to basically put guns in the hands of the workers and hopefully disarm fucking, you know, fascists and Nazis and those types, because those people don't deserve to be armed. But the best way to disarm those people is moving on. This is my favorite one because
I wonder what they said. Hey? I wonder. I wonder if this is substantiated. I gotta know. Is there gun control in contemporary China? Is the Chinese population allowed to be armed or own guns? Are there any restrictions? Brief response, please. China has some of the strictest gun control laws in the world. Private ownership of firearms is prohibited for ordinary civilians. Computer says no. Only very limited groups, such as some licensed hunters in designated areas, certain sports shooters, approved collectors, may possess firearms under strict regulation. Police, the military, and other authorized security personnel are primary legal gun owners. Illegal possession, manufacture, or trafficking of firearms carry severe criminal penalties. During the era of Mao, was there gun control in China. After the communist victory of 1949, the new government carried out campaigns to confiscate weapons from civilians, former nationalist soldiers, landlords, and other groups. Throughout the 50s and the 60s, firearm ownership became increasingly restricted entirely. What sources have you used for the last response? During the periods of the Cultural Revolution, 60s and 70s, some armed groups, particularly factions of the Red Guards and local militias, did gain access to weapons, often supplied or seized from military stockpiles. However, this was linked to political campaigns rather than the general right to own firearms. By the end of Mao's rule, the Chinese government had largely reasserted central control over weapons. The previous response was based on my general knowledge of modern Chinese history rather than a live web search. The key historical points supported by authoritative sources such as the Search for Modern China, Mao's China and After the Cultural Revolution, Cambridge History, Volume 15. Okay. All right, fair enough. Back to it.
Because I get this all the time. Commies only exist as white upper middle class university students.
Well,
so good. Does anyone listen to this guy or watch this guy? Second thought? Anyone? Anyone have any opinions on Second Thought? So good. Competition.
A point that we can just also quickly zoom through, which is, but there is no competition under socialism. How could we?
I do. No. Okay. Haven't seen him before. Fair enough. He's, for like all the commies out there, Second Thought is very popular channel, I think. In what do they call it? BreadTube. In the BreadTube world, he's a star. I just don't. I have a bad vibe about him. I just don't know why. Exactly. But anyway, I wonder if people like him. That's all.
How could we develop the miracle of the aforementioned Funko Pops and cock rings and butt plugs without competition? How would you know which one has the best fit? How would you know?
And I can tell you from my personal fucking corporate experience, the reason advertisers exist, the reason repackaging and constantly faster releasing is a thing, is because the capitalist producer understood that he doesn't have to sell you radically improved products, but instead can slow down.
Vosh is anti-Marxist Leninist. They had very mild beef like 2 years ago. That's my limited understanding. I kind of don't care though at this point. Yeah, fair enough. He makes some alright content. This dude loves stuff inside him. LOL. Luxury gay space communism. I used to. Same with Hakeem. Yeah, right. Okay, so you're across all of this stuff then, KK. Product equals goes in my butt. Why not? Seems very polished and maybe from a place of privilege. Yeah, he just seems really well funded, actually. Like almost he's like an outfit. Like he's funded by someone as opposed to just being like, oh, I like theory and I want to promote working class consciousness or something. He seems to be like, yeah, he seems to have production behind him, like money behind him. Pearly Cult is an interesting watch for Theory Thursdays. Kind of BreadTube doco type. Oh, okay. I don't know if I've ever come across that name before. Pearly Cult, was it? Where was it that I read that? Oh, yeah. Then Cult with a K. That's hardcore. Yeah, Vosh is a PDF file. That's enough for you there, Vosh. And people still love him. People love him. Don't hide your corn in your tax folder, people. And people still love him. It's crazy, isn't it? Oh my God, that's your theory, isn't it, Ravi? That it's your audience that cancels you. And his audience have decided to stick with him. That's the grand Ravi theory of everything. It's your audience that cancels you. It holds up. That theory is good.
The process and incrementally give you piece by piece, so you end up buying 7 phones or 2 cars instead of 1. They know what they're gonna be spoon feeding you in 2028 and have the tech to sell it to you now, but they don't, because literally competition in capitalism does not allow for net productivity jumps in the short term. Everything has to be stretched out because that's how you make more money.
Yeah, basically. This one's actually a favorite of mine, and if it's okay with you guys, I'd like to take it. It's communism, no food. All right.
Yeah.
If iPhone, Vuvuzela, and 100 Gorillion Dead is the Trinity, then communism, no food is the archangel that delivers the holy gospel of I don't know, fucking trickle down economics or whatever. First of all, the vast majority of malnutrition and starvation happens under capitalism, not under socialism. Number 2, and studies have been done on this. The particular one I always like to reference is Sarasota and Waitskin, the 86 study comparing the physical quality of life between socialist and capitalist countries. One of the factors they checked was caloric intake, and
don't hide your tax in your corn folder either. Can make it awkward for the accountant. Poor accountant. Rogue, how are you?
And they found that all socialist countries met at least 100% of caloric intake per person of the population, while this was definitely not the case for capitalist countries. The other aspect of this is when they mention like, oh, communism, no food, they really are mentioning like very specific periods in, like, for example, Soviet history, one of which is, for example, the 1921 famine in the USSR. This basically took place when the fledgling Soviet Union was a country that was just founded. It was besieged from all sides. It was invaded by 14 countries and in the middle of a horrific civil war, and was sanctioned and wasn't recognized basically by any country. And then with all of this, all these factors come together, and then they will be like, oh, communism, no food. But you're not actually looking at the material basis of this. This is not a daily experience or a representative, this is the absolute worst a country could go through. Compare that with most third world capitalist countries, which have pretty much a sizable portion, especially of the child populations, which is malnourished, even up to like the UK and shit, which has I think like 10 or 15% of rate of malnutrition, which is a first world developed imperial core country. Capitalism doesn't fare better in this. Basically, the worst that socialism would have is almost a regular existence of capitalist countries, particularly in the imperial periphery in the third world. All right, now here's my favorite. I'm gonna shut up for this one. I want to hear everything you guys have to say about this. Human nature. Human nature, Vuvuzela, iPhone, 100 billion decommunism.
Human nature. Wow, they cover it all, man. Holy crap. I wonder if 4IS is still here listening to this. I want to know what they have to say about human nature. I think we've had this discussion heaps on this stream over various topics. Human nature. Like, what is it? Like, the usual one is greed is human nature. And so, like, no other system could ever work because humans are greedy. It's a surprise that we ever evolved from monkeys swinging in the trees. Because, like, humans are just greedy and they can't be anything else. Human. Oh, true. I'm not sure what his scandal was, to be honest, Ravi. What's this? Who are you guys talking about? It's probably someone I don't know anyway. Let's be honest. Isn't the US a socialist country in disguise? It is. It's a socialist country that hasn't come out of the closet yet. Think of it like that, Mr. Abbott. It's coming. Yeah, we've had that chat many times. Oh my God, yes. And here it comes again.
No food, human nature.
Yo, why are those people farming without a profit motive? What the hell are they doing? Fuck off.
Oh, fuck. They're hunting and gathering. What? All right, please serenade me.
Here it is, dilemmas. Good timing, dude. Were you here for the guns one? Oh man, maybe you weren't. Maybe you missed the guns one. I hope you were. If not, I'll go back for you.
I don't know if capitalism was human nature, why did it take so long to develop? Why hasn't it been a thing for more than 300, 400, 500 years? The vast majority of human history has been communal. People have worked together to achieve common goals, and it's only this recent perversion of what people think of as human nature, this greed to accumulate at the expense of all others, that has become the status quo by virtue of just overwhelming force, just dominating the rest of the world.
Most social philosophers from the beginning of time have debated, and almost none of them agree on what the definition of human nature is, or more importantly, what is our human nature. And a lot of them, again, even to make it more complicated, don't even think there is such a thing as human nature. You can't, this has been debated, and there is no concession on this for literally thousands of years. And you fucking Jimmy from Wisconsin come in here and you want to fucking dominate the conversation about communism can't work because human natur. What the fuck do you know, bitch? You don't know.
Jimmy from Wisconsin. Oh my god. What the fuck do you know, bitch? It's not their best argument, but it is funny. It is funny. Okay? What would you know, motherfucker? They are right in the sense of humans have been trying to debate the idea of what the hell human nature is in every iteration of human society and existence since forever, trying to understand ourselves. And we've just landed on it now because capitalism is human nature, apparently. Capitalism is in human nature.
Shit about human nature.
One you've heard, it's so boring at this point, but communism, no democracy. And then, the guy...
they didn't even really talk about it that much. That's interesting. Human nature. They just laughed about it. Very interesting. I haven't actually heard people say that one before. So what you're saying is the socialists today are weak source socialists when they do gun reform. But what I'm saying is, why not? Actually, they are weak source douchebags. But I don't think it's even true actually that socialists want gun control. Most of them are supposed to be revolutionary, and they actually believe in arming the workers at all costs, and they'll justify violence, which is why it's easy for them to be called terrorists as well. Oz and North Korea and China ban gel blasters. Yeah, we actually just looked that up. Champagne socialist circle jerk. There we go. That's how strict the laws are. And so, what's the lesson from that? Are we socialists then? Dilemmas? Because Australia has rules just like North Korea and China? Or is it the other way around? That maybe North Korea and China are really capitalist because they ban stuff like the Australians do. We're looking at the deprogram pod. Yes, I think that's the actual original source of this. For some reason, it's on Hakim's channel. I thought this was a separate pod of theirs. Sorry, Soft. That's why China innovated gel blasters. Gel blasters are fake guns. Do we really need a bunch of fake guns? You're joking, eh? You are joking, eh? Well, Oz banned the gel blasters. So we are more strict than China, technically. So we're more communist than China then, or more capitalist? I just need to understand. Do Chapo next. Go to the range or get a license one. I don't know. Yeah, they didn't really talk about the human nature thing, but I haven't heard a lot of people try to argue that one, capitalism is human nature. But I have heard people say this thing oh, but capitalism has always existed. And it's just like, why do you think capitalism has always existed? And they're just like, because people like do trade and like commerce and shit like that. You're like, okay. And like money has always been around, right? So like, if there's money, there's capitalism. You're like, okay. So capitalism is just like whenever there are markets. And it's like, that's interesting. Now, capitalism is like well beyond that. We've talked about what capitalism really is. It's a system of creating value, but specifically surplus value, to convert that into profit. So you can control a working group of people to get them to produce more than what is required to sustain them. And then you take the rest of the shit and you sell that for a profit. That's the basis of capitalism. And like people haven't always produced value like that. But there has always been pretty much markets wherever the state exists, wherever there's some government or state control that can produce some type of currency or a standardized currency. There is potentiality for a marketplace to occur. So there have been marketplaces throughout history. And there has been commerce because people can always use barter as well. So like communities on the fringes of those communities will trade with one another and like barter this for that and vice versa. Well, like none of those really are like capitalism. Just because humans have traded with one another and engaged in commerce, or there's been the existence of currency, doesn't mean that like there has been capitalism. Capitalism is a very unique point in human history where in order to get masses of working people to produce stuff, a group of capitalists use money to create things that weren't there before, and in doing so constantly try to upskill and upgrade technology. And they feed all of that capital, that stuff, into a system to increase technology and the productivity of labor to produce more stuff that wasn't there before to sell it for profit. And so if markets and commerce and trade equal capitalism, like we would be living in some space age, I'm assuming, yes, a kind of space age futuristic world right now. Because capitalism, if capitalism was around, it would have happened like back in like 2,000 years ago during the peak of the Roman Empire, or like 6,000 years ago during the peak of Egyptian civilization or something like that. Because they would have just poured their money into advancing technology, and like we'd all be, I don't know, living somewhere else in the Milky Way galaxy or something like that. Capitalism is strung up with the development of technology and the productive forces, the means of production and all that sort of stuff. Capitalism does some crazy shit that we haven't seen in the past. So if there is a market, there is commerce, there is trade, that doesn't mean there's capitalism. Capitalism, in order to make labor as effective as possible, does so many other things. And like one of those things is the amazing technology that you see around you. The proliferation of technology that is like, that changes from one generation to the next is an element of capitalism. And so, no, capitalism is not human nature, and capitalism hasn't existed always just because there is money or a marketplace or like commerce or something like that. Like humans have lived with commerce and all those sort of things and trade and all that sort of stuff. And that predates capitalism and will happen well after capitalism as well. You don't need capitalism to barter with somebody else. It's not inherently wherever you see money, you find capitalism kind of thing. It's not, they're not identical. Humans were relatively weak compared to other animals during our evolution. We thrived because of communal efforts. Yeah, we're definitely a pack animal, that's for sure. You know what species are rugged individuals? Crocodiles. Oh, man. That's hilarious. People have various forms of mixed economy, yeah. Interesting. Crocodiles. Individually, you can get a gun even if it's illegal. Black market exists. Making it legal serves to just put them in the hands of people not clever enough to navigate that alternate market. Is that smart? It's all about how you use that access to value to gain more use value through the development from the pooling of resources. Yes. Anyway, it's an interesting point because, yeah, people do think to themselves sometimes, I find, or will say to themselves, but there was money. There's been money around for ages, or people have had commerce for ages. Maybe there's always been capitalism. And now it's just like, I have capitalism, but I also have an iPhone and the internet. And that's the only difference. There's like, no, there were different systems. There were definitely different systems. So like, yeah, the existence of money and trade doesn't mean capitalism. It's a completely different style of economy, of making things.
So I was like, oh, what's that? Get back to work right away, boss, who just also happens to be the owner's son. And then, he scuttles with his tail between his leg to, I don't know, go blow the dude who's promised daddy to stay off the pills so he can pull in $400,000 while basically sitting in a managerial position that he does fucking nothing on. Do you guys want to take this one, or?
Obviously, it's like just objectively false. But even pick like the most antagonistic people you can to disprove it. And so that would be the CIA. They had a report on Stalin specifically, talking about, the whole strongman dictator myth was largely a fabrication. Even under Stalin, there was significant democracy in the Soviet Union. If the CIA is saying that, what do you have? Like, what defense can you possibly have? It's just absurd.
The presentation that you see in the media or in history books, usually bourgeois history, is very flawed because the concept of democracy that they have not only is different, but it's an even fuller democracy. And you can always compare it, of course, to your own country, the United States, who claims to be the most democratic country on earth, the freest and all that. But I'm just asking any American, when was the last time that you've actually participated in the democratic process? For the vast majority of Americans, they have one option only to participate, quote unquote, democratically. It's during the presidential elections. And that is where they are forced to choose between two people that they didn't want in the first place. Members of the Senate and Congress. Many of them have served ridiculous.
When is Mr. A doing a California tour? Good question. USA tour, dude. I'm actually not sure if I want to go to the US anymore. Like I've had some fun in the US, like in my 20s and stuff like that. But like I don't know if I could get into the US now. Like I would definitely get picked up at the border, like TSA. They'd be like, "We've checked your phone. Like we see that what you stream about." Like I don't know if I want to get locked up. Because like I got a meme of JD Vance on my phone looking like a baby or something like that. Like, I don't know. Like, I'd love to do a US tour. But like, I don't know if I can risk that shit. Wait, I guess not while Trump's in and there's such thing as like NSPM7. I've been trying to make a TikTok account and yeah, it's being a problem because of my VPN stuff. That's crazy. I know I'm never going to be able to meet my American boyfriends. Emphasis on the S. Forcing me to activate through app and downloading stuff in the background. Mystery tent live stream from Burning Man. Just for Burning Man. We have to get used to taking drugs again then, I guess. He might get hooked on that high-speed bandwidth internet and not come back. Never mind. He would be an immigrant. He would be an immigrant, yeah. So just can't hang out on the streets then, I guess. Just in case I get picked up by ICE. I feel that. I don't know if I ever want to go there. Like, I've had fun in the States. But I don't know if I could, like take my life back into my hands again, doing that. Even making a YouTube account is causing me errors. Crazy. Picking up trackers and all sorts. Crazy. Just find one rich enough to buy a jet, Pauline style. Yeah, fair enough. That's not a bad idea. How do we get in with Gina Reinhardt? I guess I'm going to have to do some horrible things with Gina Reinhardt. I don't know if I can do what Pauline does. I don't think I have the stomach for it, to be honest. I guess I can join the Scissor Sisters from Sicily. Why not? Not the scissoring. You knew exactly where I was going. So good. Anything but that. Oh God, it's awful. It's awful. All right. I think we might actually get through this one. No, probably not, let's be honest. She has the stomach for anything. I've seen that woman consume a whole bulldozer before. Grrr. Oh yeah, grrr.
Long times with no it's who has voted these people in and who's maintaining them in these positions. And of course, not to forget the most important aspect, you have practically no political democracy, but you have absolutely no economic democracy within the United States or any capitalist country. You have no say of what to produce, where to produce, how much to produce. You have no control of your workplace. You have no ability to fire your manager or get them in trouble if you want to. There are countless examples of, for example, within the Soviet Union. By the way, again, nobody's trying to say the Soviet Union is a perfect system, but we're just trying to compare and contrast here. Countless examples within the Soviet Union in which you had basically a manager who does something fucked up. Either he embezzles funds or he even sexually harasses or attempts to sexually harass a worker. And they basically just go to the party committee, which was in every workplace, and they tell them, hey, yeah, this happened. And then guess what? The manager gets fired. Right? They almost always sided with the workers. And that's something that doesn't happen in the United States.
They really don't even want us to vote.
That's what a worker society is. Communism is when the manager gets fired. So what they're discussing here is this idea, which I think is central to the idea of socialism generally. The idea that if you have democracy, there's this argumentation that, like, if you love a free society, a democratic society, and like the reason that you love that freedom and that autonomy is because you're able to vote, right? You're able to participate in the political process, and you can pick the people that represent you in Parliament or Congress or something like that. Like, why does the democracy, if democracy is what makes life so free, right, and so wonderful, why does the democracy end there? Why does the democracy only work up until the point of politics and no further? Like, why is democracy, if it's such a good system, right, where everyone can have a say, everybody gets a vote on how society should be run. Like, that's the mythologized version, okay? But, like, why is it limited to the political realm? Why? Why does it not extend into other realms? Like, we humans spend, like a lot of us, spend most of our time actually 5 days a week, and for the good and most productive parts of the day, spend most of our time in the economy and at work. Like, not like if you think about how much time you actually spend involved politically, like, unless you're part of a political party and you're spending all of your time volunteering or like working for that political party, most people spend very little amounts of their lifetime, if any, involved in politics. And like, they might vote once every few years or something like that. And so if you think about that, like having, living in a democracy and having freedom because I live in a democracy and that makes me so wonderful and better than everyone else, like, that actually really is such a tiny fraction of your life. Like, it's potentially one day a year. Let's be honest. It's less than that. It's like maybe one day every few years out of like 1,000 days, you spend one day being politically active, and you're like, yeah, I live in a democratic society and I'm so free. Isn't that amazing? What would make your life way more democratic is if there was democracy in the economy itself, because that's where you spend most of your time. You spend most of your time at work, in some workplace, in some form. And so if you really wanted actually to live in a democratic and free society, you would actually, the democracy and the politics, like that's nice, but like whatever, you'd actually want to democratize the place where you spend most of your goddamn time. And so the argument is that that's really what socialism is actually about, is democratizing the economy or democratizing your workplace. And so like you don't go into a system where your boss, your manager, the organization has executive power over everything you do. Like if you think about the way that an organization runs, if you're in like a traditional form of employment, it is a totalitarian organization. They tell you what to do. They for the most part, like when you can go for like to have breaks, so when you can eat and consume nourishment. They structure your day and your times, so your comings and your goings. They tell you what to think, like you have corporate or organizational values and objectives. So they tell you what type of thinking is acceptable, what type of presentation is acceptable. They tell you what type of attire you can wear, maybe how you do your hair. They tell you what you can say as well. So like most people are probably aware that there are certain things that you can't talk about at work, who you can talk to about stuff, like what type of language you can use. Maybe colorful language is completely off. And so you spend most of your existence, if you are fully employed in the system traditionally, in an entire world where you have very limited rights. You're actually the opposite of free, and you have absolutely no say in it either, so it's not even democratic. So like it might be okay if you gave up your rights, if at least you had a say in the organization of that workplace. And so like the socialist experiment really is this idea that, okay, if democracy is such an amazing thing, let's do it everywhere, not just in politics. Let's do it where we spend a lot of our time. Let's do it in the workplace. Like that would actually make society a fairer place, right? If where you spend most of your time, you actually get a bit of democracy in that too. But like, that's usually somewhere too far, I would say, for people to go. They're just like mind blown by that concept, and it takes them too long to synthesize that or process that in their minds, and they have to go away and come back and think about it, kind of thing. We've got unions. That puts democracy in the workplace. That puts power in the workplace, and the union is democratic. Like you usually vote on things when you're in a union. Like, okay, what are we going to do next? Let's put it to the vote, kind of thing. And so they're highly democratic. And so like if you mean by democracy, it puts democracy in the workplace because it puts power into workers' hands, then yes, I would agree with you on that one. It just depends how you use the word democracy, I guess. Ideally, at your workplace, you discuss how to do things and then do them in a way that works for most people. But hierarchies in workplaces tend to restrict this. Yes. Worker B drones, do what the managers and the bosses say, and that's it. We were talking ownership rights as a worker yesterday too. It's all coming back to wildly woke Worker Wednesday. So many W's. Wildly woke Worker Wednesday. Welcome to Wildly Woke Worker Wednesday. I gotta work on that one so it rolls off the tongue better. I know my job better than the new bosses. They take a lot of our suggestions, but I'm aware my work is an outlier, it seems. Well, like, that's the thing, though. Like, if they're good bosses, right, they'll actually listen to you, but they have no obligation to. So what we're talking about here is setting up a situation where they're obliged to listen to you, dilemmas, as opposed to, like, you just being like, oh, I know I'm an outlier and I'm lucky. So, like, that's what the system is supposed to encourage. I wouldn't have had my employees have a say in their employment conditions or rates. I would listen, and if I could see that their ideas resulted in high productivity, then I'd be crazy not to listen. Yeah. I've never worked for a big company as an adult. Yeah. Well, the idea is, yes, that workers will make discussions around productivity. It's an interesting thought experiment that you give, Bansal, because a lot of people make this thought experiment, or base a position that might come out of workers' control of a workplace, or a result, that might come out of workers' control of a workplace is, okay, productivity, it does what? Productivity means with less time or less workers, you can produce the same stuff, or with the same workers or the same time, you can produce more stuff. And so if workers ran a workplace, this is an argument, and like this has been proven in like co-ops and stuff like that, and cooperatives. But like if you had a workplace that was controlled by workers, you actually would find that they would seek to improve productivity, because if they increase productivity, let's say there's 10 workers in a workplace, if they increase their productivity twofold, then they can maintain the same level of productivity, like this, they produce the same amount of shit and they work half as much. So if they all become doubly as productive, they'll just cut their working hours in half. So if they work 40 hours a week and then all of a sudden they become doubly productive, the business or the organization produces the same amount of shit, and then they just all take half days. They all come in for half days. Or they only come in 3 out of 5 days a week or something like that. And so like the argument is usually that like there is no reason to believe that workers wouldn't value productivity like a business owner or a boss or a manager would value productivity. It's just that workers would do something different with productivity than what a boss would or a capitalist. Because like with increased productivity, a capitalist would be like, oh great, extra profits. But with increased productivity, workers might be like, oh great, I don't have to work as much. And so like this is the speculation on what would happen in a workplace that becomes democratized. I loved having team member input in store decisions. A lot of my casuals ended up in store management across the state, LOL. They listened due to the increase of productivity. If I offered more incentive, I could buy so much more productive. We aim to not raise the bar top high on the factory floor. We manage the expectations of the office. I ran a team of 65 people. That's fucking mental. I essentially used to run on the mantra of happy team, happy store, happy sales, because at the base level, if your employees want to be there, they perform. And it worked, to be honest. Yeah, it does make a difference. Morale is everything. Morale is everything. Bitcoin is the only way for the average person to break out of the system. It's an interesting point. Yeah. Get away from that state-issued currency. You ain't getting a shorter work week out of me with high productivity. Fair enough. If your job could do half days, a lot of manufacturing, you can just shut off. That's why just shut off. That's why night shift exists. Yeah. Why wouldn't there be competition with improved productivity? So you have to work the same amount, or would it be planned economy? Would it be a planned economy and you just have to meet a certain output? Why wouldn't there be more competition with improved productivity? So you have to work the same amount, or would it be a planned economy and you just have to meet a certain output? I'm not sure if I understand the question. I'm sorry, Mamupa. Why wouldn't there be competition with improved productivity? Like as in like somebody else, like if you improve productivity, wouldn't there be another company that also does it, and then they outcompete you? Because like they're productive and they're making their workers work more or something like that. Like that's definitely a risk, yeah. If that's what you're asking. But like you would decide as a workplace whether or not you care about that. Like if they're producing more shit than you, but they're selling it for the same price, then like just because they make more of it doesn't mean that you will fall behind. If they make more of it and they're more productive and they drop prices, then yes, okay, that's a problem. So then you're going to have to start producing more and stay at work for longer so you can sell it for less or whatever, so you can compete with them. So yeah, there's still competition. There'd still be competition. Definitely. And competition is a thing. It is. Bandsaw Bandit, you'll get a job and most likely a higher rate. But I only employed 8 people, not that big. Any Bitcoin billionaires in the chat? Yeah, anyone? We're interested. The more productive we were with ops, we were able to transfer them to sales floor rather than cut and make more sales. I knew my job well. It's amazing how hard workers will work with a carrot. Why would do a half day each month? We would do a half day each month and go out for lunch. The guys would smash out the work that day. LOL. Very interesting. That's the theory of productivity. So like you've doubled their productivity so they can take half a day off. It's interesting. That's the phenomenon we're talking about here. With some incentive, you've got them to double their productivity so they can take a half day instead. Very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. Yeah, morale is everything. If you're going to spend all your time with your workmates, why would you want to be miserable? Yes, exactly. Yes. And so that's part of the idea as well. When you give people a say in the process and they feel like they have ownership and they're not separated from the process of having a say in things, they're likely to have boosted morale, because if they feel like they've got input into what's happening, they're not just being dictated from above, then like they potentially could have higher morale as a result of that as well. And workers' control, or democracy, is supposed to help breed an element of satisfaction at the workplace, which is a hard concept, I guess. They did work hard that day, to be fair, but like it's about productivity that we're talking about. So if they double their productivity because they're just working hard, then like it's still, the equation is the same. They've doubled productivity. I am probably as happy as ever, because I get paid more than I ever have, and my bosses are legends despite being treated as pariahs by the media. Why do they get treated like pariahs by the media? Like your bosses specifically? It's interesting. See, like what Ravi's saying, morale is everything. If you feel like you're getting treated well and people are nice to you, it does make a massive difference, especially if you're forced to spend so much of your time, right, at work and in the economy. Why not start a mystery corporation and change the system? Be the change you want to see in the economic system. But like this is already happening. Like I don't need to do it, in the sense that like I could if I really wanted to, but like it's not like an idea that I've come up with or is completely theoretical. There are cooperatives that exist that already do this. So like it's already in practice. Nostalgia. It's already happening. Did I hear a mystery co-op? Yes, it's called The Stream. Everybody gets one. Yeah, I used to write policy for the company. Won't say what it was, LOL, but you know. Yeah. Yes. I'm all ears. All right, calm down. My bosses are in the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church. And like, I don't understand the history of this and why they get treated as pariahs, but like I'll take your word for it. Look into them. Interesting community. Okay, fair enough. Got it. Happy workplace is a productive workplace and less headaches to manage. Yes, tell me about it. Oh my God. Yeah, managing people is difficult stuff. It's so difficult. And people can be so toxic to each other as well. Oh my God. Humans are just awful. White uni students. Let's hear him justify this one. I want to hear it. Socialists are just white uni students.
Moving on, my this is my favorite one because I get this all the time. Commies.
They once asked me to do a morale boost presentation for the CEO team during COVID, and I was at the store level. I told them to off. Interesting. Get fucked. No, thank you. You have to pay me more for that one. My work has always hired people that fit in with the culture of the factory. If they don't get on with people, they don't last. It's a good policy.
Only exist as white. Moving on, my this is my favorite one because I get this all the time. Commies only exist as white upper middle class university students.
Well,
I mean,
1 out of 3.
Yeah, I mean, 1 out of 3 is white.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing else.
Like Hakeem mentioned earlier, the vast majority of communists around the world are not in the United States or any associated imperial core country. They're in the developing world. They're in Asia. They're in Latin America. They're in these places that are very much not the image these people try to sell of like blue-haired liberal college students. That's just not reality. Well, it just goes to show that the average American's conception, the world is the United States to them. There is just no conception of what's outside these.
So good. How good is the United States, the 51st state, Canada, the other side of the wall, the Gulf of America, anti-European moat, Trump land. So good. Oh, man.
These borders.
As Yugopnik said, everything else is DLC.
Yeah, very apt.
All right, I'm gonna throw you a low ball, one that's quick, and this is the final one.
That was it. I wanted them to vibe on that one for a little while. Communists or socialists are only just like pink-haired hippies and hipsters and stuff like that. It's good when people get along, but sometimes prickly spurgs are the best at their job. And they can be managed as long as they're not toxic. Toxic people will ruin an entire team. They're fucked. Hi, it's a good argument. You don't have experience, only theory, and I can pick the rebuttal. Theory doesn't mean I'm wrong. I'm being educated, and privileged doesn't mean I'm wrong, which is also a good rebuttal. I've just heard this so many times. The original boss, when I started, used to pin you to the wall and call you a faggot when you messed up. Then pay us for a whole Thursday, but only have to work 4 hours and buy us long necks. It was a different time. God damn.
Under socialism, all housing is ugly. You're going to be living in gray, bleak. Okay, don't look at our suburbs. Gray, bleak. Okay, number one, a home is better than being homeless.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, historically, the housing that was built was rapidly built to basically make up for the lost housing stock of World War II, which destroyed massive amounts, entire cities and villages and everything. Literally millions of people displaced and homeless, so these people need very quick housing. They didn't care if it was fucking pretty or not. Third of all, vast majority of it at its time when it was new and maintained did look pretty good. You can pause this fucking episode now. Just go and type Yugoslav apartments or whatever, or like apartments Moscow, whatever, 1979. Just put in a random year where it was actually socialism. Most of them were painted nicely. They looked brand new. They were maintained. They looked nice. Under socialism, there's an economic plan. Under their economic plans, all the housing that was built.
When I was an apprentice, I had a chef who would personally burn us with hot pans on the back of the elbows. Damn. That's the most closeted thing I've heard all week. Did that turn on you, Dilemmas? He was a hard man, but a fair man. Maybe a bit of a boomer, a bit of that boomer sexual regression mixed in. Chefing as a woman is very confusing. I am meant to be in the kitchen or out of it. Like, I don't get it. Which one is it supposed to be here? My friend used to snap my hands when I reach into the Bain Marie Ravy. Those lights on top are hot. Snap with tongs. Okay. It was fish and chips. Got it. Bloody elbow. Husey voice. Very good. All right. This has been an interesting take here. I thought they were going to deep dive a few of these topics a little bit more, but they're just doing smart ass commentary here. This one's from Mamupa for the chat. I've heard this joke before. I know this one. I've heard it before. Are you just entertaining him or you haven't heard this one before? Come on. No, it's true. It's useful. Okay. Oh my God. All right, I gotta bounce. I gotta get out of here. But thank you everyone for tuning in to another Theory Thursday. It's been an interesting one. There's another good suggestion there from Jag. Thank you very much. 4IS. It's good to have you today. Thanks for another one. But yeah, thank you everyone who's been interacting today, contributing somehow. If you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. Like away. It's the least you could bloody do. Nah, just joking. But yes, thank you for interacting. If you're watching this after the fact and lurking, thank you as well. And we will be back tomorrow. It's Far Right Fridays. Holy crap. My God. Okay. If you have any suggestions for Far Right Fridays, let me know. And maybe you can put something in Discord. But yeah, thank you everyone who's been hanging out. Momupa, Spandonk, Hobo Joe, Dilemmas, Larp Jeff, Voltatur, Ravy Baby, Heidi the Sausage. Did I say Hobo Joe? Blaz, Dilemmas, Rogue in the house, Benzo Bandit, Nostalgia Enterprises coming in today. It's good to have you. Spandonk, I think I've said you already. My God, my brain is fried. Mr. Abbott is in earlier. Jag too. Can't go all the way back, but you know who you are. I think Ninja Nurse was in the house earlier too. Today. Yes. All right, thank you everyone. And like I said, yes, we will be back tomorrow with some Far Right Fridays. And yeah, I'm still undecided what we're going to be looking through at the moment. But yeah, if you have any suggestions, please tag me in a recommendation on Discord. And until next time, please remember, as always, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I'll catch you on the morrow.